Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 3 of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as an evil prodigy Uchiha with the inheritance system. The playlist is above, and with that being said, let the tale begin. Chapter 82, Art of Transformation. It was close to dusk. Uchiha Tunan pretended to ask for more help. Shinosuke was worried that Asuma would go out and fool around, so he insisted on leaving. After sending off Shinosuke, Uchiha Tunan went back to the study, sat down and thought for a moment, and called Jin to his side. Go and bring me the list of residents outside the North City. Jin was slightly startled and asked, May I ask if it is everyone? All of them. Although Jin was very puzzled in his heart, he did not dare to rashly guess Uchiha Tunan's meaning. He could only obey and do it. After a while, the attendants carried a stack of books to the study and placed them beside the table. Because there were many names on the list, it took a lot of time just to carry them. After 15 minutes, they finally finished moving. After sending the attendant away, Uchiha Tunan used the shadow clone technique to transform into 6 people and began to read through these books. It was only in the middle of the night that Uchiha Tunan finished reading these books. After removing the shadow clone, Uchiha Tunan looked a little pale and his body swayed slightly. He returned to his seat and took a sip of tea to relieve his exhaustion. In his mind, he quickly filtered out those who met the requirements. A moment later, a trace of inexplicable meaning flashed through Uchiha Tunan's eyes. He muttered, Abakira. The next day, late at night. At the edge of the town outside the capital of fire was a circle of undulating hills, which looked hazy in the moonlight, making it hard to tell if it was real or fake. There were scattered families of farmers in the hills, and they had already put out their candles. The reason why these farmers did not live in the town was partly because their ancestors had always lived here. Of course, most of it was because of money that they could not afford the expensive houses in town. The further they went through the hills, the rarer the people were, and the denser the trees were. Gradually, they reached the deep mountains and forests. Goo-goo. The deeper they went, the more savage the birds that appeared at night, as well as the cries of snakes, insects, rats, and ants between the trees, making one's hair stand on end. On the waist of a cliff, there was a natural platform. When one looked closer, they would find that there was a dilapidated hut on the platform. The bright moon was gently gliding in the night sky. The mountains were shrouded in the moonlight, making them clear and difficult to figure out. The moonlight dyed the side of the cliff silvery white, like a mirror. An old man in his last years was lying in his room, sleeping soundly. Although it was late at night, the cold moonlight shone through the window into the room, illuminating the room. Suddenly, a black shadow gradually rose, blocking the moonlight. The entire room was gradually consumed by darkness. In the blink of an eye, the room was restored to light. Uchiha Tunan retracted his finger that was pressing on the old man's chest. Although there was no expression on his face, he gave off an inexplicable sense of oppression. He used his scarlet Sharingan to carefully examine the old man's appearance and the structure of his body. His hands turned into afterimages, and he used secret technique, transformation technique. He saw that Uchiha Tunan's body began to slowly rise, and his skin gradually became wrinkled, even showing many old age spots. His black hair began to turn white from the roots until it turned into strands of silver. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Tunan's transformation stopped. He was already 80% similar to the old man who had died. This was also the weakness of the transformation technique. It could only change people, and it could only be changed on the basis of itself. It could not be completely the same. But this was enough for Uchiha Tunan. He took off his clothes and put them into the storage scroll. Then, he took out a set of clothes from the wardrobe and put them on. He sat down on a chair in front of the window and took out the props he carried from his ninja backpack. The transformation technique was inherited from Sanhe Yuan Liang. As the former captain of the Dark Group, Sanhe Yuan Liang knew the flaws of the transformation technique. In order to make up for the defects, Sanhe Yuan Liang spent a lot of time studying a set of makeup technology which could be modified on the opposite side. Uchiha Tunan called it light makeup. Outside the window, white pigeons hovered in the air, and under the moonlight, they looked even more white and flawless. Uchiha Tunan stretched out his hand toward the window, and a white pigeon landed on the back of Uchiha Tunan's hand, bouncing it twice. It was as if it was expressing its excitement. Uchiha Tunan smiled gently and stroked its feathers. He instructed, "Remember to lick the blood clean." The white pigeon nodded like a human. Following that, Uchiha Tunan made a seal and activated a secret technique, Beast Devour. One white pigeon after another instantly turned into a black vicious bird and pounced towards the old man's corpse. Uchiha Tunan stood up a small mirror and carefully adjusted his makeup in front of the mirror. A series of tearing sounds came from behind him, causing one's hair to stand on end. After 5 minutes, Uchiha Tunan looked at the mirror. An old face appeared in the mirror. The cheekbones on both sides protruded out, and the withered and wrinkled triangular face was gray in the cold moonlight. The eyes that were as deep as an ancient lake were different from the old man, but there was no beauty in this world, so Uchiha Tunan could not change it. Apart from his eyes, his current appearance was almost the same as the dead old man. This eye is a flaw, but it should not be a problem. Uchiha Tunan stroked his beard and muttered. The old man looked like a starving person. But when matched with Uchiha Tunan's eyes, he looked like an eagle looking at a wolf. Behind him, the old man's body and his clothes had already been swallowed by the white pigeon. The white pigeon also returned to its original appearance and followed Uchiha Tunan's instructions, carefully licking the remaining blood. After the licking was done, the white pigeons flew out of the hut. One of the white pigeon flew to Uchiha Tunan's head and gently pecked his head with its soft beak, as if expressing its dissatisfaction. Perhaps it was because today's meat was not delicious enough for it. Uchiha Tunan reached out and grabbed the white pigeon from above and placed it on the windowsill. He looked at the white pigeon with a helpless expression and said, "You are the most picky about food. It's already good to have food." The white pigeon seemed to be angry as it turned around and faced its butt towards Uchiha Tunan. It let out a goo-goo sound before spreading its wings and flying away. Uchiha Tunan packed up his things and left the house, following the path that connected to the platform. A moment later, Uchiha Tunan appeared at the top of the cliff and looked down at the platform with an indifferent expression. He slowly took a few steps back and quickly formed seals with his hands. Earth style, Earth stream Great River. The soil in front of Uchiha Tunan instantly turned into a stream of mud that poured down the cliff. In an instant, the stream of mud drowned the cabin on the platform, and then there was silence. Uchiha Tunan looked at all of this indifferently with the face of an old man. He slowly turned around and walked towards Fire Capital. The next day, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Uchiha Tunan, who had changed into another person's appearance, was not in a hurry. He took slow and unhurried steps and arrived at the North City Gate. According to the information Uchiha Tunan had gathered before, this Abakira lives in the mountains and old forests all year round, and has not been in the City of Fire for at least 20 years. Therefore, there was almost no need to worry about being seen through. Abe's identification had long since expired, so he still needed to re-register and inquire before he could enter. Uchiha Tunan, who was in line, lowered his eyes and tried his best to show the appearance of an old man. The North City guard held a weapon in his hand, and his physique was also big and tall. Standing in front of him gave an ordinary person a strong sense of oppression. They were checking the identification of the members of the city. When it was Uchiha Tunan's turn, the North City guard glanced at the empty hands of the old man in front of him. He picked up a list and recorded it while asking, "Name, address, profession, what are you doing in the city?" "My name is Abe Akira. I have always lived on Mount Jifu and Duantianya. When I was young, I taught books in the town, and then I went back to the mountains to grow and hunt for a living. Because of the heavy rain a while ago, my house was destroyed, and there was no place to go. The purpose of entering the city this time was to make a living and make plans for the future." Guard recorded the general information and handed the list to Uchiha Tunan. He pointed to the pavilion next to the city gate and said, "Take this list and hand it to the city guards in the pavilion to do the identification." Uchiha Tunan nodded and staggered to the outside of the pavilion, handing the list to the staff inside. "I know about Mount Jifu, but where is this Duantianya?" The staff member thought for a long time. After all, he knew all the names of various places outside the northern city, but he did not have the impression of Duantianya in his mind. The staff member, who really did not expect it, searched the information cabinet for a long time and found the registration book of Mount Jifu. He searched inside and finally found the information of Abe Akira. The staff member picked up a pen and added the 3 words Duantinya to Abe's old address. Then he picked up the old black and white photos mixed in the registration book and compared them with Uchiha Tunan in front of him. Uchiha Tunan also believed in his appearance change very much. Although deep things could not be imitated, his appearance was at least 90% similar. With these, it was more than enough to deal with a city guard. The old man is in good spirits. Pa. The city guard confirmed that there was no mistake. He stamped a seal on the proof of identity and handed it to Uchiha Tunan. This is your proof of identity. It will be valid for 3 days. If it expires, you need to make it up. Go to the city. Uchiha Tunan took the ID and nodded. Thank you, little brother. At the same time, the shadow clone that Uchiha Tunan had left in the North City Guard residence saw that it was about time and ordered Jean to post the recruitment notice on the outer wall of the manor. The moment the notice appeared, it attracted many people to watch. After what happened last time, the reputation of the Northern City Guard had become extremely good. For a time, the content of the recruitment quickly spread. Anyone who had read some books and some of the cultured people came to the Northern City Guard mansion to recommend themselves to Jean, who was guarding the door. Jean also followed Uchiha Tunan's instructions and welcomed everyone. He led these people into the mansion and served them delicious and warm food. Everyone, please rest for a while. We have plenty of time. You can take care of your energy first. The assessment mission prepared by Lord Tunan was arranged in the afternoon. It's fine. It's fine. Lord Tunan is kind and generous. It doesn't matter if we wait for a few hours. Yes, yes. Not only did Lord Tunan adopt these orphans, he also asked someone to teach them knowledge. I would be happy to do such a good deed for nothing. Due to the notice and the support of the water army in the city, the news spread faster and faster. More and more people came to participate in this recruitment. On the other side, after Uchiha Tunan strolled around the city for a few rounds, he slowly arrived at the North City Guard Manor. Like the others, he volunteered himself and entered the manor to wait. In the afternoon, more than 100 applicants had already gathered in the hall of the North City Guard Manor. Not long after, Uchiha Tunan's shadow clone came to the hall from the study. He bowed slightly to everyone and apologized. Sorry, the Northern City Guard is busy. I have made everyone wait for a long time. No, we have just arrived. Lord Tunan, you have worked hard. Chapter 83 Solo Act. The shadow clone came to the main seat and sat down. He took a sip of tea and said, The assessment time this time is 2 hours. In the end, I will only choose one person who is better. I am not a professional either. The final judgment may not be completely accurate. I hope that those who are not admitted will not be discouraged. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Tunan's shadow clone gave Jean a look. Jean understood and immediately distributed the test papers in front of everyone. When most of the people saw the content of the test papers, they were stunned on the spot. How was this looking for a teacher for orphans? People who could answer all these questions correctly were more than enough to be a teacher for His Highness. He saw that the questions on the test paper were all-inclusive and involved all kinds of industries. From the policy of governing the country to the techniques of fantasy to the survival of the wild, there were all of them. There was no shocking knowledge reserve, except for the first few questions. The rest could not even be written. But even though he was shocked, the questions had to be answered. What if he guessed it right? With this thought in mind, everyone picked up their pens and began to answer the questions. The first question was the simplest, which was to let the reference people write a self-introduction and explain what field they were good at. Most people honestly wrote that they could read and write, govern the people, and have a lot of research on business. However, Uchiha Tunan curled the corners of his lips and wrote. This old man was 3 years old and knew how to read and write. When he was 10 years old, he went into hibernation in the city and refined his heart in the mortal world for more than 20 years. When he was 37 years old, he went into seclusion in the mountains and forests, hiding in the far end of the world. With mountains and rivers as companions, birds and beasts as neighbors, he concentrated on comprehending the principles of heaven and earth. He had been brilliant for 40 years, comprehending one technique, 2 tactics, and 6 arts. 1 technique. The famous Emperor Heart technique. He could control civil and military, probe the hearts of the people, identify loyalty, and gain talents. 2 strategies. 1 strategy was to use the spear of another country to attack the shield of another country, to watch the chaos in the world and reap the benefits. The 2 strategy to rise and level, this strategy, the people to return to the heart, the 4 C's to submit. 1 art and 2 tactics worked together, the poor dominated one side, and the rich united the world. 6 arts. Rights, hunting, merchants, farming, books, and numbers. The one with all 6 arts can become a minister in the palace, and the lower can be a noble. After Uchiha Tunan finished writing his self-introduction, he officially began to answer the questions. Compared to other people, it was difficult to write, and they were frowning. Uchiha Tunan's brush was like ink flying, smooth and swift, and did not stop when he wrote. The eyes of the people sitting beside him were almost straight. It was not that Uchiha Tunan's knowledge really broke through the sky and no one could defeat him. Instead, it was these questions that were difficult for others to write and almost abnormal for others. In fact, it was his own answer, and the answer was already familiar to his chest. Half an hour later, Uchiha Tunan gently put down the pen. Without checking, he just sat in his original position and closed his eyes to rest. The shadow clone on the main seat pretended to look around and then looked at this place at the right time. He immediately asked with a puzzled face, "Why didn't you write? Is the question too difficult?" Uchiha Tunan didn't even open his eyes. He calmly stroked his beard and said, "It's just a question of a child. How much time can it take?" The shadow clone frowned, and a bit of displeasure appeared on his face. "Old sir, don't be arrogant. These questions involve 100 subjects and are all-inclusive. Even the person who made the questions might not know the exact answer to many of them. Look at everyone here, how many of them have already completed half of the questions?" Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes and glanced at the surrounding candidates who were scratching their heads and scratching their ears. Then, he closed his eyes again and shook his head. "Even if I don't say that I have complete confidence, I still have a 90% chance." With such a confident attitude and such rude words, the surrounding references all mocked Uchiha Tunan in their hearts for being arrogant and conceited. Since ancient times, scholars treated each other lightly, and even they themselves could not solve the problem, yet there were actually people who said that these were the questions of children. It was simply nonsense. A small number of people were extremely dissatisfied with Uchiha Tunan, and they secretly snorted. Uchiha Tunan, on the other hand, was still sitting with his eyes closed. His face was calm and collected, completely ignoring the opinions of the people around him. The shadow clone seemed to be unable to endure his rudeness and neglect, so he got up with a displeased expression and walked up to Uchiha Tunan. He picked up the test questions and looked at them. Everyone was secretly laughing, and they all looked like they were watching a good show. Suddenly, the shadow clone's body shook and almost fell to the ground. In the end, it only managed to stand still by relying on its arm to support itself on the table. Jean quickly stepped forward to support the shadow clone. Everyone was also attracted by this movement and turned their eyes to the shadow clone. The shadow clone trembled all over, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, his lips were trembling, and his face was full of disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. Just when everyone thought that something had happened to the shadow clone. The shadow clone looked at Uchiha Tunan with a shocked expression. Then, he knelt on the ground and bowed to Uchiha Tunan. "This old gentleman is a genius. He has passed through the heavens and the earth. He is unprecedented. Please accept this disciple's bow." At this time, Uchiha Tunan opened his eyes in front of everyone's disbelieving eyes and said lightly, "Sir, you don't have to do this. This old man is only here to make a living." The shadow clone quickly got up from the ground and shouted at Jean, "Quickly prepare a banquet for the old sir." Then, he went forward to help Uchiha Tunan and said politely, "Sir, please go to my study and rest for a while." After helping Uchiha Tunan up, the shadow clone looked around at everyone and said, "Sorry everyone, today's assessment ends here." Everyone was curious. Someone asked, "Sir, may I ask if you can pass this old gentleman's answer to everyone and make us accept our loss?" After all, many people felt that they had not even finished answering the test papers and were directly denied. Especially since the one who won them was an old man who was about to die, they could not help but feel a little unconvinced. The shadow clone hesitated for a moment and shook his head. Sorry, the sage's words can't be passed down so easily. Everyone, please leave. When everyone saw this, their hearts itched even more. They all looked at each other, wanting to find out what was going on. However, the others had already sternly refused. Although they were unwilling, they could only get up and leave. However, a few people casually took away the unfinished test questions and planned to ponder over them after they left. A few days later, the test questions were spread out. More and more people knew about what happened in the North City Guard manor that day. Some people even obtained information records of Abe Akira through some means. Gradually, all the scholars in the fire capital were discussing the deeds of Abe Akira. Everyone was curious as to what kind of person this Abe Akira who had suddenly appeared was. Most of the officials in fire capital were civil servants, and civil servants naturally belonged to the circle of scholars. These things gradually spread to the ears of the officials. Many officials did not believe that there would be such a god at first, but when they saw the hellish difficulty test paper, they believed more than half of it. As the saying goes, there are no false people under a great reputation. As more and more people spread the word, these officials also began to become curious about Abe Akira. There were even officials who personally came to visit, wanting to see the world-shocking talent that people called Abe Akira. However, no matter how big the official position was, it was all shut out by Uchiha Tunan's attendants. Mr. Abe Akira is unwilling to see guests. My lord, please return. Didn't you know that I am the current Internal Affairs Minister? Yes, but Mr. Abe Akira said that he only wants to study in peace and educate the younger generation. Then can I ask Mr. Tunan to show me the questions that Mr. Jingming did that day? I'm sorry. Mr. Tunan said that the words of the sages cannot be passed down lightly. If it falls into the hands of people with ulterior motives, it will shake the foundation of the fire country. The more the attendant said this, the more mysterious Abe Akira's image became. This made the Internal Affairs Minister feel like he was being scratched by a cat. However, several visits were rejected, and the Internal Affairs Minister was helpless. AI. The Internal Affairs Minister let out a long sigh and could only turn around and leave dejectedly. Outside the northern city's guard manor, there were also many passers-by who came and went. When the people saw this scene, they gathered together and discussed with great interest. This Mr. Abe Akira is really amazing. He is already the 12th official who came to visit. I heard that he is very knowledgeable. He has already finished writing a few questions before others even wrote a few. What else is there to say? The question is a question from a child. I've seen that question before. To be honest, other than the first self-introduction, I can't do any of the other questions. At night, the capital of fire was brightly lit. In the attic of the North City Guard mansion, Uchiha Tunan, the incarnation of Abe Akira, stood by the window with his hands behind his back. There was a pair of black eyes that looked like deep pools on his wrinkled face. He glanced sideways and looked at the famous mansion in the center of Fire Capital. The line is long enough. When are you going to take the bait? Chapter 84 Minister Recommendation, the next day. The sky was bright and cloudless, and it was unknown if the faintly discernible sunlight could hold on. Looking out, there were only a few scattered bird shadows flying in the lonely sky, looking a little cold. In the famous mansion, the large courtyard was spotless, and many flower beds were trimmed clean. The red pillars in the corridor seemed to have just been painted, bright and flawless. There were several rare birds resting in the gardens on both sides of the main road from the mansion to the main hall. They were chirping, adding some vitality to the manor. Many of the servants lowered their heads and busied themselves with their own matters. Everything seemed very orderly. In the main hall, the famous name of the fire country sat behind the curtain, and a group of ministers and advisors sat on both sides. In the middle, two young men were kneeling. One of them had a thin face and a gentle expression, but when he looked closely, he looked a little stiff. The other had a fat head and big ears, and a trace of cunning flashed in his eyes from time to time. The two of them were the first prince and the second prince of the Fire Country. His eyes were filled with admiration as he looked at the first prince. The smile on his face could not be hidden as he said softly, "Naruto, I heard that you have been keeping yourself in your room reading recently. You should go out and have some leisure activities when you have time. Don't overwork yourself." "Thank you for your concern, father." The great prince bowed to the figure behind the curtain, but the expression on his face did not change. The great master shifted his gaze to the second prince, but his expression had completely changed. He frowned and looked at his second son, who made people worry. He took a deep breath and said, "As for Naira, look at what you have done during this period of time." The second prince, however, did not think much of the great master question and said, "I have been staying in the manor for this period of time." "You are staying in the manor, but you know very well what you have done in the manor." The great master was trying his best to restrain his anger. After all, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he could not ruin his own temper to avoid being criticized. When the second prince heard this, he muttered, "I just played with a few little girls. They were all bought by me with money. What's wrong with that?" His great master did not expect that his son would say such vulgar words in front of so many officials. He immediately became furious. He slapped the chopping board and shouted angrily, "You still have the face to say it." All the ministers were originally sitting in front of the curtain. At first, they only held the attitude that this matter had nothing to do with them. But now that his great name had lost his temper, it was not good for him to not say anything. Thus, he hurriedly consoled, "My lord, please calm down. Your Highness is young and insensible. Please do not ruin your health because of this." "That's right, my lord. Your health is more important. Please calm your anger, my lord." Huff, huff. The 2 long breaths of time later, he realized that he had indeed lost his limits. After calming himself down, he said in a tone of disappointment, "I will find a teacher for you in these 2 days and have him properly discipline your temper. Naruto, this teacher will explain a lot of administrative matters to you. You have to listen attentively." The eldest prince obediently replied, "Thank you, Lord Father." Seeing his eldest son being so obedient, Great Master also felt a bit of comfort. But immediately after, the second prince on the side had a face full of unwillingness. He said perfunctorily, "Thank you, Lord Father." When the big name saw the second prince's expression, he became even more upset. He waved his hand and said, all right, all of you can leave." After the 2 left the main hall after saluting, the great master calmed his mood and looked at the officials, saying, "Everyone, I wonder if you have a suitable teacher candidate to recommend." Just as the ministers looked at each other in disgust, the Internal Affairs Minister stepped out and said, "My lord, recently, a genius has appeared in the Fire Capital, and the news has spread throughout the city. I think he can come and teach the 2 lords." However, the great master only lowered his eyes. He did not think that the so-called genius among the people had the ability to teach the 2 princes well. He quietly waited for the other ministers to recommend him. When the other minister saw this, he immediately stepped out and said, "My lord, I also heard that the person who spread this rumor is extremely talented. Many people can't write the test papers." He actually answered with ease. Hearing this, the great master raised his eyebrows and said with interest, "Is that true? This matter has spread throughout the city. This subject feels that this person might as well give it a try." The 2 officials' suggestion made many officials agree. They had heard of these rumors long ago and couldn't help but be curious about this genius, but they had never seen his true appearance. Because the people who went to visit were all rejected. If the famous person sent someone to invite the teacher of the 2 princes, presumably the people of the Northern City Guard would have no way to refuse. They also took this opportunity to satisfy their curiosity. The famous person thought for a moment and asked the Internal Affairs Minister, "Then do you know his residence and his background?" When the Minister of Internal Affairs heard this, he instantly lowered his head and said with an embarrassed expression, "I only know that this great talent is called Abakira. He is a person from the North City's mountain. I know nothing else." The joy on his face faded, and his tone was filled with dissatisfaction. "Since you don't know him, How could you dare to recommend him? What if he was sent by the enemy kingdom? Although he didn't know the background of the Abe Akira that everyone was talking about, he was still very curious about this amazing talent. After thinking for a moment, he still asked, "Tell me the specifics of the rumor." "We still have to start from the North City Guard." After listening to the minister's explanations, the great master rubbed his beard and narrowed his eyes. "But these are all rumors after all. There is no basis for them." The Internal Affairs Minister said, "My lord, as far as I know, Mr. Abe Akira is teaching a group of orphans in the North City Guard mansion. I heard that the North City Guard captain is a ninja from Konoha, and he has a good relationship with Shinosuke. It is better to let Shinosuke go to the North City Guard mansion and take the test paper that Mr. Abe Akira answered that day. Whether this is an undeserved reputation, or if there is real material, it can be known at a glance." Great Master felt that it made sense, so he decided to first take a look at the paper that was praised to be divine. He immediately decided, "All right, let Shinosuke bring the test paper over. I want to see if this Abe Akira is as powerful as you say. If he was really that powerful, then this kind of person would definitely be brought into the manor for his own use." He then instructed the attendant to head to Shinosuke's residence and had Shinosuke head to the Northern City's guard residence to ask for the test paper. Half an hour later, Shinosuke hurried back to the famous residence and came to the hall to hand over the test paper to the attendant. He then said to the Great Master, "Your Majesty, Tunan said that this thing can only be seen by you alone. After reading it, it will be up to you to decide whether or not you want to let the ministers take a look." "Oh." As soon as the name came out, the attendant checked if there was any problem with the test paper and took it to look at. For this test paper, the people had already spread it to almost deification. When the ministers saw this test paper, their eyes lit up. Some stretched their necks to see what was on it. But because of the curtain, there was no harvest. The Great Master found the restlessness below and coughed twice, starting from his self-introduction. Duantianya. This name was very artistic. Do you know where Duantianya is? All the ministers looked at each other and shook their heads. Never heard of it. Great Master nodded and continued to look down. When he saw the Emperor's heart technique, his pupils instantly contracted and his entire body shook. Then, he took a deep breath and stabilized his state of mind. He subconsciously looked at the curtain that blocked everyone's line of sight and then slightly straightened up the test paper. Immediately after, the entire person's mind was immersed in the test paper. Although Uchiha Tunan did not write the specific content of the first and second arts on the test paper. However, just by looking at the content of the last page, he had already determined that the so-called Abe Akira was a great talent who was well-versed in both the ancient and modern world. He also believed in the first and second strategies that were introduced at the beginning. After reading the test paper, his name slapped the table and said, "Wonderful, wonderful." Then, he shouted at the attendants, Go and get Mr. Abe Akira's information. I want to check it myself." The ministers were so excited when they saw the Great Master, and the curiosity in their hearts was like an ant scratching, hoping to have the honor of reading the shocking test paper. Following the order, the attendants of the Great Master Mansion quickly transferred out the life calendar of Abe Akira from various channels. Great Master received the information from the attendant and read it carefully. For a ruler of a country, when they found a capable person, they had to investigate all his information. In particular, the person who wanted to be his two sons' teacher had to investigate whether his background was clean or not. Otherwise, he would not dare to use it. He looked at the name several times, picked up the black and white photo and studied it while muttering, "This appearance." It was obvious that he was very different from ordinary people. It seemed that this Mr. Abe Akira's realm was very high. The great general who had calmed down handed the information to the attendant and said in a clear voice, "The meeting is over. Gather the guards. I want to personally pay Mr. Abe Akira a visit." Chapter 85 Fish While drying up the lake. Right at this moment, the guard at the entrance of the famous mansion hurried outside the hall and whispered a few words into the guard's ear. A surprised expression gradually appeared on the guard's face. He really said that his name is Abe Akira? The guard nodded heavily. The guard in front of the hall could naturally hear the voice in the hall and knew that he was going to visit this person called Abe Akira. He hurriedly tidied up his attire and ran into the hall. He knelt on one knee and said, "Reporting to the Lord, there is a person outside who claims to be Abe Akira who wants to see you." When the great master heard this, he was stunned and thought, "What a god." He immediately said excitedly, Quickly invite him in." Soon, Uchiha Tunan, who had transformed into Abe Akira, walked into the great master mansion under the guidance of the attendant. He walked steadily with one hand on his chest and the other behind him. Ignoring the curious gazes of the ministers and advisors on both sides, he went straight to the curtain and bowed. "Village bumpkin Abe Akira greets your highness." The ministers on both sides finally saw the legendary great talent and whispered, "Is this rumored Mr. Abe Akira? He is obviously an expert." Yes, this bearing, this walking posture, is far beyond what ordinary people can compare to. In such a solemn occasion, it is a question whether an ordinary person can stand firm or not. But I see that this Mr. Abe Akira has no fear in his eyes, and his gestures are somewhat extraordinary. The great master straightened his body and coughed twice. The ministers also realized that they had lost their etiquette, and then returned to silence. He began to size up the old man in front of him through the curtain, then raised his hand and said, "Mr. Abe Akira, there is no need to be so polite." Only then did Uchiha Tunan slowly raise his head, his eyes looking straight at the name behind the curtain. Suddenly, the great master subconsciously held his breath. Although the old man in front of him looked old, his eyes were deep and spirited, giving people a suffocating sense of oppression. The great master immediately swallowed his saliva subconsciously. He forced a stiff smile on his face and said, "Did Mr. Abe Akira guess that I was going to visit you?" Uchiha Tunan slowly touched his beard with his hand, looked around, and smiled without saying anything. The way he acted made his name feel even more mysterious. The great master hesitated for a moment. He looked at the ministers behind him and immediately understood what Uchiha Tunan meant. He said in a clear voice, "All of you leave. I want to talk to Mr. Abe Akira alone." The ministers looked at each other and replied in unison, "Yes." Then, they all left the main hall and walked outside. However, as soon as they stepped out of the famous mansion, they all stood at the door and waited with tacit understanding. It seems that everyone thinks the same as this old man. Such a great talent, I must seek advice from him. When most of the people in the hall had left, only Uchiha Tunan and the great master were left in the hall. However, neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. After a few minutes of stalemate, his name still asked the part he cared about the most, and he said in a low voice, "Mr. Abe Akira, can you tell me about your skills?" Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes. He had already expected that the great master would be interested in this. He said lightly, "Your Highness, one technique and two strategies are not ordinary knowledge. Just knowing the method is not something ordinary people can use. Especially the mind of an emperor, it needs to be supervised by a master teacher. It takes a long time to refine the mind and reach a realm where the heart is free of worries and the emotions are not revealed. This process was painful and long. It was not something that ordinary people could endure. The younger one studied, the better." The reason why Uchiha Tunan didn't say it now was because he had to. In fact, it was because the content of the so-called one technique and two strategies was not completely made up. He was afraid that if he spoke too much, it would arouse the suspicions of the person above. Great Master was silent for a long time. He thought about his words and understood the meaning. This technique and two strategies should focus on training a person's temperament. The younger you are, the purer your mind will be. No matter what you learn, you will receive the fastest and best. Great Master nodded and asked, "May I ask, sir, if my successor learns this technique and two strategies, can he really reach the level that sir has written on the test paper?" Uchiha Tunan stroked his beard and said, "This old man doesn't dare to say that after learning it, he will be able to unify the 6 directions and end this chaos. However, he has a 70% chance of becoming a true great emperor of the Fire Country." After Uchiha Tunan finished speaking, the hall fell into silence. The hall was very quiet, and one could still faintly hear the rapid breathing of the great master, as if he was suppressing his restless mood. After a long time, the big name seemed to have made up his mind, and said in a sincere tone, "In that case, I beg Mr. Abe Akira to teach my 2 children. Naruto is my heir. I want Mr. Abe Akira to teach him 1 technique and 2 strategies, as well as other knowledge, so that he can better manage the fire country in the future. As for Naira, he is stubborn and unruly. I also want Mr. Jing Ming to discipline him and restrain his temper." As soon as these words came out, Uchiha Tunan had achieved his goal this time, and he was too lazy to continue pretending. He directly bowed to the great master and said, "It is my honor to be able to teach the 2 majesties. This old man also wants to find a suitable person to pass down this ability. Don't worry, Your Highness. This old man will definitely use everything I have learned in my life to teach the 2 of you." Seeing that Uchiha Tunan had made a promise to him, Great Master was slightly excited. If what this Mr. Abe Akira said was true, then in the future, Naruto would be able to get rid of the restraint of the village and completely control the country of fire. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and nodded slightly. He smiled and said, "I can promise you that as long as Naruto succeeds the throne, he will become a true emperor. Then, Mr. Abe Akira will be the Grand Chancellor of the Fire Country and enjoy the power of supervising the country. I won't arrange a position for you for the next few years, but the treatment you should receive will not be less. By the way, Mr. Abe Akira, why don't you move to a famous mansion to live in? It will also be convenient for your guidance." However, Uchiha Tunan decisively shook his head and said, "I promised Mr. Tunan that I would teach those orphans. As a person, you can't go back on your words. I'd better live in the northern city's guard mansion." Uchiha Tunan chatted a lot with the great master. Only the 2 of them and the 4 secret nurses knew about the conversation in the hall. It wasn't until noon that Uchiha Tunan declined the great master dinner invitation and insisted on returning to the North City Guard Manor to teach the orphans. As soon as they walked out of the great master manor, the group of officials who had been waiting outside the manor for a long time came over. They surrounded Uchiha Tunan and greeted him. "Greetings, Mr. Abe Akira." Uchiha Tunan calmly returned the greetings to all of you. "Mr. Abe Akira, you don't have to be so polite to us. I think Mr. Abe Akira has already promised the Lord that he would teach the 2 majesties." "That's right. In that case, after His Highness inherits the great position, he will at least grant Mr. Abe Akira the political position. At that time, we will have to rely on Mr. Abe Akira. Power is just a passing cloud to this old man." Uchiha Tunan shook his head lightly, looking like an expert from outside the world. "I wonder if Mr. Abe Akira can move to this old man's residence. All the adults would like to discuss with Mr. Abe Akira. I'm sorry. This old man still has to return to the North City Guard Manor to teach those children." After saying this, Uchiha Tunan bowed to the ministers. Ignoring their repeated invitations, he quickly walked towards the North City Guard Manor. "This is too disrespectful to us. This kind of person is arrogant because of his talent. One day, he will fall. Such great talents, please don't make any wild guesses." "That's true. Mr. Abe Akira has just been hired as a teacher for that group of orphans. Naturally, he has to fulfill his duty. Then let's wait until Mr. Abe Akira is free." Looking at the back of Uchiha Tunan, the officials behind him were still chattering away. In the evening, in the garden of the North City Guard Manor, the setting sun was like a gentle gaze, like tender fingers, falling on the children running and playing in the garden. Uchiha Tunan sat under the eaves of the corridor, drinking tea while quietly watching the scene. "All right, it's time to eat. We can't play anymore. Onaizen, aren't you coming with us? I still have work to do. You guys should go to bed early after eating. You won't be able to sleep well if you aren't fast enough. Go quickly, be good. Onaizen, hug. I want it too. Uchiha Tunan hugged the children one by one before coaxing the children who were playing in the garden into the house. Through these few days of interaction, Uchiha Tunan also obtained the approval of these children as he wished. Lord Tunan really has a lot of love. Jean, who was waiting at the side, said with a fawning expression. They are the gifts given to me by the heavens. They are the sun at 7 or 8 in the morning. They are the young and tender flower buds in this flower garden. As Uchiha Tunan spoke, he tied the watering pot around his waist and concentrated on watering the flowers and plants in the garden. I hope that you can grow up quickly. Jean, who was following behind Uchiha Tunan, smiled and said, Lord Tunan, are you talking about these flowers or those children? Uchiha Tunan shook his head with a smile and did not answer. After a while, Uchiha Tunan handed the flower sprinkler pot to Jean and took the scissors from Jean. He began to carefully trim the flowers and plants in the garden. Other than the insects' cries, there was only the sound of Uchiha Tunan trimming the flowers and plants. After a long time, Uchiha Tunan suddenly called out, Jean. Jean hurriedly bowed and replied, Lord Tunan, is there anything I can do for you? Uchiha Tunan's hands did not stop moving as he used scissors to trim them. The expression on his face did not change at all as he casually said, I'll give you 3 days to investigate all the black casinos, black whores, smuggling dens, and black gangs in the area. Jean frowned when he heard this and said, Sir, you want? Uchiha Tunan said lightly, Naturally, it is to do things for the people and remove all these tumors. Jean hesitated for a moment, unable to understand why Uchiha Tunan would do this. After all, these underground organizations would hand over a large amount of money to the North City Guards every month. If they were to get rid of them in one go, they would definitely be able to quickly earn a fortune. However, they would dry up the pond of fish. In the future, there would not be any underground organizations outside the North City for a long time. In his opinion, this was really not a good plan. Jean said with a puzzled face, My lord, if we do this. Before he finished speaking, the scissors in Uchiha Tunan's hand suddenly stopped, and he turned his head to look deeply at Jean with a cold gaze. Jean was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He immediately knelt on the ground and kept bowing to Uchiha Tunan. Please forgive me, my lord. This subordinate spoke too much. Uchiha Tunan quietly looked at Jean, who kept bowing. Only then did Uchiha Tunan turn around and continue to trim the flowers and plants. He said indifferently, It's good that you know your wrongs. After all, you have followed me for a period of time. I am a person who cherishes the old. This time, I will spare your life. Jean, who originally had a face full of despair, instantly turned to joy. He said gratefully, Thank you, my lord. Uchiha Tunan placed the scissors in front of him and gently wiped off the grass on the scissors. Then he threw the scissors in front of Jean and looked down at Jean on the ground. Come, teach yourself a lesson. Jean swallowed a mouthful of saliva and glanced at Uchiha Tunan. He knew how terrifying this person's temper was. Thus, without saying anything to beg for mercy, he picked up the scissors with a trembling hand. The 4 fingers on his left hand were bent, and only a small finger was protruding. Then he closed his eyes, hardened his heart, and gritted his teeth. Jean snorted. A little finger landed on the ground. Bright red blood continuously flowed out of Jin's hand. It looked very bloody. A huge pain came from his hand, but Jean resisted the pain and did not dare to make a sound. He only tightened his grip on the wound. His face was already sweating, and his veins were gradually bulging. Uchiha Tunan glanced sideways and said, Almost. Jean gritted his teeth and nodded. He endured the pain and extended his ring finger again. That's why I have to know where I am at all times. Don't get carried away just because of a small contribution. You only need to follow my instructions. Uchiha Tunan shook his head and pulled down a daisy from the flowers. He placed it in front of his nose and sniffed, his face full of intoxication. Go and bandage it. Remember to disinfect it so that the wound won't be infected. Jean heavily kowtowed and said with a trembling voice, Thank you, sir, for your concern. When we go out, get someone to clean up this place. It's too bloody. Yes. Chapter 86 Cruel Torture. The next morning, Uchiha Tunan changed into Abakira and came to the mansion. Looking at the magnificent mansion, Uchiha Tunan put his hands behind his back and slowly walked in. Mr. Abakira, please follow me. The guards outside the manor had already received the notice and led Uchiha Tunan to the specialized academy in the manor. At this time, the first prince and second prince had yet to arrive. "Sir, please wait here for a moment while drinking tea." Uchiha Tunan sat down, took a sip of tea, and instructed the attendant. "I need a whip, rope, wooden stakes, cold water, candles, and a sword." The attendant was slightly stunned. He did not know what the old man wanted these things for. However, he did not ask much. He only nodded and said, "Okay." Very quickly, the attendant brought these things over and placed the wooden stakes in the courtyard according to the instructions. The other things were placed in the corridor outside the academy. About half an hour later, the eldest prince and the second prince walked into the academy together. Along the way, the second prince played and played. He looked around here and touched it. He had almost no interest in going to school. On the other hand, the eldest prince seemed to be much more sensible. As soon as the second prince entered, he gave a perfunctory smile to Uchiha Tunan, who was sitting with his eyes closed to rest. Then, he casually walked to his seat and sat down. The first prince stood respectfully at the door and bowed to Uchiha Tunan, saying, "Teacher Abe Akira." Uchiha Tunan lightly nodded his head and returned to the courtesy. Only then did the great prince walk to his seat and sit down. At this time, Uchiha Tunan opened his eyes and said unhurriedly, "In the future, I will give a lecture for 3 hours every day and then spend an hour to test you. Now, class begins. Listen carefully." Following that, Uchiha Tunan began to talk non-stop. Below, the first prince listened attentively, occasionally frowning and occasionally nodding slightly. As for the second prince, saliva was already dripping from the corners of his mouth onto the table. Time passed quickly, and the explanation was completed. Uchiha Tunan handed out the 2 test papers, indicating that he could start answering. The great prince picked up his pen and recalled the content that Uchiha Tunan had just told him. He added his own understanding and started writing honestly. The second prince's saliva gradually wet the test paper. An hour later, Uchiha Tunan looked at the dazzling sunlight outside. It was already noon. He stood up and walked between the two of them, putting away the test paper. Perhaps it was because Uchiha Tunan's movements were a bit too loud. The second prince sat up with a blank expression and wiped the liquid from the corner of his mouth. "Is the class over?" Returning to the stage, Uchiha Tunan placed the second prince's white scroll to the side and picked up the first prince's exam paper to read. While reading, he said, "Your Highness, you can go back and rest." Hearing this, the second prince stood up and left the hall. "As for your Highness, you..." Uchiha Tunan's face darkened. He raised the test paper in his hand and frowned. Then, he crumpled the test paper into a ball and smashed it at the great prince. "Look at what you answered. It's bullshit. Even a 3-year-old child answers better than you." The great prince looked at the angry Uchiha Tunan with a dumbfounded expression. He did not understand why his teacher would be so angry. He was clearly very serious about answering the questions, and all the answers were written after careful consideration. However, he had always been honest and paid attention to etiquette. In the face of Uchiha Tunan's attack, he could only stutter, "Master." "I..." Uchiha Tunan took a deep breath, as if he was calming the anger in his heart. Then, he pointed at the wooden stakes in the courtyard outside the academy and said with a serious face, "Take off your shirt and stand with your back against the wooden stake." The great prince hesitated for a moment, then took off his clothes and went to the courtyard, standing with his back against the wooden stake. At this time, Uchiha Tunan picked up the rope and tied the great prince to the pillar. The hard and rough rope was tied to the great prince, making him very uncomfortable. Moreover, Uchiha Tunan was tied up so tightly that he could barely breathe. "Teacher Abe Akira, why did you tie me up?" His Highness the First Prince was completely unable to move, and he suddenly felt a bit apprehensive. Uchiha Tunan immediately picked up the whip and sneered, "If you don't study hard, you will have to suffer some pain." "Pa! Ah! Pa! Save me!" Uchiha Tunan was very heavy-handed. The thick whip lashed back and forth on the body of the great prince, causing him to wish he was dead. Anyone who was whipped like this would be unable to stand it, let alone the pampered great prince. "Your father told me that if you don't study hard, I can punish you all at will." Why? I've at least answered all of them, but why am I the one to be punished for Nahara's white paper? His Highness felt both pain and grievance, feeling that Uchiha Tunan was targeting him. You still dare to talk back? Today, I will teach you what it means to respect your teacher. Pa! After whipping the great prince for half an hour, Uchiha Tunan threw down the whip. Remember, come to the school on time at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. The noon sun was a bit cruel. After the torture just now, the great prince's face was pale and his body was also sweating. The sweat flowed to the wound, which also made him extremely painful. Yes, after the great prince answered, he directly fainted. Uchiha Tunan only glanced at him, came to the courtyard of the hall, reached out his hand to call the attendant, and ordered, "Take the great prince back to rest." In fact, the attendants had already heard the screams of the great prince. But the great master had given the order that they could not enter the academy courtyard without Uchiha Tunan's order. As for the safety of the princes, they did not need to worry about it. After all, there were nurses in secret. Hearing Uchiha Tunan's order, they quickly put down the badly beaten hall and supported them to leave. The next day, at 4 o'clock in the morning, Shinosuke was hidden in the dark, looking at the stars in the sky in boredom. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps entered the ears of Shinosuke. Shinosuke immediately became alert and looked in the direction of the footsteps. He saw Abe Akira. Is this teacher of His Highness, Mr. Abe Akira? Thinking of the special instructions given to everyone in the mansion before, Shinosuke did not show up. Uchiha Tunan went straight to the residence of His Highness and kicked the door open. His Highness, who was sleeping soundly, was so shocked that he rolled under the bed and his head was dizzy. Do you know what time it is now? Disobeying your master's orders, you should be punished. Uchiha Tunan grabbed the great prince who was only wearing underpants and dragged him all the way to the small courtyard outside the school. Then, he skillfully tied the great prince to the wooden stake. If you like to sleep in, you can sleep here. After saying this, Uchiha Tunan picked up the bucket and poured a bucket of cold water on the body of the prince. Yesterday, His Highness had already been tortured by Uchiha Tunan, and now, he was drenched by this bucket of water. No one would be able to stand it. His Highness trembled from the rain and instantly woke up. Looking at the white-haired old man in front of him, his lips could not help but tremble. At the same time, Uchiha Tunan took a sword and candle from the corner of the corridor and inserted the sword and scabbard into the soil. If you want to resist me, then kill me with this sword. But right now, you don't even have the qualifications to reach out and take the sword. After saying that, Uchiha Tunan lit the candle in his hand and slowly walked towards the hall. The eyes of the hall master suddenly shrank. His face was filled with fear as he struggled frantically. Let me go. I won't learn anymore. I won't learn anymore. Chapter 87 Method to Become a Dragon, Mr. Abe Akira. Suddenly, the figure of the famous figure appeared not far away. Uchiha Tunan clearly felt that there were several eyes watching him in the dark. When the great prince saw the great master coming, his eyes burst with hope, crying and shouting, "Father, save me." Uchiha Tunan placed the candle on the ground and walked towards the name. Your Highness, please come over for a chat. The great master nodded and left the school with Uchiha Tunan, walking into the back garden of the famous mansion. The great master said with a worried face, Mr. Abe Akira, wouldn't this be too cruel to Naruto? After all, this was the person who would inherit his position in the future. Although he believed in this Mr. Abe Akira's ability, he was still his own son, so he would feel a bit distressed. Moreover, this Mr. Abe Akira's way of teaching was really a bit hard to accept. Uchiha Tunan stopped in his tracks and said lightly, Your distinguished Highness, there is something I don't know if I should say. The great master looked at Uchiha Tunan and nodded, Mr. Abe Akira, just say it. Uchiha Tunan put his hands behind his back and said in a low voice, I don't take charge of the soldiers, I don't take charge of the wealth, I don't care about the feelings, I don't take up the position of official, I don't take care of others. Otherwise, even if he sat in a high position, he could easily become the puppet of others. Can't break, can't stand. Great Master was stunned and stood rooted to the ground, as if he was considering what he had just said. Uchiha Tunan bowed to Great Master and said, That's all. If your Highness truly can't be ruthless, then I will go and untie your highness now." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the classroom. "Wait. Mr. Abe Akira, you should teach Naruto according to your method. If there is anything you need me to cooperate with, just say it." When Uchiha Tunan heard this, he smiled slightly and said, "Great Master, what you have to do is to ignore and not see him. Even if His Highness wants to cry to you, you have to endure and not see him." "No problem." The Great Master also knew that now was not the time to be soft-hearted. He wanted to completely control the Fire Country, not like now, who relied on Konoha for everything. That's why he believed in this method. Uchiha Tunan thought for a moment and whispered, "In addition, there is one thing that your highness needs to do. This will be more beneficial for your highness to inherit the great system in the future." The Great Master said with a puzzled expression, "What is it?" "You should pay more attention to His Highness on weekdays. Bring him along at any time, and it would be best to take him out for a walk. Moreover, in front of outsiders, don't say that he is wrong. If you can praise him, just praise him. You must give him enough face." "Why is this?" "Your Highness has already decided to pass on the most distinguished things to His Highness. Now, you can only compensate His Highness from other aspects. His Highness is your heir, so His Highness is purely your child. You should give him enough fatherly love. Otherwise, if His Highness has resentment in his heart, I'm afraid that after His Highness ascends to the throne, the two of them may be in the same room. As long as your Highness does as this old man says, even if His Highness still harbors resentment in the future, his will has already been corroded and sunk. For the rest of his life, he can only be an idle vassal. He won't be able to do anything major." Great Master nodded in realization and said, "Mr. Abe Akira is right. Mr. Abe Akira, please let go of your hands and feet. You can teach as much as you want." Then, the two of them continued to chat, and their names became more and more in agreement with Uchiha Tunan's education philosophy. They worked hard to cooperate with his education plan. When the sky was already bright, Uchiha Tunan returned to the academy courtyard alone. The great prince, who was tied to a wooden stake, stretched his head with great effort, wanting to see if his father would seek justice for him. However, he did not find him, and his heart instantly sank. Looking at the approaching Uchiha Tunan with a cold face, he was very afraid, but he could not move. He could only ask timidly, "Where is father?" "Humph." Uchiha Tunan snorted coldly. Half of the candle on the ground had already been burned, and the wax water on it was already full. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he picked up the candle and dripped it on the body of the great prince. "Ah!" The hot wax water stuck to his body, making the great prince begin to cry out in grief. The corner of Uchiha Tunan's mouth was slightly outlined. It seems that the parents of the ninja realm are even more confused about their son becoming a dragon. They can even endure this. The gap between Konoha and this place is bigger than I imagined. On the other side of the academy wall, due to the great master's reluctance, he hid to eavesdrop. Hearing such a scream, he closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Then, he gritted his teeth and turned to leave. At the same time, Uchiha Tunan clearly felt that the surveillance in the dark had completely disappeared. Presumably, the famous nurse was also wary of this method, and they were worried that they would hear the contents of Uchiha Tunan's class. Not long later, the sleepy second prince staggered into the small courtyard of the academy. As soon as he entered, he was immediately frightened by the scene in front of him. Seeing that Uchiha Tunan was looking at him, the second prince stammered, "Teacher Abe Akira. Am I late?" However, to his surprise, Uchiha Tunan nodded with a smile on his face and said, "Your Highness is just right. Go in and sit down first. This old man will come in to give a lecture later." He thought that he should also be tortured, but he didn't. His Highness was a little in disbelief. He swallowed his saliva guiltily, lowered his head, and quickly walked into the classroom. At this time, Uchiha Tunan untied the rope for the great prince. He saw that the great prince had just been untied, and then he knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. The great prince, who was just about to take the opportunity to breathe a sigh of relief, was drenched by a basin of cold water, and felt that his body was particularly cold. Uchiha Tunan, however, was cold-blooded and ruthless. He shouted coldly, "Why are you rolling in for class?" A trace of resentment and fear flashed through the great prince's eyes, but he did not dare to make a sound. He scrambled into the classroom. Uchiha Tunan came to the platform and said to the restless second prince, "If the second prince does not sleep well, he can lie down and rest for a while. He needs to combine his work and rest to study." The second prince cast a glance at the heavily injured prince beside him and shook his head like a rattle drum. "No need, I'm very energetic." He was afraid that this old man would also abuse him, so he felt that it was better for him to be obedient. Uchiha Tunan smiled and nodded. Then, he looked at the first prince with a cold gaze and said, "Your Highness, please concentrate on listening. These content will be tested later. If you still make me dissatisfied, there will be a lot of physical pain." His Highness had been tormented until now, and the injuries on his body made him feel unbearable pain, but he still forced himself to reply, "Yes. This guy's physique is much better than I thought." Uchiha Tunan's eyes narrowed slightly, then he began to speak. The strategy of moving unhindered is also called the strategy of attacking the heart. There are 3 hearts: the king's heart, the minister's heart, and the people's heart. To put it bluntly, a country accepts 3 forces: rulers, nobles, people. What a country wants to do requires the support of at least 2 forces. If you want to secretly control a country, you have to control the will of these 3 forces. The next step was to deduce that the power was composed of many people. And people had a common bad habit, and that was selfishness. So, to control their will with benefits. Time passed, and it was close to noon. "Time is up, hand in the papers," Uchiha Tunan said coldly. His Highness trembled and handed the papers to Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan looked at it and then shouted, "What nonsense are you writing? Don't tell me you only know how to memorize things in class and don't have any insights of your own? You are not allowed to eat at noon. Stand in the courtyard until 6 o'clock. Don't think that you can sneak away. The surroundings are my eyes and ears." His Highness the eldest prince was already exhausted. When he heard this, he felt even more dizzy. His body swayed slightly twice, but he still forced himself to stand. He nodded numbly and said, "Yes." After he finished speaking, his feet seemed to be tied with 1,000 jean of iron as he walked step by step towards the courtyard. Uchiha Tunan did not bother about the second prince who was still sleeping. He looked deeply at the second prince with his hands behind his back and then left the famous mansion. To be honest, Uchiha Tunan did not expect the first prince to be so tolerant. The other party had been spoiled since childhood. Facing such a brutal method of education, he could actually endure until now without collapsing. However, the more he could endure, the more his emotions accumulated. To a certain extent, the more vicious he would be when he exploded. After a while, an attendant hurried to the small courtyard of the academy. As soon as he entered, he saw the great prince who was being punished. He immediately lowered his head and turned a deaf ear, walking straight into the academy. Second Highness, wake up." The servant shook the second prince, who was lying on the table, awake. "Class is over." "It's so fast." The second prince wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and stretched. Obviously, for him, after discovering that Uchiha Tunan really did not care about him, class was simply top-notch hypnosis. The attendant respectfully said, "Second prince, the Lord wants to see you." The second prince heard this and instantly woke up. "It's over. That old guy must have complained to father. If he didn't study hard, he would have to suffer another round of punishment." Just like that, the second prince followed the attendant to the famous residence with a heart full of apprehension. As soon as he entered, the second prince's eyes drifted and he did not dare to look directly at the great master. He was already prepared to be punished. However, what surprised him was that the name was not as loud as he imagined. Instead, he waved at the second prince with a kind face and said, "Naira, how have you been studying recently?" The second prince sat down next to the famous man and carefully replied, "It's good, it's good." Great Master smiled warmly and said, "Let's eat together. In the future, come to me every day after class. If you want to eat anything, just tell father." "Ah. Okay," the second prince was completely confused. Eat more. The great master considerately placed food into the second prince's bowl. The second prince was very unaccustomed to the strange behavior of the great master. He even changed from his usual self and became much more reserved. He honestly replied, "Thank you, father." Chapter 88 Seeds of Doubt. Several days later, at 3:20 a.m. The night was dim, and many people in the mansion were still dreaming. Uchiha Tunan broke the silence and rushed into the room of the hall again, dragging him to the courtyard of the school. Pa, pa, pa. The sound of the whip continuously rang out. "Spare me!" His Highness continuously cried out in grief, wishing he could die immediately. It was obvious that this Master Abe Akira had always been targeting him. At first, he said it was 4 in the morning. However, he would always rush in a little earlier every time he opened his eyes. In the past few days, he had not had a good night's sleep. The old injuries on his body had not yet healed, and new torment followed. Every day, he tossed and turned in bed. It was so painful that he could not fall asleep. He could only barely fall asleep in the early hours of the morning. Before he could sleep for long, he would be pulled out and beaten again. After all, he was also a flesh and blood body. Whether it was in terms of spirit or body, His Highness the First Prince could no longer endure it. "Lord Father, save me!" His Highness the eldest prince had no other choice but to place his hopes on his father. He could only use the last bit of his strength to shout, but it was useless. At this time, his great name was standing outside the courtyard wall. When he heard the sounds of whipping and screams coming from the courtyard, his face was full of unwillingness. A nurse couldn't stand it anymore and came to his side from the dark. "Your Highness, Mr. Abe Akira abused Your Highness like this. I'm afraid Your Highness' body won't be able to take it. Do you really not care about it?" Great Master was slightly moved. The one who was beaten was his own son. How could he not feel distressed? But he shook his head hard, and the words that Uchiha Tunan had told him before kept replaying in his mind. "Pa! A jade without a cut is useless." Uchiha Tunan's deep voice came from the courtyard, pulling his name back to reality. "Old dog! When I ascend the throne, I will definitely kill you." The great prince could no longer endure the torment he had endured these past few days. His heart was filled with hatred for Uchiha Tunan. The great prince glared at Uchiha Tunan. There were many red veins in his eyes, and the veins on his forehead were bulging because he had used too much strength. "All right, this old man will wait for that day." Uchiha Tunan seemed to be dismissive of his words. "Pa!" The great dragon descended from the heavens. "Pa! You must first put your mind into suffering. Pa! Exert his muscles and bones. Pa! Empty and empty." These words were not only said to the great prince, but also to the great master outside the wall. Half an hour later, the great prince lowered his head and narrowed his eyes. The scene in front of him seemed to be blurred, and the consciousness in his mind was quickly diluted by the pain. Uchiha Tunan once again raised the cold water and splashed it on the great prince, waking him up. "Speak, what did I say yesterday?" The great prince took a few deep breaths and said weakly, "The strategy of leveling up, heavy punishment in troubled times." Listening to the great prince talking about the strategy of leveling up in the yard, the corners of his eyes were slightly wet. He sighed and thought, "Good, very good. Naruto, I have troubled you. I hope you can get rid of the suppression of Konoha. Becoming true emperor." Thinking about it, the great master couldn't bear to listen any longer, gritted his teeth and turned to leave. In the courtyard, after His Highness finished speaking, Uchiha Tunan let go of the rope that bound the prince. The prince fell to the ground with sweat dripping from his head. His clothes were also stained with blood. But he still forced himself to stand up. Seeing this, Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes and thought, how could he still stand up like this? If this physique was trained from a young age, he would probably become an outstanding ninja. "Very good, come with me." The two of them came to the classroom. The great prince sat on his seat and stared at Uchiha Tunan with lifeless eyes. Uchiha Tunan came to the other side of the hall and knelt down. After pondering for a moment, he slowly said, Do you know why I treat you and the second prince so differently? The first prince gently shook his head. He had been tortured for so many days, and he did not know why. He had clearly learned very hard and very seriously. Because you are much better than His Highness the second prince. You are the most suitable person to be emperor. When His Highness heard the words of inheritance, his back unconsciously straightened up a little. Uchiha Tunan glanced at him and suddenly sighed. Unfortunately, your father does not think like this. As soon as he finished speaking, the great prince's eyes were like daggers as they flew towards Uchiha Tunan. He looked straight at him and said, "What do you mean?" Uchiha Tunan stroked his beard and said lightly, "I have my own chi observation technique. Everything in the world has chi. As for you, there is a strand of myrtle chi between your brows." Myrtle chi? His Highness was slightly stunned and waited for the other to continue. Uchiha Tunan nodded and said, "Ziwei is the most central star in the starry sky, surrounded by stars. The old man calls it the Emperor Star. If you can become emperor, you might be able to sweep through the world, unify all 6 directions, and rule the world. But unfortunately, His Highness prefers His Highness second prince and wants to pass his position to him." Hearing this, His Highness lowered his head and was silent for a moment. He slowly shook his head and said, "I don't believe it." Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was much stronger than his second brother, who only knew how to eat, drink, and play. He did not think that his always wise father would be so muddle-headed. The corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth curled up slightly, and he said unhurriedly, "Haven't you noticed? No matter what His Highness the second prince does, His Highness the Great Master will not punish him severely. It is enough to show His Highness the Great Master Prince's love for His Highness the second prince. Why is this old man so cruel to you that His Highness does not stand up for you? Don't you find it strange that this old man doesn't dare to treat the second prince like this? Because this old man knows that once the second prince is touched, this old man's head will be lost tomorrow." When the first prince heard this, his heart was suddenly shocked. He thought carefully for a moment. He discovered that what Uchiha Tunan said seemed to be true. These days, he had been injured like this, but father still did not care about him. Moreover, he had heard from his attendants that his second brother would go to father after class every day. Father would bring him along whether it was eating or handling political affairs. Wasn't this same as handing over work? His eyes were immediately filled with panic. He shook his head repeatedly and said, "Impossible. Impossible." Seeing that His Highness had lost his sense of propriety, Uchiha Tunan knew that the fish had already bitten the hook and said in a tempting tone, "There is still a chance now. This old man appreciates you and is willing to teach you everything he has learned. Do you still remember the strategy that this old man taught you before?" The eldest prince nodded slightly and said, "I remember. Actually, the strategy of moving unhindered can control many great things." There was a flash of light in the great prince's eyes as he muttered, "The heart of the king, the heart of a minister, the hearts of the people. Ruler, the nobility, the people. As long as I can obtain the support of 2 of the forces, I will definitely be able to ascend to the throne." Uchiha Tunan nodded with appreciation and said, "Yes, this is called the general trend." However, the next moment, the eyes of the great prince focused and said firmly, "No, you are lying to me. This guy looks honest, but in fact, he is not so easy to deceive. However, the seed of doubt has been planted, and we just need to wait for it to slowly sprout. Whether I am lying to you or not, you will know in a while. His Highness is not far from abdicating, and the partiality he has been hiding has been clear. In the future, I will spend an hour to teach you different things every day. Listen well, the thing I want to teach you is called the Emperor Heart Technique." After saying this, Uchiha Tunan's expression became serious, and he slowly explained in an ancient tone. "Might and prestige are everywhere. The 4 C's call you an official, and you become an emperor. At night, in the northern city's guard manor." Uchiha Tunan was wearing a sleeping robe and sitting in front of the desk, reading a book titled Economic Theory. "Come in." Uchiha Tunan sensed the people outside the house through his perception, but his eyes never left the book in his hand. Jin carefully came to Uchiha Tunan's side, bowed his head and said, "My lord, the things you instructed have been done. All the black casinos, black prostitutes, smuggling dens, and gangs in the jurisdiction area have been controlled by our people. Uchiha Tunan nodded. While reading the book, he picked up his teacup and took a sip. They didn't notice? They did, but this subordinate has already ordered the city guards to accept their filial piety. Well done. Gather the troops now. I want to uproot them. Yes. Uchiha Tunan knew that he wouldn't be staying in Fire Capital for too long. He had to take advantage of the time before he left to get a piece of it. What reason did he have to refuse to accept fame and fortune? His current plan had always been very smooth. As long as nothing went wrong, he could obtain a large amount of wealth and even secretly control the power of a country. Moreover, he could also conveniently get rid of Shinosuke as well as Asuma, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Don't you like to play tricks to take advantage of others? Then I'll play with you. Let's see who can play with who. Chapter 89 Hidden Dragon. That night, Uchiha Tunan led a group of North City Guards members and wiped out all the underground organizations, big and small, in the area outside the North City. In order to obtain a large amount of money in a short period of time, Uchiha Tunan had no choice but to play dirty. Uchiha Tunan roughly estimated that he had gained close to 300 million yuan worth of assets this time. The next morning, the streets outside the North City Guard residence were filled with members of the underground organization. Uchiha Tunan's shadow clone once again gave an impassioned speech. He criticized the crimes of these prisoners, and even added oil to some parts of them. There was no need to mention the big crimes. The small crimes would be described in detail, and then polished. In any case, it would be difficult for the surrounding people to calm down when they heard it. Regardless of whether these people should die or not according to the laws of the Fire Nation, they were all slaughtered by Uchiha Tunan. It was impossible not to kill them. Their wealth had been secretly taken away by Uchiha Tunan. If they were judged according to the rules, these properties would be confiscated. Many commoners witnessed this scene. Over the years, they had more or less been exploited and bullied by these underground organizations. Now that they had finally been brought to justice, they naturally applauded to celebrate. In an instant, Uchiha Tunan's reputation resounded throughout the entire Fire Capital, and no one was unaware of it. He gained a lot of recognition on the spot. Now that Uchiha Tunan's wealth had accumulated to nearly 600 million, a small goal for coming to Fire Capital was considered complete. After that, for some time, every morning, Uchiha Tunan went to attend classes for the two princes. Great Master also listened to Uchiha Tunan's suggestion and brought the second prince with him at any time, caring about him and letting him play around. After a long time, this situation fell into the eyes of some people. Very quickly, the entire famous mansion and even the influential and powerful were secretly discussing this situation. Recently, the Lord has been so good to the second prince. Why do I feel that the Lord has a tendency to pass on the throne to the second prince? No way. Let's not talk about the tradition. In terms of character, His Highness Second Prince is several streets behind His Highness First Prince. But you have not discovered one important point. Although His Highness is calm, he looks a little stiff. Although His Highness has a loose temperament, he is better at having his own opinions and daring to break the rules. He is more clever and skilled. Speaking of which, it seems that I haven't seen Your Highness for a long time. Your Highness seems to have had a big problem with his studies. Oh? What do you mean? In this daily life, His Highness was focused on learning and studying. In their eyes, they were all rare outstanding talents, and there was no possibility that there would be a big problem. I heard from the attendants of the famous estate that His Highness would be whipped by Mr. Abe Akira almost every day because of his studies. How could Mr. Abe Akira treat His Highness like this? That's not right. Then why is His Highness Second Prince fine? That's why I feel that His Highness Second Prince is actually even more intelligent than His Highness First Prince. Didn't you notice? Has the Second Prince restrained his temper a lot recently? People always grow up. Otherwise, there is no reason for Mr. Abe Akira to only teach the First Prince a lesson. I think there is another possibility. The Second Prince has always been hiding his strength. This level of tolerance is amazing. For so many years, everyone saw the hard work and study of the First Prince. They also believed that the first prince would definitely inherit the position of the first prince. Therefore, many direct descendants stood on the side of the first prince and paved the way for him. This is so that when His Highness inherits the throne, he can be placed in an important position. But now that His Highness the second prince suddenly gained power, many people began to gradually become closer to His Highness the second prince. That evening, His Highness the first prince, who had just finished applying medicine, was receiving a trusted subordinate of the direct line of descent. During this period of time, His Highness the first prince did not have much time to go out, and he had even less time to rest. Thus, he could only inquire about the situation outside from others. This trusted aide also told the eldest prince about the recent situation and everyone's guesses. After the eldest prince heard this, he expressionlessly said, "I understand. You could leave first." "Your Highness, then I will take my leave." First. After the trusted aide left, the great hall sat alone on a chair. The great hall now seemed very empty. Suddenly, a malevolent expression appeared on the great hall's face. He suddenly kicked the table to the ground. Then, he continuously gasped for breath. His eyes were filled with madness as he muttered. So what teacher Abe Akira said was true. He had always been skeptical of Uchiha Tunan's words, because he had never been willing to believe that his father, who had thought so highly of him before, would one day abandon him. I clearly did nothing wrong, so why? His Highness sat alone in the hall until late at night. At 3 o'clock in the morning, His Highness slowly got up and went to the classroom alone to wait for Uchiha Tunan. At 5, Uchiha Tunan stepped into the classroom and saw the day's first prince. The first prince's lips were pale and his face was numb. He looked up at Uchiha Tunan and said, "Teacher Abe Akira, did I know too late?" Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Why do you say that?" A trace of madness appeared in the great prince's eyes. He said in a calm tone, "Lord Father's transformation is too fast, and I always thought that my performance was much better than that of Naira. But even so, he still chose Naira. I reckon that in the remaining time, no matter what I do, I won't be able to make him change his mind." Uchiha Tunan took the opportunity to nod. "You finally saw it clearly." A crazed smile appeared on the corners of His Highness' mouth as he said in a daze, "My identity is special. I have always needed my father's permission to leave the manor. It is almost impossible to win the hearts of the people." "Yes." Uchiha Tunan nodded. His Highness continued, "Those officials seem to be loyal, but they are actually people who act according to the situation. I reckon that other than the few direct descendants that followed me, the others should have already joined the Naira Empire. If I had known earlier, I would have thought of a way to hold them back. Unfortunately, I missed the opportunity." Thinking about how they had flattered him before, the great prince's face became even more ferocious. His eyes widened, and he gnashed his teeth. "I have never felt how important this position is. Because it seems that since I was born, this position was prepared for me. Everyone said that the future name must be me. As long as I study hard, I will definitely be able to obtain the favor of Father. But now, when all of this left me, only then did I know how important this position was to me." Suddenly, His Highness knelt down in front of Uchiha Tunan, crawled forward a few times, hugged Uchiha Tunan's thigh and said, "Teacher, teach me. As long as you can let me take back my position, I will give you whatever you want. Power, wealth, women, you can split the earth and become independent." Uchiha Tunan had a calm face, but he was secretly laughing in his heart. Everything was in his control. He stared at the great prince and said in an inexplicable tone, "This old man also does not have any good methods. However, there is always a chance for survival. It is just that it requires a certain price. I wonder if you can bear it." When the eldest prince heard this, an indescribable look of hope appeared in his eyes. He nodded repeatedly and said, "As long as I can regain my position, I can bear any price." Uchiha Tunan pretended to think, as if he was struggling in his heart. He reached out and patted the shoulder of the great prince, saying coldly, "Hidden dragon frighten 1,000 mountains move. Dare to call the sun and moon to change the new sky." Uchiha Tunan pulled his leg out of the great prince's embrace. Then, He took out a small scroll from his pocket and placed a few pieces of chakra test paper in front of the great prince. I have taught you everything I can during this period of time. I will give you a break. Think about how you should go in the future. This thing is for you. Perhaps it can help you. After saying this, Uchiha Tunan ignored the expression of the great prince and turned to leave. In the classroom, only the great prince was left muttering softly. Hidden Dragon Frightened 1,000 Mountains Move. Chapter 90 Letters. Uchiha Tunan walked out of the small courtyard of the academy. When he passed by the back garden, he coincidentally met the great master that was prepared to eavesdrop. He immediately bowed and said, "Your Highness." When the great master saw him, he said with an embarrassed expression, "Mr. Abakir, how has Naruto been recently?" Uchiha Tunan smiled faintly and said, "His Highness is very talented and has already taken on the appearance of a lord. It's just that His Highness has received too much knowledge in this period of time and needs to digest it. So I plan to give His Highness a few days off." Great Master was overjoyed. His eldest son had suffered for so many days and could finally go on vacation. He quickly said, "I don't know if there is anything I need to do. Do you need me to comfort Naruto?" He had always wanted to find a chance to care about His Highness. "I keep feeling that after not caring about this eldest son for so long, his eldest son has distanced himself a lot from me." Uchiha Tunan pondered for a moment and said, "You should not meet your Highness First Prince for the time being. There are some difficulties that he needs to overcome himself. Your Highness only needs to continue caring for your Highness the Second Prince. At the same time, order people to secretly guard your Highness' residence. Do not let too many people disturb your Highness First Prince to study. Now is the best time for His Highness to transform." Great Master paused for a moment, but still cooperated. All right, then I'll send Mr. Abakira off." That afternoon, His Highness First Prince, who had just finished using the scroll paper, opened the curtains and glanced at the figure walking back and forth at the entrance of the courtyard. This kind of guard was tight and strict, as if it trapped a person in a cage, making him unable to breathe. His eyes immediately turned cold, and he put down the curtain and sat back down on his seat. He muttered, "Hee. Father has already started to be wary of me. What you are doing really makes me feel cold." Then he lowered his head and looked at the fragments in his palm. Earth Attribute Chakra. Although he was a bit hesitant, in the end, he still took a deep breath and opened the scroll. He saw that the scroll recorded 5 kinds of C-grade ninjutsu, which belonged to the 5 attributes. Several days later, late at night, His Highness the First Prince pushed open the door and said softly to the outside, "Senior, are you there?" As soon as he finished speaking, Shinosuke instantly appeared in front of His Highness the First Prince. "What orders does your Highness have?" His Highness beckoned to Shinosuke and said, "Come in and talk." When the two of them entered the room, His Highness took a deep breath and looked at Shinosuke. He said in a low voice, "Shinosuke should have heard of the recent news, right?" Shinosuke nodded, also knowing that he was asking about the rumors of inheritance. The great prince said with a sincere face, "Shinosuke, rest assured. If I can become famous, I will definitely support you becoming the Hokage." "Thank you, your Highness." Shinosuke nodded absent-mindedly. It was obvious that he had heard the latest news and felt that he had placed the wrong bet. His Highness had been looking at Shinosuke the entire time. This kind of subtle expression could not escape his eyes. When he thought about how the new help was so close to him, he felt even more uncomfortable. However, he still had a kind expression on his face. He took out 4 envelopes and handed them to Shinosuke. "I have 4 letters here. I asked Shinosuke to go and help me give them to the 4 lords of Konoha." Shinosuke frowned and said, "Your Highness wants to." He considered and wanted to refuse. His Highness had no other choice. He still needed help, so he could only force a smile and say, "Although the current situation is very unfavorable to me, I still want to fight for it. When the time comes, before Father makes a decision, we must ask for their opinion. I hope that the 4 lords of Konoha can help me." The great prince tried to persuade the new help. After all, apart from the new help, he could not find anyone else. Shinosuke quickly shook his head and said, "Your Highness, the village cannot interfere in this kind of thing. What's more, if I leave, who will protect His Highness at night? His Highness pointed outside the door and said, "Do you think I'm not safe enough?" Shinnosuke felt that His Highness was a bit aggressive. After hesitating for a moment, he thought of a way to not touch the pot and said hesitantly, "All right, but you owe me big time." As soon as he finished speaking, the smile on the great prince's face could no longer be maintained. He took a step towards Shinnosuke and immediately said coldly, "Teacher Abe Akira once said that adding flowers to a brocade is better than sending charcoal in the snow. I will remember the people who helped me at this time for a lifetime. I will always remember the people who throw stones at me when I am down. Some things have not reached the end, and no one knows the outcome. Have you ever thought that you rejected me today? What will I do if I become famous? Although I don't have much say in the elections. But if I support a person, I can let that person take the funds I gave to them and smash them. How many ninjas do you think can resist? Besides, you have already been tied to the same boat as me. If you want to get off the boat now, that's fine. Do you think that Naira will let you get on his boat?" Shinnosuke was startled awake by the first prince's words and immediately said in a low voice, "Your Highness, I promise to complete this task and will not tell anyone else." The first prince narrowed his eyes and the coldness on his face instantly dissipated, returning to a hearty smile. "I believe you. I will wait for you to come back. I will put down my face and persuade Niyuin to give you a guarantee. I guarantee that if he becomes famous, he will support you as the Hokage." The words of the eldest prince undoubtedly gave Shinnosuke a guarantee, and it also made his heart feel a bit more comforted. Shinnosuke immediately put away the 4 letters and said gratefully, "Thank you for your advice, Your Highness. I will go to Konoha right now." After Shinnosuke, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. His eyes became cold and deep, and his cold shadow was reflected in the room. The current His Highness became a lot stranger. "Father, you forced me to do this." Uchiha Tunan was secretly observing the movements outside the mansion. Naturally, he noticed Sarutobi Shinnosuke who had left the mansion. What the hell is His Highness doing? Uchiha Tunan's original plan was to use all sorts of coincidences to cause His Highness to misunderstand his father, causing him to feel resentment and think of a way to kill His Highness. Then, as His Highness' guardian nurse, Shinnosuke would definitely be implicated. When the time came, he would use the water army to publicize it and casually make up a few reasonable rumors, pushing them to the forefront. One of the rumors had already been thought of. Shinnosuke had colluded with His Highness to make His Highness support him to become the Hokage. Now that he found out that His Highness the First Prince might not be able to make a name for himself, the Second Prince definitely did not trust him. He could only instigate His Highness to kill his father in secret and force His Highness to ascend the throne. This way, Shinnosuke would basically be exposed, and Hiruzen Sarutobi would not be able to keep it. When the entire fire capital fell into chaos, he could casually dispose of Asuma and shift the blame to whoever he wanted. Originally, the plan was flawless, but now it was a bit out of his mind. And the reason why he chose the Great Prince instead of the Second Prince was mainly because the Second Prince was obviously a person who could not be supported by mud. Although the Great Prince was stiff and honest, Uchiha Tunan knew that an honest person had a stubborn personality. Once he exploded, he was much more ruthless than ordinary people. 3 days later, in the Hokage's office. As Hiruzen Sarutobi listened to Shinnosuke repeat the words of His Highness, he looked at the contents of the letter and said, "If His Highness can really give a guarantee, that would be a good thing." For Hiruzen Sarutobi, it did not matter who made a name for himself, as long as he could help Shinnosuke. Shinnosuke nodded, then asked curiously, "Father, what did the letter say?" "What else can I say? I just hope that when the time comes, I can help him and put in a good word for him. Go and hand the other 3 letters to the consultant and Danzo. You should go back early too." Root headquarters. Danzo sat in his seat and looked at the letter sent by Shinnosuke. Gradually, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he immediately said in a deep voice, "Sure, hey. Lord Danzo, please instruct me. Go and call Akimichi Matsutake and Yamamoto Ichimura." Soon, Akimichi Matsutake and Yamamoto Ichimura, 2 root members, arrived in front of Danzo. Danzo said in a low voice, "The 2 of you will head to the fire capital now. Wait for His Highness' orders in secret outside the Great Master Palace. When you see the colorful fireworks rise from the famous mansion, go see him. When the time comes, you have to listen to his orders. Yes. The letter His Highness the Eldest Prince sent to Danzo did not mention that his position was not secure. Instead, he said that after he intended to inherit his name, he supported Danzo to become the next Hokage. He also told him that he was short of powerful subordinates, but other than Shinosuke, other ninjas could not enter the famous mansion at will. So he let Danzo place him outside the famous mansion, and when he needed it, he would release the signal to shake people. In order to build a good relationship with this future famous person, Danzo naturally would not be stingy with just 2 tools, and expressed that he would fully support His Highness. Chapter 91 It has begun. From this point onwards, Great Master will now be translated as Daimyo. I'm sorry for the confusions caused by this change. A few days later, Shinosuke finally completed the task and rushed back to the fire capital from Konoha. The first thing he did when he returned was to rush to the residence of His Highness. Eldest Prince, I have already delivered the letter. The eldest prince nodded and said with a gentle face, It's been hard on you. Go and ask the attendant to inform Naira and ask him to come to me. I should also fulfill the promise I made to you. When Shinosuke heard this, he was happy in his heart. Thank you, Your Highness. Not long later, the second prince walked with 8 steps and arrived at the residence of the first prince in high spirits. Recently, his experiences had been too fantastic. Every day, many people came to his residence to flatter him. Moreover, his father had treated him very well these past few days. He would listen to everything he said. Thus, the second prince also felt that his father was preparing to give him his eldest name. When he thought about it, His Highness the eldest prince had always shown his intelligence. He had been hypocritical and diligent all day, and many people had been partial to him, allowing him to live under his shadow. Thus, he had never had a good impression of this older brother who had always suppressed him. Now that the situation had reversed, he naturally had to properly vent his anger. The second prince sat down with his head held high as soon as he entered the room. He did not have a good expression as he said, Naraku, why are you looking for me? When the first prince heard this, the anger in his heart immediately rose. When had this good-for-nothing younger brother of his been able to suppress him by a level and actually dared to call his name? If he really became famous, wouldn't the first thing he would do to rise to the top be to get rid of him? Even His Highness did not realize that the way he was thinking was very different from before. Although he was angry in his heart, His Highness knew that he could not show it. His Highness took a deep breath in his heart and quickly stabilized his emotions. With a humble smile on his face, he said, Naira, it's like this. Shinosuke has protected me for so long, and I know him well. He is an upright and outstanding ninja, very suitable to be the next Hokage. The second prince raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, Why are you telling me all this? I don't know him. As expected, he was a good-for-nothing who didn't know anything. The first prince rose slightly and personally brewed tea for the second prince as he said, I have been stupid since I was young. I am not as smart as you. In the future, this position will probably be yours. I have a good relationship with Shinosuke. This time, I want to ask you to write a guarantee. I promise to be able to support him in the elections. This is my first time begging you as an older brother. After saying this, he reached out with both hands and pushed the teacup in front of the second prince. The second prince immediately felt particularly comfortable with the first prince's humble attitude. Even the hostility he had towards the first prince had lessened eldestly. He lifted the teacup and blew on it, saying, All right, isn't it just the position of the village chief? I agree. After saying that, he took a sip of tea, but his mouth was scalded. At this time, the eldest prince got up and took a pen and paper from the study and placed them in front of the second prince. Naira, as an eldest name in the future, I believe that you will definitely keep your word. But establishing a written agreement will allow the new help to be at ease and pledge loyalty to you in the future. I presume that you won't care about this trivial matter. His Highness the eldest prince had already grasped his second highness temperament. As long as others flattered him and made him a high hat, then he would climb up along the way. When the second prince heard these words, he was so happy in his heart, so he nodded and agreed. He coughed lightly, adjusted his collar, picked up a pen, and began to write a letter of guarantee. After he finished writing, the first prince discreetly pushed the print mud in front of the second prince. The second prince did not think too much about it and directly pressed a handprint on the letter of guarantee. The first prince quickly put away the letter of guarantee as if it was a treasure. When the second prince saw the second prince acting like this, he suddenly felt a little bored. The opponent he had always thought of, in the end, had suddenly surrendered before they even had a chance to fight. It was a waste to think that he was a capable person. He immediately stood up and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Father is still waiting for me to have dinner with him." His Highness hurriedly followed behind the second prince and flattered him humbly, "Naira, I will send you off." After the second prince left, the first prince stared straight at the back of the second prince. The smile on his face became even more stiff. It was unknown how much disgust he felt. He hated. Why was this trash able to be put in an important position, and why was he abandoned here? When the second prince left the courtyard, Shinosuke immediately came to the front of the hall from the shadows, his eyes staring straight at the letter of guarantee in the hands of the second prince. His eyes were full of desire. The first prince noticed his expression and smiled. He handed the letter of guarantee to Shinosuke. Shinosuke took the letter of guarantee and immediately held it in his arms like a treasure. He felt a little touched by the first prince. "First prince. Thank you." The first prince shook his head with a carefree expression and said, "Nothing. I just fulfilled my promise. This guarantee is very important. It's best if you don't bring it with you. Put it in a more secretive place in the manor. Don't lose it." Shinosuke nodded heavily. After Shinosuke left, the eldest prince locked himself in the study alone. As he practiced the hand seals on the scroll, he muttered, "Emperor, an orphan and widow." Sure enough, his teacher was right. In the face of benefits, no one could be trusted. Time passed day by day. Uchiha Tunan had taught these orphans how to extract chakra. He only taught 3 techniques and a few simple seed-level ninjutsu. Of course, the aptitude of these orphans was definitely not comparable to the children of Konoha's school. However, they were more diligent and treasured their hard-won lives. Each and every one of them could not release ninjutsu, but they firmly remembered the method of forming hand seals and the theoretical knowledge. Late at night, Uchiha Tunan was reading a book in the study. Jean quietly stood beside Uchiha Tunan and poured tea for him. During the entire process, he did not dare to breathe. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan's eyes lit up and he stood up abruptly. The next moment, his figure flashed into the courtyard and he looked in the direction of the famous mansion. He saw a colorful firework blooming in the sky above the famous mansion. "Has it started?" Immediately, Uchiha Tunan closed his eyes and immediately increased the range of Wind Whisper's perception and scrupulously enveloping the entire famous mansion. A moment later, Uchiha Tunan opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly outlined. He ordered Jean, who ran out of the study. "Jean, call all the servants in the mansion over." "Yes, sir." Very soon, all the servants in the manor gathered together, waiting for Uchiha Tunan to give the order. They saw Uchiha Tunan sitting on a chair in the study, sheathing his short blade and placing it on the table on the right. He said coldly, "You have helped me with many things during this period of time. But through the secret channels, I discovered that someone had revealed my information." As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Tunan opened his Sharingan to capture the facial expressions of these attendants. These attendants all knelt down one after another, and their faces were full of fear. "Your Excellency is wise. I am loyal to your Excellency, and I absolutely did not reveal this matter." "That's right, my lord. If I tell anyone, I will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." After working in the manor for so long, they knew Uchiha Tunan's character. A traitor would die a terrible death. For a time, these attendants tried their best to prove their innocence, fearing that they would lose their lives. Uchiha Tunan looked at their expressions. Other than cherishing their lives, there was nothing else suspicious about them. Thus, his expression instantly turned gentle and he said apologetically, It seems like it wasn't you guys. I must have made a mistake. When everyone heard this, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. It's good that you didn't say anything. This way, I can be at ease and shut up. With that, Uchiha Tunan grabbed onto the handle of his short blade and disappeared. Puff! In a flash, Uchiha Tunan had already returned to his seat and sat down. And the servants all fell to the ground. Uchiha Tunan picked up the white cloth on the table and gently wiped the blood on the short blade of chakra. A smile appeared on his face, but there was no emotion in his eyes. He raised his eyebrows. It's time to close the net. In the next moment, he split up a shadow clone to deal with the aftermath. Meanwhile, Uchiha Tunan's main body squirmed quickly and changed back to Abakira's appearance. Chapter 92 Framed, at this time, in the study room of the eldest prince. The eldest prince was crying while holding his father's corpse, and there were 2 root ninjas standing beside him. And Shinosuke was forced to the corner of the room by the other 12 guardian, ready to fight. Not long later, a group of ministers heard the news and rushed over. Looking at the daimyo whose breath had been cut off, each and every one of them had an extremely grave expression. One by one, they asked the people in the room, "Who harmed the Lord?" The 11 guardian all looked at Shinosuke, their eyes full of vigilance. When the ministers saw this scene, they looked at each other and felt shocked. Then, it was replaced by resentment. "Shinosuke, do you know what you are doing? Is this your idea or Konoha's?" The finance minister immediately asked. Shinosuke looked serious and said, "I didn't kill him. I was in the hall just now, and His Highness Eldest Prince and His Highness Daimyo were in the study. I rushed in after sensing the chakra fluctuation, and found that His Highness Eldest Prince had already killed His Highness Daimyo with Earth Escape, Earth Thorn. I was just about to catch His Highness Eldest Prince when these 2 Umbus came in." When everyone heard Shinosuke's explanation, they were slightly stunned. Then, they turned their gazes to the eldest prince, who was crying in grief. They saw that the eldest prince's lips were pale, and his face was numb as he slowly raised his head to look at Shinosuke. Was Naira already so impatient? What benefits did he give you to take such a big risk to frame me? Shinosuke frowned and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, your methods are too clumsy. I have no reason to kill your Highness. Instead, it's you. Because His Highness wants to pass the position to His Highness Second Prince, you have a grudge against His Highness." Eldest Prince's eyes were full of grief. He hugged the corpse tightly and tried to suppress his emotions. He said, "How could I bear to kill my biological father?" The minister narrowed his eyes and asked Shinosuke, "Why are you in the room?" Shinosuke said calmly, "It was His Highness the Eldest Prince who told me to wait in the room and protect him." When the minister heard this, he immediately said angrily, "Don't you think that there are too many loopholes in your excuse? There are 4 guardian guarding outside, so there is no need for you to come in." Then he asked the guard who guarded the daimyo at night, "What did the 4 of you see when you came in?" "When we came in, we only saw His Highness the Eldest Prince carrying the body of His Highness the daimyo." Shinosuke was about to attack the daimyo, but he was stopped by the Umbu group members who jumped in from the window. "The 2 of them were sent by Danzo-san to protect me," the eldest prince casually explained. When the minister heard this, his eyebrows wrinkled into a frown. This matter was even more complicated. Perhaps the daimyo was just a sacrifice for the power struggle in the village. At this moment, the second prince, escorted by a group of attendants, arrived at the study. "Father, what's wrong? Is father all right?" When the first prince heard this voice, a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. However, as soon as the second prince stepped into the study, he saw the daimyo pierced by the earth thorn and the blood flowing all over the room. His eyelids immediately twitched, and he fainted from fright. Fortunately, the attendants quickly hugged him. When the ministers saw the second prince like this, they couldn't help but frown. They hurriedly ordered, "Take the second prince back to rest." The identities of the 2 people present were extremely special. One was the son of the Hokage, and the other was the son of the daimyo. In a situation where there was no solid evidence, even arrest them was not possible. Things were in a deadlock for a moment. The ministers were also helpless. The supervising official said in a low voice. What method do you have to prove your innocence? The eldest prince shook his head and said, Everything happened so suddenly that I have no way to prove my innocence. Previously, I thought that Shinosuke colluded with Naira, but looking at Nahara's sad appearance, it might be because of other reasons. However, I think we can go to Shinosuke's mansion to search and see if there are any clues. One of the guardian immediately said coldly, I will investigate. Before the truth is revealed, no one is allowed to leave. Fire capital is immediately under martial law. At this time, the 12 guardian knights, apart from Shinosuke, basically all of them had spent a lot of resources to personally nurture them. They were loyal to the daimyo from the moment they were born, and many ministers trusted them. Unlike the later days when Asuma became a guardian, the splitting of guardian became unstable and radical. One side was loyal to the eldest prince and the other was loyal to the Hokage. A moment later, the guardian returned to the study with a gloomy face, holding a piece of paper tightly in her hand. It was the letter of guarantee that His Second Highness had written to Shinosuke. I found this in the secret compartment in his bedroom. When Shinosuke saw this, his heart immediately skipped a beat. He thought to himself, damn, I was tricked. The guardian handed over the letter of guarantee to the others to look through one by one. Sure enough, the way everyone looked at Shinosuke changed. When the supervising official saw this, his eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at Shinosuke. How do you explain this? You are the guardian of His Highness. Why should His Highness give you a guarantee? When did your relationship with the second prince become so good? What kind of deal did you make? At this moment, Shinosuke was already sweating profusely. The anger in his heart gradually rose. He gnashed his teeth at the eldest prince and said, You did it on purpose from the beginning. The eldest prince lowered his head and did not look at Shinosuke. He kept gasping for breath and said angrily, Naira, why did you do this? Shinosuke knew that he could not argue, but he thought that his identity was special. Even if he was slandered now, he could wait for Hiruzen Sarutobi to send someone to help him find out the truth. Presumably, this little inferior method of the eldest prince would definitely surface under the investigation of the Umbu. I know you don't believe me. It doesn't matter. I won't leave the fire capital. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the eldest prince raised his head with a sneer and said, All right, you're still reluctant to admit it. Then I suggest asking a ninja who can read memories to check Shinosuke's memory. But this ninja can't be from Konoha. The ministers looked at each other. Searching the memory will cause a major loss to the mind. Shinosuke's identity was too special. For the ministers who had always been used to weighing the pros and cons, no one dared to agree. But for the famous loyal, the other 12 guardians, this was a very good suggestion. When a guardian said, Sure. It just so happens that I have learned a bit of the ninjutsu of searching memories. Let me do it. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinosuke's hands turned into afterimages, and he quickly made a series of hand seals. He plunged into the ground, broke through the ground, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Since things had come to this, Shinosuke naturally could not stay and let others search his memories. Not to mention the serious side effects of the investigation, just the information he knew about Hiruzen Sarutobi could be said to be top secret. How could he let others know? In the eyes of the crowd, he fled like this because he didn't dare to have his memories investigated. Catch him. The 12 guardians tacitly left 5 people behind to guard the study. The other disappeared in unison and chased after Shinosuke. Chapter 93 Tunan made his move. About 10 miles to the east of the Great Hall study was Shinosuke's residence. At this moment, Asuma was still asleep. Suddenly, a deep hole exploded in the ground of the room, and Shinosuke jumped out from it. Asuma was immediately shocked and jumped out of bed. He thought that there was an enemy and was ready to fight. After seeing that the silhouette of the person was Shinosuke, Asuma heaved a sigh of relief. Just as Shinosuke was about to explain to Asuma, he suddenly frowned. Wind escape, great breakthrough. Fire escape, fire combustion. The wind and fire fused together, and a meteor-like fireball swept down with its long tail. The attack range was huge, enough to cover more than half of the mansion. In an instant, The beams and debris were smashed into pieces and then burned to ashes by the raging flames. The entire mansion had turned into a sea of fire. Earth release, heavy earth flow wall. Layers of mud surged, protecting Shinosuke and Asuma. Wind and fire raged, and the water on the outer earth flow wall was quickly evaporated, turning into scorched earth and shattering inch by inch. After the ninjutsu ended, Shinosuke finally managed to resist the barrage of ninjutsus. It seemed difficult for him to withstand these attacks alone, but in fact, he only needed to consume a little more chakra. Shinosuke understood that if he continued to fight, it would definitely not be good for him. If he wanted to prove his innocence, he could not kill these guardians. Thinking of this, Shinosuke prepared to run away with a confused face. "You want to run? Have you asked us yet?" Barrier, 4 purple fire formation. 4 guardians were located at the 4 corners of the mansion. They worked together to raise a purple-red barrier, trapping the 2 inside. When Shinosuke saw this, he frowned and thought, "Sorry to trouble you." He immediately said in a clear voice, "I really didn't kill His Highness." In the 4 purple flame array, 2 guardians stared coldly at Shinosuke. They obviously did not believe his words. They said coldly, "Then why did you run?" Hearing this, Shinosuke was speechless. Looking at the enchantment around him, Shinosuke took a deep breath and said, "Damn, I have to be serious. Asuma, when the enchantment breaks, you will immediately run to Konoha to find your father." After Shinosuke finished speaking in a low voice, his hands seemed to have disappeared, forming countless seals in an instant. "Be careful, this guy wants to attack the barrier." "Humph, look down on us?" Fire escape, hell flame. Blue flames started to appear on the ground and covered the entire barrier in an instant. The other guardian also finished forming the seal and shouted, "Wind style, spin press." The air in the barrier began to spin, bringing along the flames to form a fire tornado. Shinosuke was in the eye of the fire tornado. The temperature in the center of the tornado rose at an extremely fast speed. At this time, Shinosuke slammed his hands on the ground and shouted, "Earth, multiple dragon transformation technique." In an instant, the fire capital seemed to have an earthquake, and the earth seemed to be roaring. The ground suddenly split open like a spider web, and ferocious earth dragons sprang out from the cracks and then crashed into the ground. The place where each collision occurred would continue to crack, and earth dragons would continue to emerge from the cracks. The rolling of the giant earth dragons scattered the airflow around them and crashed into the 2 guardians. The 2 of them could only dodge and suddenly break the joint ninjutsu. Not good, the barrier is about to collapse. No matter how strong the ninjutsu was, it still depended on the person. Obviously, the strength of these 4 guardians was still far from the strength of Shinosuke, who was at his peak. In the end, as one earth dragon after another hit the purple-red barrier, the whole barrier flashed with red light and suddenly disappeared. Shinosuke still pressed his hands on the ground, maintaining the ninjutsu, and shouted, "Go quickly, I will block them." Asuma, who had already lost his sense of propriety, broke into a run and ran out of the city. No one can escape. Water escape, water dragon spell. Earth escape, rock dash. Several ninjutsu rushed towards Asuma, who was running away. Shinosuke's eyes flashed with a fierce light. "Today, I will let you see the strength of Konoha's green seedlings and the future Hokage." The next moment, countless earth dragons surged out from the ground, like giant whips, scattering these ninjutsu. Without the suppression of the barrier, with Shinosuke as the center, large amounts of houses collapsed. Countless people were buried in the ruins or fell into the earth while fleeing for their lives. At this time, the people of the famous mansion in the distance looked at this scene and felt a chill down their spines. Is this strength of the Konoha ninja? I saw the shadow of the ninja on him. Everyone was focused on watching the nurses besieging Shinosuke, but they did not notice that the night sky of the fire capital was gradually covered by dark clouds. A dark cloud covered everyone's heads, and in an instant, the entire capital of fire fell into a gray fog, looking extremely depressed. Countless white pigeons hissed and circled above the fire capital, as if they were welcoming a god. Rumble. A dull thunder boomed. A nurse frowned and subconsciously looked up. Suddenly, his pupils shrank and he said in fear, "What is that?" Everyone followed his gaze. At the top of the tallest building in the capital of fire, there was a figure surrounded by lightning. It was Uchiha Tunan, who had transformed into Abe Akira. At this moment, Uchiha Tunan had already activated the lightning movement secret technique, Thunder God Soul, and began to communicate with the lightning ions in nature. The lightning around Uchiha Tunan became more and more concentrated, making a sound like thousands of birds chirping together. Cracks gradually appeared on the building under his feet, as if it was on the verge of collapse in the next second. And Uchiha Tunan was still standing on the top of the building. Taking advantage of the time before the shaking, Uchiha Tunan launched the windstorm to spread his voice throughout the fire capital. Konoha Ninja, I, Abe Akira, am here. I can't allow you to wantonly slaughter the civilians in the fire capital. By the grace of the ruler, I will do my best to protect this place. And I shall pass judgment based on what you have done today. Heavenly execution. In the next moment, the lightning around Uchiha Tunan shot towards the sky as if it connected the heavens and the earth. A flock of sparrows was still flying above Uchiha Tunan a second ago, but the next second, it was washed away by the lightning, leaving not even a single feather behind. The lightning pillar that connected the heavens and the earth not only contained powerful energy, but also gave Uchiha Tunan the power to control the lightning in the natural world. Uchiha Tunan was bathed in the lightning, as if he was a god serving the heavens. He stood at the highest point, watching everyone in Fire Capital. In his eyes, it was as if these people were particularly small. The eyes of the entire Fire Capital were attracted by this shocking scene. When they saw that the person on the top of the building was Abe Akira, who had transformed from Uchiha Tunan, everyone sighed. Mr. Abe Akira is actually a ninja. What kind of extraordinary person is this? I'm afraid even the strongest Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is not necessarily a match for Mr. Abe Akira. This is absurd. At the top of the building, Uchiha Tunan looked down at Shinosuke with an indifferent expression. Because of the soul of the Thunder God, there was no emotion in his eyes. The lightning beside him seemed to know how to read people's minds. It was no longer as wanton as before. Instead, it gathered around his body. In the next moment, Uchiha Tunan slowly raised his right hand. Chapter 94 Destroying Shinosuke. As Uchiha Tunan raised his hand, the lightning between heaven and earth seemed to be guided. It gathered into a huge thunder ball that poked its head out from the dark clouds. The thunder ball shone with a blazing white light, like a small sun, illuminating the entire fire capital. Everyone was blinded by the dazzling white light, and even the people around them could not see clearly. Seeing this situation, the nurses who were attacking Shinosuke retreated one after another and desperately ran away. With such a terrifying power, if they were too close to Shinosuke, they would probably be caught in the crossfire. At this moment, Shinosuke was frightened and stared at the figure high up in the sky. This ninjutsu. I seem to have seen it somewhere before. Shinosuke swallowed his saliva. At this moment, he didn't have time to think about it. He immediately used all the chakra in his body to summon dense earth dragons. These earth dragons rushed towards the sky and intertwined in the air to form a mountain peak. He wanted to use this opportunity to block the incoming attack. Uchiha Tunan, who was on the roof, curled his lips. Then, he raised his hand and slowly pressed it down. The ball of lightning lit up and in an instant, a thick bolt of lightning shot down. Block for me. Shinosuke had a ferocious expression on his face, the veins on his forehead were bulging, and the chakra within his body poured into the ground. The surrounding ground was already damaged to the point of being riddled with holes, and numerous earth dragons emerged one after another, merging into the mountain peak to strengthen the defense. Even if his earth-style ninjutsu had a strong defense, it was still not enough for him to use it against Uchiha Tunan. Especially when Uchiha Tunan used the lightning technique he had inherited from White Fang, Lightning Tribulation Descent. Although it had great side effects, once it was successfully released, its power was not something that ordinary ninjutsu could resist. Uchiha Tunan was confident that even if it was up against the initial stage Susanoo, this attack could still pierce through it. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the mountain peak formed by countless earth dragons was pierced through by the lightning. In the next moment, everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. The entire world became silent and white. When the light dissipated, everyone quickly turned their gazes to the place where the lightning had struck. The mountain peaks formed by the earth dragons were split into large pieces of rock fragments that scattered everywhere. There were large patches of charred marks on the rock, and smoke was rising. The center had been blasted into a deep pit by the thunder, and Shinosuke had disappeared. There were even some dark red lava flowing in the pit. The entire fire capital fell into silence. Everyone looked at the big pit in shock, and then they looked at each other. Some people even had short-term death. After several breaths, these people regained their hearing. Countless civilians began to cheer one after another. Long live Mr. Abe Akira! Long live Mr. Abe Akira! Uchiha Tunan activated Lightning Wind Flash, and his figure slowly disappeared from everyone's sight amidst the continuous cheers from the people. Then, the building that Uchiha Tunan was standing on could no longer hold on and collapsed inch by inch. Uchiha Tunan, who had left, quickly appeared in the daimyo's mansion and walked out from the corner with a calm and composed expression. However, because of the side effects of the Thunder God's soul, Uchiha Tunan's face was deathly pale at this moment. Everyone, the thief has already been beheaded. I wonder if your Highness Daimyo okay? Everyone quickly surrounded him, their faces full of reverence, and their voices of praise were endless. When the ministers heard the other side ask about his name, they all pretended to be very sad. Then the Internal Affairs Minister stood out and said in a low voice, Mr. Abe Akira. His Highness the Daimyo was assassinated and died. Uchiha Tunan pretended to be angry and said, What? The Internal Affairs Minister continued to explain. The person who was killed by Mr. Abe Akira just now was the guardian beside His Highness. Her name is Sarutobi Shinosuke. It is suspected that he killed His Highness, but there are many strange things in it. We can't make up our minds for the time being. At this time, the eldest prince walked out of the crowd with the corpse of his name, his face full of desolation. The eldest prince dragged his footsteps and knelt in front of Uchiha Tunan. Teacher Ain Akira, please uphold justice for this disciple. Uchiha Tunan stared at the eldest prince in front of him with a grave expression, but he was thinking carefully in his heart. The original plan was to let the first prince assassinate any one of the daimyo or second prince, and then use rumors to push Shinosuke to the forefront. Let the nurses detain Shinosuke and even kill him. But before, Uchiha Tunan learned about this matter through Wind Whisper. He didn't expect that this eldest prince would actually try to frame him and escape, basically washing away any suspicion. What was even more unexpected was that Shinosuke was actually so strong. Just based on that ninjutsu that could change the landscape, it was simply born for war. Left with no choice, Uchiha Tunan could only use his identity as Abe Akira to kill Shinosuke. Although this was not the best solution, even if Hiruzen Sarutobi pursued it, it would only cause trouble for the daimyo. It's like this. The Internal Affairs Minister thought that Uchiha Tunan did not know what happened here and quickly explained to Uchiha Tunan. When the Internal Affairs Minister finished speaking, Uchiha Tunan had made a decision in his heart. With a solemn face, he said, It is impossible for His Highness to be the murderer. All the ministers looked puzzled. Why? Uchiha Tunan said in a clear voice, His Highness eldest prince is the daimyo of the future. There is no reason for him to do such a thing. As soon as he finished speaking, the ministers all had strange looks in their eyes, thinking that this Mr. Abe Akira in front of them was not well informed enough and did not know about the recent changes of the daimyo. Uchiha Tunan continued. The guardian who protects His Highness should know that his daimyo is to let His Highness eldest prince inherit his position. That is why I used all sorts of methods to train His Highness' temperament. In order for His Highness eldest prince to be able to secure his position in the future, His Highness daimyo even specially brought His Highness eldest prince to his side to console him. This will prevent His Highness from having a different heart and going against him in the future. I also told the first prince about this matter. It's just that outsiders don't know. When the ministers heard this, they all looked at the guardians. The nurses all nodded, affirming what Uchiha Tunan said. So that's how it is. From the beginning, I thought that the murderer could not be His Highness the first prince. I also think so, but you can't doubt His Highness. Teacher. Thank you. The eldest prince stared at Uchiha Tunan with his eyes wide open. He gritted his teeth and spat out blood. He forcefully swallowed the blood in his mouth, lowered his head and said word by word, Thank you for avenging my father. Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes and looked at the eldest prince, who was full of resentment towards him. He said slowly, "This is what this old man should do as a teacher. Unfortunately, this old man is already old. I just overdrew my body's potential, and I don't have much time left. Fire Country, I will have to rely on you in the future." With that, Uchiha Tunan used Lightning Spirit Wind Flash to leave this place, heading towards the outside of Fire Capital. Mr. Abe Akira. Why did Mr. Abe Akira leave? Didn't you notice Mr. Abe Akira's expression? I reckon, sigh. That's right. The price of that powerful ninjutsu just now is definitely not small. What a pity, what a pity. A great talent has fallen to such a state. Right now, the most important thing is to bury the Lord and arrange for the throne. Konoha's Hokage is also a problem. Your Highness, please restrain your grief. His eyes were full of dead silence, and he said expressionlessly, "Everyone, you all should go back and rest first. Let me accompany Father properly." After His Highness finished speaking, he struggled to pick up the corpse and return to the room. After a long time, His Highness roared in grief and indignation from the room. Chapter 95 Killing Asuma. In the forest of the Fire Country, Asuma was desperately running away. This place was far away from the Fire Capital. The full moon in the night sky was like the eyes of a goddess, staring coldly at the earth. Goo goo. The forest was filled with terrifying cries of insects and birds, as well as the roars of beasts. Asuma also saw the huge lightning above the Fire Capital in the distance. He had a bad guess. No, that guy is so strong. How could something happen to him? Asuma could only comfort himself like this. After running for such a long time with his life on the line, Asuma couldn't hold on much longer. He looked around cautiously. After making sure that no one was following him, he stopped to rest. He bent down, supporting his hands with both knees, panting from exhaustion. The fine sweat on his forehead formed a line, flowing down his cheeks. Even if a ninja had a strong physique, it was still too difficult for Asuma, who was not even a genin, to maintain a high-speed running. Goo goo. At this time, a cold wind mixed with the moisture of the forest blew on Asuma's body, which was particularly horrifying. Asuma turned his head and looked. His heart was also uneasy. He saw that the moon above his head was still hanging on it, emitting a cold light, covering the cold and cheerless night with a filter. The forest behind him was too dense, and the moonlight could not shine down at all. It was pitch black, like a huge mouth of the abyss, full of danger. Asuma swallowed his saliva, feeling a little cold. He rubbed his arms together and muttered, "No one should be chasing after me." Although he said this, his heart was beating extremely fast. It was as if he had predicted that something would happen in a while. Asuma reached out and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He dragged his exhausted body to find a tree hole and entered. There was a rotten smell in the tree hole, and many reptiles were attached to the inside of the tree hole, biting and tearing at the tree trunk. The reptiles swam around the body of Asuma, making it feel extremely itchy. Even so, in order not to be discovered, Asuma did not dare to make too much of a reaction, and could only forcefully endure. If the people who were being hunted found out, the outcome would be countless times worse than it was now. Today's dreamlike experience had already exhausted Asuma's mind. Accompanied by the chirping of birds and insects in the forest, Asuma gradually closed his eyes and curled up in the tree hole to sleep. So itchy! After an unknown period of time, Asuma was still awakened by the reptiles in the tree hole. Unable to bear it any longer, he stretched out his hand and scratched his body a few times. Suddenly, Asuma was slightly startled. Through the tree hole, he could see that it was still late at night outside. But he remembered that before he fell asleep, there was a cry of insects and birds outside, but now it had all disappeared. Thinking about it carefully, this was a deep forest where many insects, ants, and birds were gathered. It was indeed abnormal to not have any cries. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet, and Asuma could even clearly hear her own heartbeat. Dong, dong, dong. The beating of the heart was like a heavy hammer, and it was especially ear-piercing in this deathly silent environment. Asuma could feel cold sweat running down his back, and his forehead was covered in fine sweat. He tried his best to adjust his rapid breathing, trying to calm himself down. He even comforted himself in his heart. Perhaps this silence was just a special natural phenomenon. Perhaps he was thinking too much. When he woke up from a nap, everything would be fine. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Asuma's emotions gradually stabilized. Just as he was feeling apprehensive and wanted to continue sleeping. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared at the cave entrance. Asuma felt his heart stop for a moment. His eyes suddenly widened, and even the reptiles on his body seemed to have collectively stopped moving. His breathing began to become rapid again, and his lips were so frightened that they lost their color. A moment later, Asuma finally saw what it was. It turned out that the black shadow was just a white pigeon. The white pigeon tilted its head, lowered its head, and pecked a few reptiles before spreading its wings and flying away. Huff, huff. Asuma lowered his head and panted heavily, a terrified expression on his face. At the same time, he secretly mocked himself in his heart. You scared me to death. Asuma, why are you so timid? It's just a pigeon. Under this kind of shock and panic, Asuma's entire body was drenched in sweat. He felt uncomfortable all over. No, does a pigeon want to eat bugs? A question mark flashed through Asuma's mind, and he subconsciously raised his head. Asuma's pupils suddenly contracted to the extreme, and his heartbeat stopped instantly. Relying on the faint moonlight shining through the gaps between the leaves of the trees, he was able to see through the darkness. Asuma vaguely saw a pale face that was almost touching his face, as if he was carefully sizing him up. The dim environment and the distance were too close, so Asuma could not see the other person's appearance clearly. He only felt as if there was a pair of invisible hands holding his neck tightly, and he was suffocating. He opened his mouth in fear, but could not make any sound. In the next moment, the human face's eyes turned red, and the three Magatama Sharingan slowly rotated. Asuma, why are you here? A slightly familiar voice sounded, pulling Asuma back from his extreme fear. Asuma finally recovered. Bastard, why are you here? Do you know that it's scary to suddenly put your face over here? Asuma lowered his voice and said angrily. Uchiha Tunan pulled his head out of the tree hole. Although his face was pale, his expression was abnormally gentle. He adjusted his glasses and said, I came here especially to find you. I'm really sorry for scaring you. In such a dangerous situation, Asuma finally met an acquaintance and felt much more relaxed. Asuma saw Uchiha Tunan's fearless appearance and immediately stuck his head out. With a serious face, he said, You also escaped? Uchiha Tunan smiled and did not speak. Asuma looked around and reminded, We should be more careful. Don't provoke the people of Fire Capital. Do you know where Shinosuke is? Uchiha Tunan did not answer Asuma's question. Instead, he asked with a smile. Asuma, I want to ask you a question. What is it? Asuma's hands kept grabbing the insects attached to his body. Uchiha Tunan tilted his head and said, Apart from Senior Shinosuke, who does Hokage respect the most? Asuma frowned, somewhat dissatisfied with Uchiha Tunan speaking so loudly. What if he summoned the enemy? He immediately lowered his voice and said, That goes without saying. It must be Orochimaru-sama. I heard from the old man that Orochimaru-sama is his favorite disciple. Uchiha Tunan nodded in realization and muttered, It seems that the Hokage-sama is very concerned about the legacy. Then, his eyes narrowed and the corners of his mouth curled up. Thank you for clearing up my doubts. In order to express my gratitude, I will personally send you on your way. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. Before Asuma could speak, a white light flashed, and Asuma's head fell to the ground. In the next instant, a group of pitch-black vicious birds flew over from all directions. Some surrounded Asuma's head, and some entered the tree hole. Uchiha Tunan took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the blood on the short blade of chakra. He sighed, Sure enough, it is the Sannin. After saying that, Uchiha Tunan put the short blade of chakra into the scabbard. He walked towards the direction of the Fire Capital, and his figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. In the forest, only the sound of continuous tearing could be heard. Chapter 96 Dealing with the Aftermath. after the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. ZZ. Lightning suddenly lit up in the dark forest. Uchiha Tunan's eyes flashed as his body suddenly stopped moving. He maintained the posture of charging forward, and his right hand tightly held the short blade of chakra. Behind him, a pitcher plant was cut off by the middle, and the upper half slowly slid down. In an instant, the lower half of the pitcher plant burrowed into the soil. Uchiha Tunan stood up and waited quietly for a while. Only then did he put away his short blade and disappear. Hoo-hoo, scared me to death. On the ground in the distance, a plant split open from the middle, revealing the upper body of the black and white Zetsu. Almost got beheaded by him. How did he find out? When did the Sharingan become so strong? He didn't find us. He just came back to take a look out of caution. Despicable, despicable, how did Uchiha have such a sinister and despicable guy? Madara-sama made a mistake. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately dived into the ground. In the time it took for a spark to fly, a short blade with wind and thunder attributes descended from the sky and heavily stabbed into the spot where Zetsu had just appeared. Wind blades flew and lightning flashed, illuminating the dark forest. Powerful wind and lightning attribute chakra suddenly erupted, blasting a deep pit in the ground. After several breaths, Uchiha Tunan came here, pulled out his short blade and muttered, "Unfortunately, he still escaped." After saying that, Uchiha Tunan shook his head and let out a long sigh. Then, he turned around and ran towards the fire capital. The forest fell silent again. 10 minutes later. Zzzzzzz. Rumble. In the forest, lightning flashed everywhere, and large amounts of trees were cut in half. Why hasn't this guy left yet? Pooh! Pooh! What's so smelly? Is this a fart? This is poison. I told you not to come out. You still have to come back to see. Bang! Uchiha Tunan put away his short blade with a cold expression. Looking at the mushroom cloud rising in front of him, he felt a bit of regret. Poison, traps, and explosion talismans were all useless. The range of the other party's perception was really a bit too big. Every time Uchiha Tunan rushed over from the range of perception, the time he spent was enough to let the other party escape. As long as he did not show up, even if Uchiha Tunan had the double perception of Byakugan and Sharingan, he would not be able to find him. For Uchiha Tunan, the potential threat was a little big. Of course, it was only limited to the early stage. Inyan escape technique. It seems that I have to learn the sealing technique to get rid of you. In the morning, the sky had just broken through and the sky was clear for thousands of miles. The darkness slowly moved to the horizon and the light scattered to the earth. The children in the North City Guard Manor opened their sleepy eyes. When they saw that the sunlight had already crawled in through the gap between the curtains in their room, they stretched comfortably. Uchiha Tunan pushed open the door of the room and glanced at the children who were still lying on the bed. With a gentle expression, he said, "Don't be in bed. It's time to eat breakfast." Onasan. Onasan. When the group of children heard Uchiha Tunan's voice, they were happy. They quickly jumped up from the bed and trotted to his side. Uchiha Tunan hugged them next to each other and urged, "Hurry up and wash up and eat. I made breakfast myself today." Okay, the children were very obedient, and they obediently lined up to wash up. These days, they had been very happy. The psychological shadow of a while ago had gradually dissipated. It was replaced by the innocence of a child. After a while, in another room, Uchiha Tunan sat quietly and watched the children eat breakfast. It was as if he was looking at his own son, his eyes full of love. When the children were almost done eating, Uchiha Tunan coughed lightly. He stroked the head of the child next to him and said gently, "I have to go on a business trip for a period of time. During this period of time, I will ask Masaki Fukuda to take care of you. You have to be obedient, and the extraction of chakra cannot be stopped, understand?" As soon as his voice fell, the originally cheerful atmosphere suddenly became silent, and these children all curled their lips. In their hearts, Uchiha Tunan was the person who saved them from danger, and he had taken good care of them during this period of time. The children had already developed a sense of dependence on him, and they were used to having him by their side every day. To them, Uchiha Tunan was already a family existence. Although the children were reluctant, they were also obedient and sensible. They knew that Uchiha Tunan was going to do business, and they should not obstruct him. Therefore, they did not say anything to keep him. When Uchiha Tunan saw that they were so sensible, he immediately smiled gently. Then, he slowly got up and walked out. Onisen! Just as he reached the door, Uchiha Tunan heard the shouts of the children behind him. He suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around. Then, he smiled, squatted down, and opened his hands. A group of children rushed to Uchiha Tunan and hugged him one by one. Then, they reluctantly said goodbye. Now that both Shinosuke and Asuma were dead, Uchiha Tunan, as the only survivor of the fire capital, would have a lot of trouble when he went back. He could only wait for everything to stabilize, build the welfare home, and bring these children to Konoha. After leaving the North City Guard mansion, Uchiha Tunan found the supervisory minister, Masaki Fukuda. At this time, Masaki Fukuda was very busy. The daimyo was murdered, and the fire capital was under martial law. Many things also fell on his head. He saw Masaki Fukuda working on the desk, not even raising his head. Right now, the situation in Fire Capital is more serious. As a Konoha ninja, I advise you to stay in the manor and not come out. Shinosuke and Asuma's betrayal caused the officials of Fire Capital to feel estranged from the Konoha ninjas. Of course, no one came to find trouble with Uchiha Tunan. After all, Uchiha Tunan had always had a good reputation among the people. Moreover, Abe Akira came from the North City Guard Manor, so there might be some sort of relationship between the two. On the other hand, Masaki Fukuda and Uchiha Tunan worked together to make a huge contribution to the prosperity of the fire capital. The relationship between the two was not shallow, so Masaki Fukuda naturally took good care of Uchiha Tunan. Now that it was a martial law, he kindly reminded Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan leisurely took out 6 sealing scrolls from his ninja backpack and placed them on the table. Master Masaki Fukuda, I'm leaving. Masaki Fukuda glanced at them and quickly covered the scrolls with a piece of paper. He raised his head and looked outside. After making sure that there was no one around, he whispered, "Why?" Uchiha Tunan lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "Lord Shinosuke is dead." He nodded and said, "I understand. You really need to go back and report to the Hokage now. I will write you a proof of leaving the city." Uchiha Tunan smiled and took out a book and another scroll. He put it on the table and said, "Thank you for your help these days. This is my final reward for you. If you need my help in the future, you can come to Konoha at any time." Chapter 97 Anger and Frustration. Masaki Fukuda took the book in confusion and flipped through it. In an instant, he understood that this scroll was filled with political achievements. These were all good things. Not long after the new name was inherited, the officials would definitely make some arrangements. With his own political achievements, he might be able to obtain a political position. Masaki Fukuda's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly took all these things into his arms, and immediately said with a smile, "Kid, you do things flawlessly. I am looking forward to working with you in the future. Just 2 years later, I am going to buy a house for my son in Konoha. When the time comes, I will need your help, Tunan." Uchiha Tunan bowed. The moment he lowered his head, a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Don't worry, Masaki Fukuda. I am the most grateful to you. By the way, please help take care of the orphans that were taken in by the North City Guard Manor after I leave. I will come back to pick them up after I have settled my matters." Having received such a big favor from Uchiha Tunan, he naturally would not refuse such a small request. He immediately patted his chest and said, Sure. I like children very much." Uchiha Tunan smiled and leaned forward. He picked up the teapot and poured tea into the teacup of Fukuda Masaki. He said, "Thank you so much. I will take my leave first. Master Masaki Fukuda, I wish you good luck. We will meet again in the future." Masaki Fukuda immediately stood up and placed his hand on Uchiha Tunan's shoulder. With a smile on his face, he said, "I will send you off." After seeing Uchiha Tunan off, Masaki Fukuda returned to the study and happily put away the scroll. He was indescribably happy in his heart. Then, he drank a mouthful of tea and said with a relaxed expression, if only the people below were like Tunan. The 6 scrolls that he had given Masaki Fukuda at the start were each filled with 5 million taels of banknotes, adding up to 30 million taels of silver. Masaki Fukuda also understood that this money was a hush money. The second scroll was the corpse of the attendant in the North City Guard mansion. And what was recorded in that book was the crime committed by these servants. From the moment Masaki Fukuda accepted the gift, it meant that Uchiha Tunan was completely clean. As for Shinosuke's matter, Abe Akira and His Highness were the targets. Hiruzen Sarutobi should not be able to find him. 2 shields were not enough insurance. Coincidentally, His Highness had 2 Umbu ninjas by his side that day. When he got back, he would think of a way to pull Danzo over to block. Out of the 3 targets, one had vanished into thin air, one had a special status, and the other was an old partner who had been with Hiruzen Sarutobi for many years. Uchiha Tunan wanted to see what Hiruzen Sarutobi would do. In short, the trip to Fire Capital was quite smooth. 600 million was a huge amount of wealth. Just completing missions would take a long time. One had to know that the reward for an S-rank mission was 1 million. Generally speaking, there were very few missions that were worth 10 million. Even if an S-rank mission was worth 5 million taels, it would still require 120 continuous missions. Let alone the completion time required for an S-rank mission. During peacetime, the number of S-level tasks in the entire ninja realm for a year was not that much. Wealth came quickly after plundering the civilians. No wonder there were so many traitors in the ninja realm. A large part of them probably thought that the money was too little. This time, he even killed Shinosuke and Asuma. Hiruzen Sarutobi had no successor, so he could take advantage of this opportunity to enter. Moreover, he learned from Asuma that Hiruzen Sarutobi admired Orochimaru. Well, it seemed that it was useless to treat Hiruzen Sarutobi with the will of fire. He had to let him see that he could inherit his mantle. The only thing he was not satisfied with on this trip was Fukuda Masaki. Uchiha Tunan did not expect that Masaki Fukuda and his family had the intention to move to Konoha. If that's the case, then I can only be sorry. If the 2 of them had nothing to do with each other in the future, it would be fine. But if there was anything, Uchiha Tunan would not be able to help. This old fox might use these things to pinch him. The best way was to get rid of the trouble ahead of time. One day later, in the Hokage's office. Bang! After reading the information, Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed his fist on the desk, smashing it into pieces. The member of the Umbu who handed in the information immediately knelt down on one knee and said, "Hokage-sama, please calm down." Hiruzen Sarutobi tried to calm down his anger and then stared at the members of the Umbu. "Call Hamura and Koharu. Danzo, come here." "Yes." After the Umbu left, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face instantly became ferocious. He crumpled up the information in his hand and threw it to the ground. He looked like he was waiting for someone to bite him. He growled. "Shinosuke. Asuma." Soon, 2 Hokage consultants and Danzo came to the office. As soon as he entered, he saw that Hiruzen Sarutobi was no longer as calm and steady as before. Instead, he had a crazy look on his face. "Hiruzen, what happened?" Danzo asked. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood there with his head lowered, his chest floating up and down, not saying a word. Trembling, he pointed at the crumpled-up information on the ground. Clearly, he was very angry. Seeing this, Danzo didn't say much. He picked up the information on the ground and frowned after reading it. He was shocked. Then, he handed the information to Hamura and Koharu. After everyone finished reading, Hamura spoke up. "Shinosuke must have been framed. The murderer should be His Highness the First Prince." Danzo squinted and retorted, "Hamura, you can't speak nonsense. How can His Highness kill his own father?" "I'm just guessing. Maybe His Highness the First Prince can't wait to succeed the throne. After all, the biggest beneficiary of this matter was His Highness the First Prince." Danzo coldly said, "It is also possible that the enemy is secretly playing a trick to provoke the relationship between daimyo of Fire Capital and Konoha. In any case, he could not let the eldest prince, who supported him, become the murderer, even if it was true. The daimyo who died was not important, but the funds for the Hokage were extremely important. Besides, the one who died was the son of Hiruzen, not my son. Hamura thought for a moment and said doubtfully, but according to the description in the intelligence, there is no sign of enemy spies. Danzo said lightly, what if it's an illusion? For example, Uchiha's clan. This kind of evil clan is good at this kind of conspiracy. Enough! Hiruzen Sarutobi shouted angrily. His bloodshot eyes stared at the three people and said in a ruthless tone, I called you here this time not to discuss who is the mastermind and who is the murderer. I want you all to follow me to pressure the fire capital. Tell them to hand over His Highness the eldest prince and that person called Abe Akira. Shinosuke died tragically, and Asuma's whereabouts were also unknown. How could Hiruzen not feel heartache? Danzo naturally saw the determination in Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes, but His Highness the eldest prince was still beneficial to him, so he had to protect him. I have no objections to capturing Abe Akira, but His Highness is the next daimyo. Ninja Village cannot touch him. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep look at Danzo, somewhat seeing through his thoughts, and said coldly, even if we capture the eldest prince, there is still his brother to take the throne. Now vote, those who agree with me raise their hands. As soon as he finished speaking, Hiruzen Sarutobi took the lead to raise his hand, and then looked at the three people with cold eyes, his eyes full of threat. Chapter 98 Helpless, Hamura and Koharu quietly looked at each other and silently raised their hands. Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately said in a low voice, 3-1. Vote passed. Immediately send 10 small teams of the Umbu to the fire capital. Seeing that the situation was over, Danzo coldly snorted at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Humph, Hiruzen, you have been blinded by anger. If you do this, there will definitely be internal strife in the fire country. You will regret it sooner or later. After saying that, he turned and walked out. Unexpectedly, Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes turned cold and he said with a gloomy face, Danzo, if you dare to step out of this door, I will initiate a vote to cancel your right to control Root. As soon as he finished speaking, Danzo stopped in his tracks and turned his head to stare at Hiruzen Sarutobi, his face full of disbelief. You dare threaten me? Seeing this, Hamura and Koharu hurriedly advised. All right, Hiruzen, calm down. Danzo, take a step back. His Highness is still not daimyo yet. Don't ruin our relationship because of outsiders. The two of them were stuck in the middle, and it was not good. Humph. Danzo snorted, but he still stood in place and did not leave. In the end, he admitted defeat. At this moment, someone knocked on the office door. Come in. An Umbu came in, kneeling on one knee, and said, Hokage-sama, the latest news from the fire capital was that last night, His Highness Second Prince was killed by His Highness Eldest Prince. In addition, after 2 days of searching, we found traces of large-scale battle in the forest outside the fire capital. According to the time, it coincided with the time when Asuma escaped from fire capital. As soon as he finished speaking, Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes widened, and he gasped for a few breaths before fainting. Hiruzen! Danzo and the other two quickly held Hiruzen Sarutobi up. Fortunately, Hiruzen Sarutobi only fainted for a short period of time. After a few breaths, he slowly woke up. The first thing he said when he woke up was, Where is Abe Akira? The Umbu knelt on the ground and reported unhurriedly, after that great battle, Abe Akira disappeared without a trace, as if he had disappeared from the world. According to the news from the mansion, it is suspected that he used a forbidden technique, causing his life to be exhausted. According to the information, Abe Akira is far stronger than Shinosuke. If such a person wants to hide, ordinary ninjas cannot find him. Moreover, according to the intelligence report, Abe Akira was at least over 70 years old. If such an old man used such a terrifying forbidden technique, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand the side effects at all. It was very likely that he was already dead. Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't breathe in a single breath. He said unwillingly, even if he die, there must be a corpse. Today's incident was a huge blow to him, making him somewhat unable to accept it. Danzo turned around and sighed. Then send someone to search for traces of Abakira now. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it. I should send more people to find Asuma. I am tired. All of you go out and let me be alone." The three of them looked at each other and left the office tacitly, giving Hiruzen Sarutobi some space to be alone. Originally, Hiruzen Sarutobi planned to capture Abakira and the eldest prince back to Konoha before dealing with them. However, he didn't expect the eldest prince to be so decisive and directly kill the second prince. If he captured the eldest prince now, the Fire Country would no longer have its name. A village and a country system was the first to rise in Konoha. If Hiruzen Sarutobi alone wanted to end this system, it would be opposed by everyone. The number of civilians was much higher than that of ninjas. Moreover, there were so many loyal subordinates. Their overall strength was not comparable to Konoha, but their industries were spread throughout the world. If they took the lead and turned to any big country, then Konoha would be in trouble. Hiruzen Sarutobi was destined to not be able to capture the eldest prince, and could only vent his anger on Abakira. However, Abakira did not say that he could not find his whereabouts, and he did not know whether he was alive or dead. Hiruzen Sarutobi only felt a breath in his heart, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. The only hope was that Asuma was not dead. Instead, he hid in a corner and was finally found by Konoha's ninjas. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat alone in the chair, looking a little dazed. Shinosuke. Asuma. The next day. At the village entrance of Konoha, Uchiha Tunan had just crossed the barrier. 3 Umbu members appeared in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Uchiha Tunan, please go to the Hokage building immediately." Uchiha Tunan nodded and used the body flicker technique to leave. The 3 members of the Umbu followed closely behind. When he walked into the office, Uchiha Tunan saw Hiruzen Sarutobi, whose face was as gloomy as water, staring at him. Uchiha Tunan's gaze slightly collided with Hiruzen Sarutobi's, and then he lowered his head with a sad face. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced behind Uchiha Tunan. The 3 members of the Umbu behind Uchiha Tunan immediately understood and closed the door. Uchiha Tunan walked to the desk with his head down. He handed the mission list to Hiruzen Sarutobi, then took a few steps back and opened the distance. It was as if he was afraid of something. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced down at the mission list and said in a low voice, "The mission failed." Uchiha Tunan pursed his lips and said, "He was kicked out." Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff and was no longer as kind as he used to be. Instead, he said with a cold face, "Tell me about everything in Fire Capital. Tell me slowly. I will wait for you." Uchiha Tunan nodded and began to narrate unhurriedly. "On the first day I went there, I found that there was something wrong with the vice captain. Then, after destroying the human trafficking organization, I saw that the orphans were pitiful, so I took them to the mansion to raise them. Then, I sent people to investigate the other underground organizations. That day, I posted a recruitment notice to find teachers for the orphans. Then, many people came, and one of them called himself Abakira." When Hiruzen Sarutobi heard this, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and found something wrong. He immediately interrupted, after he heard that name. Uchiha Tunan nodded. He took out 2 photos from his ninja backpack and handed them to Hiruzen Sarutobi. "This is a photo of Abakira from a long time ago that I found. This photo is for him to apply for a living proof." Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up the photo and looked at it. A black and white photo and a colored photo. Although the age difference between the 2 people in the photos was very big, it was not difficult to recognize them through their facial features. It was indeed the same person. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi kept comparing the 2 photos and frowned. He felt a little strange. It's a little strange. Chapter 99 Empathy. Uchiha Tunan adjusted his glasses, frowned, and said with a serious look, "I didn't feel anything wrong at first. But after what happened that night, I deliberately flipped through his information again. However, there was too little information about him. The only useful thing was these 2 photos." Hiruzen Sarutobi observed Uchiha Tunan's serious expression. Seeing that Uchiha Tunan was so concerned about Shinosuke, his mood eased a little. His attitude towards Uchiha Tunan also improved a little. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded slightly and said, "This photo looks like the same person. You should be able to see if he used the transformation technique, right?" Uchiha Tunan said with a face full of certainty. "He didn't use the transformation technique, but after looking closely, I found that his eyes were not right. I always felt that the eyes were the window of a person's soul. Different people had different eyes. The more I looked at the eyes of the person in this photo, the more I felt that his thoughts were very deep. Could it be that this Abakira is a fake?" As Uchiha Tunan spoke, his speed became slower and slower, and his words revealed a trace of uncertainty. Hiruzen Sarutobi was shocked when he heard this, and he picked up the photo again and carefully studied it. After Uchiha Tunan's reminder, Hiruzen Sarutobi also felt that the eyes of the people in the black and white photos were full of the sincerity of the middle-aged man. However, in the other colorful photo, Abakira had a strange smile on his face, and his eyes reflected the danger and cruelty. Hiruzen Sarutobi put down the photos and looked at Uchiha Tunan's sincere eyes. It is indeed possible, but the interval between these two photos is at least 30 years. After years of accumulation, people will always change. Do you think there is any other possibility? Uchiha Tunan pretended to recall and said, "Although I don't know much about the situation in the daimyo mansion, on the morning of the second day after the incident, I seized the time to inquire about it through various channels. He died. At that time, there were only Senior Shinnosuke and His Highness the First Prince in the room. The two of them pointed out each other's names." Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded and said, "Yes, this matter has already spread. I believe that the one who killed the daimyo is His Highness the First Prince. According to my understanding of Senior Shinnosuke, I firmly believe that it is impossible for Senior Shinnosuke to do such a thing. Even an upright person like him would disdain to lie about such a thing." When Hiruzen Sarutobi heard that Uchiha Tunan trusted his dead eldest son so much, he felt a little comforted. Hearing this, he sighed and looked at Uchiha Tunan with a much gentler gaze. "This matter is very complicated. Don't tell anyone about it in the future. Continue talking about that Abakira." Speaking of this, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt very sad. His son was dead, but he could not avenge him. Whether it was the daimyo or the higher-ups of Konoha, they would not allow him to find out the truth. Because once he found out that it was really the eldest prince, he was in a dilemma. Uchiha Tunan noticed the change in Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression, hesitated for a moment, and said his other conjecture. Could it be that Abakira is a spy from the enemy country, and used some method to bewitch the eldest prince? He tried to use this method to provoke the relationship between the daimyo and Konoha. Of course, there is only this possibility. Because I can only think that this matter will be good for the enemy country. The daimyo and Konoha are both victims. As soon as his voice fell, Hiruzen Sarutobi was keenly aware of something. He took a drag and said, "I know. You should go back and rest first. You don't have to worry about the rest." Uchiha Tunan did not say anything more and just replied, "Understood." Then he turned around and walked slowly towards the door. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan stopped and stood there motionless. Hiruzen Sarutobi was about to look through the information when he saw that Uchiha Tunan was still standing at the door. He blew out a puff of smoke and said, "Tunan, do you have anything else to say?" Uchiha Tunan lowered his head with his back to Hiruzen Sarutobi, his fists clenched tightly. Looking from behind, Uchiha Tunan's body trembled slightly, as if he was trying his best to restrain something. He said with a sad expression, "Hokage-sama, you must be very sad right now." Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep drag on his cigarette with a blank expression, not saying anything. With a look of reminiscence, Uchiha Tunan said in a calm tone, "Senior Shinnosuke is very good to me. I am not familiar with this place in Fire Capital. He has always been the one who took care of me. He was worried that I was young and was bullied by my superior, so he specially introduced me to the supervisory minister. He worked so hard and even taught me ninjutsu from time to time." The more Uchiha Tunan spoke, the more excited he became, and his voice began to tremble slightly. "I know that Asuma doesn't like me. Senior Shinnosuke often scolds Asuma for me." As he spoke, Uchiha Tunan raised his hand, took off his glasses, and used his fingers to wipe away a teardrop from the corner of his eyes. Hiruzen Sarutobi smoked faster and faster, continuously sucking on the pipe. The smoke covered his face, making it impossible to see his expression. Senior Shinosuke also said that after the Fire Capital mission is over, we can wait for the Fire Capital mission to be completed. He planned to start a family and let me be his child's teacher in the future. Hiruzen Sarutobi had used this move against Uchiha Tunan before. The essence lies in acting and spread the feeling of heartache. Today, Uchiha Tunan wanted to let him know what it meant to feel the same. Don't you like your son? Coincidentally, your son and I like each other. Listening to Uchiha Tunan's words, images of Shinosuke from birth to adulthood flashed through Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes. His eyes gradually became cloudy and red. But now, he's dead, and he was framed to death. Uchiha Tunan gritted his teeth and tears rolled down his face. It seemed to be angry and sad. Don't say any more. Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart seemed to be pinched by a pair of giant hands, and the pain was unbearable. He was deeply afraid that his emotions were out of control, so he quickly took a deep breath to adjust his emotions, but because the smoke was too thick, he choked and coughed twice. Uchiha Tunan raised his head, wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, and then put on his glasses. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi and forced a smile. Sorry, Hokage-sama. Senior Shinosuke told me that I must control my emotions, and I cannot cry in any situation. Speaking of this, Hiruzen Sarutobi only felt the sadness in his heart gush out, and his eyes turned sour. He immediately reached out to support his forehead, and a drop of tears slid down from the corner of his eyes to the tip of his nose. Seeing this, Uchiha Tunan was startled, quickly stepped forward, and reached out his trembling hand, as if he wanted to wipe away Hiruzen Sarutobi's tears. Hokage-sama, what's wrong with you? Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly blinked his eyes, rubbed his nose and said, Nothing, I smoked too fast and smoked my eyes. Uchiha Tunan said in a panic. Hokage-sama, don't cry. Don't cry. At this point, Uchiha Tunan quickly retracted his hand, pushed his glasses to his forehead, and rubbed his eyes repeatedly with his other hand. He said with an extremely suppressed sobbing tone. It's all my fault. I'm an ominous person. It's destined that the people around me will leave me one by one. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up at the sky and sighed. He stabilized his emotions and consoled Uchiha Tunan. Child, it's fine. The matter with Shinosuke had already happened. The whereabouts of Asuma was currently unknown. I know that what happened in the capital of fire is a big blow to you. Now is not the time to be sad. I will find a way to investigate this matter thoroughly. You should go back and rest for a while. Don't think about this anymore. As he spoke, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up and stretched out his hand, gently patting Uchiha Tunan on the shoulder. Uchiha Tunan still covered his eyes with his hand, and his body twitched. He pretended to be strong and said, Hokage-sama, please don't be sad. Konoha needs you, and the truth will come to light. I will go first. After that, he quickly turned and left the office, as if he did not want Hiruzen Sarutobi to see his weak appearance. Chapter 100 The Elder Visits. Uchiha Tunan had just arrived at home and placed a few sticks of incense on the row of wooden sculptures. The great elder was like an old dog smelling the smell, searching for the door. As soon as he entered, the great elder sized up Uchiha Tunan and then sat down in front of the tea table. Uchiha Tunan made the great elder some good tea. He sat upright and said, Great elder, if you have anything you want to ask, just ask. The great elder did not open his mouth to ask about the proper business. Instead, he chatted casually, the matter of fire capital has already spread. Fortunately, you are fine. Uchiha Tunan smiled and shook his head, as long as I don't deliberately move forward, I won't be in any trouble. The great elder nodded and stared at Uchiha Tunan. He found that Uchiha Tunan was almost as tall as him and no longer had the childishness of the past. He couldn't help but sigh, Tunan, you have grown up. The corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth curled up slightly. He took a sip of tea and said lightly, My body has matured early, and my life in the fire capital is not bad. The great elder nodded, his eyes staring at the tea leaves floating in the teacup in front of him. He said in a low voice, "You have to be careful of that old man recently. His 2 sons are gone. Maybe he is looking for someone to vent his anger. It just so happens that you are the only survivor of this trip to Fire Capital." Uchiha Tunan shook his head and said, "I think this is an opportunity." The great elder heard this and said with a serious expression, "You don't want to be the next Hokage, do you?" Uchiha Tunan raised his eyebrows and said, "Am I not worthy?" The great elder was slightly startled. He shook his head and said, "Your surname is Uchiha. That's impossible." Uchiha Tunan picked up the teacup and took a light sip. He narrowed his eyes and said, "There are only a few competitors. What if I'm a dark horse? After all, there are so many miracles in this world." "Tunan," the great elder suddenly said in a low voice, "will you really betray Uchiha one day?" Uchiha Tunan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Great elder, you don't trust me anymore?" Great elder lowered his eyes, thought for a moment, and said slowly, "It's not that I don't trust you, but after all, it has been several years. I think that some of the clansmen should know about your matter. Don't worry, I can see people very accurately. They definitely won't tell anyone." As he spoke, the great elder had been staring at Uchiha Tunan, trying to grasp every detail on his face. If Uchiha Tunan really showed signs of betraying his family, then the great elder would reveal the secrets he held to the public. These secrets would not do anything to Uchiha Tunan, but they would definitely make Hiruzen Sarutobi alienated him. In this case, Uchiha Tunan could only be tied to the family in the future. However, Uchiha Tunan did not reply to the great elder. He only picked up the fruits on the table and tasted them carefully. His face was calm. "Grandpa." At this moment, a child in front of the door and kept knocking on it as he shouted. The great elder was shocked and pulled back his thoughts. He immediately got up and ran to the door of the courtyard, opening it. Then, he shouted at Uchiha Shirsue, "Why are you running around every day? Have you finished all the hard homework I set up for you?" When Uchiha Shirsue saw that his grandfather was so fierce, he pouted and felt a little wronged. He glanced at the great elder, then quickly lowered his head and said weakly, "It's all done." The great elder felt slightly deflated. He coughed twice and pretended to be serious. "Go back and do it again." "Okay." Uchiha Shirsue reluctantly left. After the great elder returned to the room, Uchiha Tunan filled the elder's cup of tea and said with a smile, "Actually, we can let Shirsue come over to play more. I really like children." The great elder picked up the tea and smiled stiffly. "No need. I don't want to trouble you." The corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth curled up slightly. He suddenly asked, "Great elder, I have a question I want to ask you." "Speak." "Have your eyes awakened?" The great elder naturally knew that Uchiha Tunan was asking if he had awakened the Manjikyu. He immediately laughed at him and said, "If I were to awaken, why would I place my hopes on you?" Uchiha Tunan nodded and picked up the teacup. "Great elder, drink this cup of tea. In the future, try not to look for me. I am afraid that the Hokage-sama will misunderstand." The great elder raised the teacup, lowered his head and blew on it. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He calmly said, "Then what I said just now." Uchiha Tunan finished the tea in one gulp and gently placed it on the table. His face was filled with a warm smile as he said, "Great elder can arrange it." After the first elder left, Uchiha Tunan drank his tea while looking at the scenery in the courtyard. In his heart, he began to summarize the shortcomings of this trip. It was not difficult to kill Shinosuke and Asuma. The main thing was that it was troublesome to deal with the aftermath, and he could not let Hiruzen Sarutobi vent his anger on him. Uchiha Tunan believed that people were like the heavens watching. All crimes in the world could not be hidden. As long as they were determined to investigate the powerful investigation system of Konoha, it was very likely that they would find out about it. That was why Uchiha Tunan had to go through so much trouble to transfer the conflict to the eldest prince. Everyone knew that there were many doubts behind this matter, but no one was willing to investigate it. Because the direct factor of this matter was the eldest prince, the only heir to the ruler of the Fire Country. If you want to investigate the person behind the scenes, the first to find out is that His Highness killed his father. Some things are actually clear to everyone, but for the sake of the big picture, we can only tacitly pretend that nothing happened. In the next few days, Uchiha Tunan stayed at home. He also used Wind Whisper to inquire about all kinds of gossip from the clan. There was information about His Highness succeeding the throne, but the person who invited the audience this time was not Hiruzen Sarutobi, but Danzo. Uchiha Tunan sat at the table and narrowed his eyes. If this situation continued, His Highness would definitely support Danzo. Danzo would definitely be willing to be His Highness' shield. If this continued, as long as Danzo did not fall, Hiruzen Sarutobi would never be able to find out the truth of the Fire Capital. There was also some news about the new graduates of the ninja school. Uchiha Tunan heard a few familiar names, such as Might Guy, Uchiha Bito, and so on. Time flies. If the two of you are not dead, you should have graduated by now. Uchiha Tunan murmured as he looked at the wooden carvings of Hyuga Chiryu and Uchiha Mainai, while carving a new wooden carving with kunai. However, this wooden carving only had the body and not the face to be carved. Halfway through carving the wooden sculpture, Uchiha Tunan patted the wood shavings and got up to walk outside. Arriving in the courtyard, Uchiha Tunan looked sideways at the residence of the Great Elder not far away. After a full 5 minutes, Uchiha Tunan seemed to have thought of something funny. He suddenly laughed out loud and shook his head as he walked into the house. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? If you want to pinch me, just pinch me. Chapter 101 Waiting for the right moment. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, Uchiha Tunan did not do anything. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi was in a fit of anger and he did not want to enter his line of sight again so as not to provoke his bad luck. A qualified hunter had to know how to wait for an opportunity. He could endure the loneliness, suppress the impulse, and resist the temptation. Half a month had already passed. Considering that so much time had passed, for an experienced politician like Hiruzen Sarutobi, it was time to recover. The pain brought about by the death of 2 sons should be mostly recovered. Only then did Uchiha Tunan prepare to take action. Early in the morning, the red sunlight had just climbed up the Hokage rock. At this time, Uchiha Tunan was sitting on a big tree above the Hokage rock. It was unknown where he found a bamboo and used the kunai to cut it into a flute. Calculating that it was almost time, Uchiha Tunan put the flute to his mouth and played it gently. The sad and bleak sound of the flute lingered in the jungle above the Hokage rock. Uchiha Tunan's flute-playing technique was obtained from an unknown female prostitute. The female prostitute was imprisoned by the pimp and received guests. On the day that Uchiha Tunan destroyed the pimp, she gained her approval. However, that afternoon, Uchiha Tunan received a series of skills from her. As for how she died, Uchiha Tunan did not care. Today, this skill of playing the flute could be put to use. Uchiha Tunan had just started playing for less than a minute. Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived at the platform above the Hokage rock. He looked down at the gradually becoming noisy Konoha. During this period of time, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt that he was completely filled with hatred, grief, and suspicion. However, these negative emotions had nowhere to vent for various reasons. His wife, Biwako Sarutobi, had been staying in the class all year round to teach the younger generation. This time, after hearing that Shinosuke was dead and that Asuma was missing, she returned home to make a big fuss with him, and in the end, they parted unhappily. She threatened that if she could not find Asuma, she would never go home again. During this period of time, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a trace of loneliness. He could only come to the Hokage rock every morning to relax and then use his busy work to numb himself in the Hokage's building. Perhaps it was because he had experienced too many life and death experiences, but Hiruzen Sarutobi felt that he had gradually accepted this fact. His mood gradually calmed down and was no longer so sad. Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the Konoha village beneath his feet and sighed. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a flute in the forest. Almost instantly, Hiruzen Sarutobi broke through his defense. He stood there in a daze, listening to the sound of the flute in his ear, and the bits and pieces of the relationship between him and Shinosuke kept appearing in his mind. Indescribable grief welled up in his heart and seemed to resonate with the sound of the flute. After listening for a while, Hiruzen Sarutobi subconsciously took a step and walked towards the source of the sound. He went up the stairs and entered the dense forest. After taking dozens of steps, he took the wrong path and took a detour. Finally, he pushed aside the tall plants in front of him and saw the person who was playing the flute clearly. He saw Uchiha Tunan sitting on a tree branch with his back against the tree trunk. His eyes were lowered, and his face was gloomy as he played the flute. It seemed that he was using the sound of the flute to tell the sorrow in his heart. The morning breeze blew Uchiha Tunan's clothes, and the green leaves passed through Hiruzen Sarutobi's line of sight. Hiruzen Sarutobi reached out and grabbed a green leaf, whispering in a low voice that could not be heard, "Where the leaves are flying, the fire is still alive." This sentence was really a bit rotten on the street, almost messing up Uchiha Tunan's rhythm. Fortunately, Uchiha Tunan had enough self-control. He did not show any abnormalities, still concentrating on blowing the flute. Uchiha Tunan could also understand Hiruzen Sarutobi. After all, as a ninja, his cultural level was not very high. It was not easy for him to say something that sounded a little philosophical, but of course he had to say it at the right time. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Uchiha Tunan's appearance and thought that he was still immersed in the grief of Shinosuke's death. He immediately coughed twice. Uchiha Tunan seemed to be awakened, and the sound of the flute stopped abruptly. Then, he turned his head and looked over. When he saw that it was Hiruzen Sarutobi, he immediately jumped down from the tree. He maintained a distance of about 5 meters from Hiruzen Sarutobi, put his hands on his knees, and bowed. "Hokage-sama, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect to disturb you." Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed and waved to Uchiha Tunan, indicating for him to follow. The two of them came to the platform above the rock. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood in front of the fence and looked down at the entire Konoha. He said with a little sadness, "Tunan, I know that Shinosuke's death is a huge blow to you. If Shinosuke is still alive, I definitely don't want you to be depressed because of him." Uchiha Tunan knew that Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed to be consoling himself with these words. In fact, he was just reminiscing about Shinosuke in another way. He immediately lowered his head with a sad face and responded with a lonely voice, "Yes." Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed and turned to look at Uchiha Tunan, who was keeping a distance from him. He frowned slightly and said, "I found that you seem to be deliberately keeping a distance from me since you returned to the village. Are you hiding something from me?" Uchiha Tunan trembled when he heard this, and he pursed his lips and remained silent. His expression became even more dejected. Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered over Uchiha Tunan's expression and eliminated the possibility of betraying him. He sighed and said, "Tunan, you've grown up. You know how to hide your thoughts." As he spoke, he walked towards Uchiha Tunan, wanting to stroke his hair like he used to. However, when Uchiha Tunan saw Hiruzen Sarutobi approaching him, he took a few steps back in a panic. He said in a nearly pleading tone, "Hokage-sama, please don't come near me." "Tunan, what happened?" Hiruzen Sarutobi was puzzled. Uchiha Tunan lowered his head and said sadly, I am an ominous person, I'm a cursed child. Father, mother, Ameo, Chiryu, Mainai, Grandpa Yuan Liang, Senior White Fang, Shinosuke, and Asuma. The people I cherish and respect will die one after another. Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his eyebrows slightly and shook his head. "Tunan, these things are all accidents. It has nothing to do with you." Uchiha Tunan opened his eyes, opened his Sharingan, and boundless chakra flowed out. "But what if I'm the cause of all these deaths?" he shouted. "In fact, I had long suspected this. That's why I purposely distanced myself from Kakashi, Minato-sensei, and Kushina. After this incident in the Fire Capital, I am even more certain that I am an ominous person. Hokage-sama, please do not come near me. I am afraid that one day you will." Hiruzen Sarutobi sensed Uchiha Tunan's chakra, which was comparable to Jounan's, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Such a strong talent, which was far beyond Kakashi. Chapter 102 Reminiscent. Hiruzen Sarutobi valued Uchiha Tunan even more in his heart. He immediately consoled. "Tunan, you have experienced too little after all. If you were born in my era, you would find that death is just a very common thing. Almost every once in a while, there would be less familiar faces around here. Too many people I know have died." According to what you said, I am also an ominous person. Hiruzen Sarutobi's words seemed to have an effect. Uchiha Tunan said weakly, really? Isn't it because of me? Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled and said, it's okay. When you have enough power, you can protect the people you want to protect. As he spoke, he approached Uchiha Tunan again and reached out to stroke his hair. This time, Uchiha Tunan did not dodge, but stared at Hiruzen Sarutobi with grateful eyes. Hokage-sama. After a while, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Uchiha Tunan came to the fence and looked down at Konoha. Facing the light of dawn, both of them seemed to relax. Hiruzen Sarutobi asked, how have you been recently? Uchiha Tunan thought for a moment and said, I'm fine. All along, only the Great Elder has been a bit better to me in the clan. The others, I don't know why, but they always look at me with strange eyes. Silly child, because they think you are my people, they don't like you. Hiruzen Sarutobi chuckled. The people of the Uchiha clan are like this. They are arrogant and don't like to be close to others. What's wrong? Do I have anything on me? Suddenly, Hiruzen Sarutobi found that Uchiha Tunan was staring at his clothes, and even leaned his head over to take a sniff. Hokage-sama, your clothes are dirty. Hiruzen Sarutobi remembered that he had been feeling bored during this period of time, so he had been wearing this imperial robe without changing. With a slightly embarrassed face, he said, it doesn't matter. I still have something to change in the office. When I go back tonight, I will wash this clothes. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Tunan said with a serious face, Hokage-sama, you have worked hard in the village for a day. How can you put your mind on washing clothes and such chores? Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter. It's just a small matter. But Uchiha Tunan directly reached out and pulled Hiruzen Sarutobi's imperial robe and said, Hokage-sama, take it off. I'll go back and wash it and bring it to you. Alright. Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't refuse Uchiha Tunan's good intentions, so he took the opportunity to take off his royal robe. Next, the two of them casually chatted for a while. Seeing that it was about time, Hiruzen Sarutobi left the Hokage Rock and headed to the office in the Hokage building. In the evening, Hiruzen Sarutobi finished his work and just returned to the Sarutobi clan. He saw that Uchiha Tunan was holding a folded royal robe, squatting there and burying his head on it. At this time, a ninja of the Sarutobi clan who was patrolling outside the clan happened to pass by Hiruzen Sarutobi. He immediately pointed to Uchiha Tunan and said, Hokage-sama, that little guy is here to find you. He has been squatting since morning. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded and walked up to Uchiha Tunan. He coughed lightly and said, Tunan, why are you here? Uchiha Tunan stood up and his eyes lit up when he saw Hiruzen Sarutobi. Then, he quickly handed the neatly folded royal robe to Hiruzen Sarutobi and said, Hokage-sama, I have washed your clothes. Hiruzen Sarutobi took the royal robe and nodded. Thank you. Why didn't you send it to the office? Uchiha Tunan smiled and scratched his head. This is not a big deal. It is not good for me to disturb your work. Oh! At this moment, Uchiha Tunan's belly rang. Uchiha Tunan blushed and smiled awkwardly, not daring to look at Hiruzen Sarutobi. The corners of Hiruzen Sarutobi's mouth curled up slightly. Presumably, this child was only focused on waiting for him here and had not even eaten lunch. Thus, he patted Uchiha Tunan on the shoulder and said with concern, come in and have a meal. Hearing this, Uchiha Tunan immediately raised his head and said with a face full of joy, can I? I won't disturb your rest, will I? Hiruzen Sarutobi chuckled and shook his head. It's fine. It's just an extra pair of chopsticks. Uchiha Tunan followed behind Hiruzen Sarutobi and swaggered into the Sarutobi clan's territory. If his guess was correct, Uchiha Tunan might be the first Uchiha to enter the Sarutobi clan's territory. The courtyard that Hiruzen Sarutobi lived in was bigger than the Great Elder's courtyard. There was a flower bed in the middle of the courtyard. In the flower bed stood a very good-looking Zen garden. However, looking at it, the owner of the courtyard did not seem to have trimmed it. The lawn on both sides of the path was also full of weeds and various plants, giving people a messy feeling. The two of them walked into the house. Uchiha Tunan looked at them curiously and asked, "Hokage-sama, are you the only one in your house?" Hiruzen Sarutobi was slightly startled. He looked at the photos placed in the living room and nodded a little desolately. "Yes, I'm alone. You sit for a while, I'll go and cook." Uchiha Tunan quickly pulled Hiruzen Sarutobi's sleeve and frowned. "Hokage-sama, how can you do this kind of work? Let me do it." Hiruzen Sarutobi hesitated for a moment, but these days there were many things that made him feel physically and mentally exhausted, so he took the opportunity to say, "All right, then I'll have to trouble you." A happy smile appeared on Uchiha Tunan's face. He went to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. He reached out to take out the frozen meat and smelled it. He frowned and said, "This meat is no longer fresh. Eating it is not good for the stomach. It is time to throw it away." Then, he fiddled with the vegetables inside and took out a type of vegetable. He shook his head and said, "It is not easy to sleep after eating this dish tonight." He simply filtered out the ingredients in the fridge and then took out the ingredients needed for tonight. Uchiha Tunan placed all kinds of seasonings in front of his nose and sniffed them. He also checked the shelf life. "Hokage-sama, this soy sauce has expired. I'm going out to buy a new bottle." Uchiha Tunan held a bottle of soy sauce in his hand and waved it at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was staring blankly at the photo in the living room. Then, he quickly walked out. Hiruzen Sarutobi reached out and touched the photo. Then, he raised his head and sighed. He muttered, "Has it expired? I really didn't pay attention to it." Ever since what happened a while ago, Hiruzen Sarutobi had been absent-minded. When he had work, he would try to stabilize his mind and work. When he had no work to do, he would sit in a chair and stare blankly. His mind would often recall the times when he was with his two sons. It was as if Shinosuke and Asuma were still playing in front of him. But when he came back to his senses, all of this turned into bubbles again. There was an unspeakable pain in Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart. Looking at the photo in his hand, he finally sighed. Chapter 103 Home-Cooked Meal. After a while, Uchiha Tunan bought a new soy sauce, put on an apron, and began to cook. Da-da! The crisp and rhythmic sound of cutting vegetables rang out in the kitchen. The hot pot with hot oil on the stove, the spring onion, ginger, garlic, and chili exploded with fragrance, and the ingredients were cooked and stir-fried. After passing by the fire capital, Uchiha Tunan's cooking skills had improved a lot. With this cooking skill, he could open a restaurant in Konoha to ensure that it would be popular every day. In the living room, the dejected Hiruzen Sarutobi's nose twitched slightly and he muttered, "It smells so good." Then, he got up and walked out of the kitchen, looking inside. He saw that Uchiha Tunan was extremely focused, one hand holding the pot and constantly moving it, while the other hand was pouring eggs into the bowl. The pot was still burning. Half a minute later, Uchiha Tunan poured the scattered eggs into the pot. Suddenly, the fragrance of eggs and pepper colliding with each other filled the room, making people addicted to it. Hiruzen Sarutobi was good at ninjutsu, but when it came to cooking, it was a bit difficult to explain. When Asuma and Shinosuke were still around, Biwako Sarutobi would often come back to cook. As for now, Hiruzen Sarutobi only made a meal group and so on. After a while, Uchiha Tunan brought the food to the table and said to Hiruzen Sarutobi with an embarrassed face, "I only know this little homemade dish. Hokage-sama, please enjoy." Hiruzen Sarutobi originally thought that he would have no appetite, but the saliva in his mouth kept gushing out, and his stomach suddenly felt hungry. He immediately picked up the chopsticks and took a bite, and his eyes suddenly widened. A rich fragrance bloomed in his mouth, like waves, stimulating his taste buds. How delicious was this? Uchiha Tunan saw that Hiruzen Sarutobi had been sitting still after taking a bite, and immediately asked with a face full of confidence, "Hokage-sama, is it very bad?" Hiruzen Sarutobi came back to his senses, picked up his chopsticks and wolfed it down. He replied, "It tastes great. I haven't eaten such delicious food in a long time." "Tunan, sit down and eat quickly." When Uchiha Tunan heard this, he smiled and narrowed his eyes. He sat down and began to eat the food. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at the gentle Uchiha Tunan, thinking that Uchiha Tunan was not only one of his own, but also his son's partner. Although his son was dead, Tunan was so concerned about his affairs that he had to take care of him. Tunan, now that you're back, you should find something to do. Have you considered becoming a reserve member of the Umbu? In the Umbu, you can learn a lot of things, and the treatment is also good. Uchiha Tunan nodded with a calm face and said, "Can I learn a lot of ninjutsu in there?" Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his eyebrows and asked doubtfully, "What, didn't Uchiha teach you ninjutsu?" Uchiha Tunan shook his head and said, "They did teach me, but the clan basically only taught fire and lightning attribute ninjutsu." Hiruzen Sarutobi asked while chewing. "Oh? What is your chakra attribute? I can arrange a suitable captain for you." Uchiha Tunan picked up a piece of meat and put it into Hiruzen Sarutobi's bowl. He casually said, "I have full element chakra, Hokage-sama, come and taste this dish." Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi was stunned and couldn't believe his ears. "What attribute did you just say your chakra is?" Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi's big reaction, Uchiha Tunan couldn't help but pause his movements. He stared at Hiruzen Sarutobi and replied, "I have all attributes. Come out with me." Hiruzen Sarutobi grabbed Uchiha Tunan's hand. He dragged her to the pond in the backyard. Although it was called a pond, it could be considered a small lake. Hiruzen Sarutobi said to Uchiha Tunan with a serious face, "3 Magnetama Sharingan has the ability to copy ninjutsu. I need to see if you can copy my ninjutsu." After saying that, he deliberately slowed down his hands and formed seals in an orderly manner. At the same time, Uchiha Tunan opened his Sharingan, almost at the same time as Hiruzen Sarutobi. Wind escape, great breakthrough. Wind escape, great breakthrough. The trees by the pond were bent over by the wind. Of course, this was under the circumstance that the two of them were deliberately suppressing their power. Hiruzen Sarutobi only felt a little excited in his heart and immediately continued to form seals. Water style, water dragon dance technique. Water style, water dragon dance technique. Earth style, 9 rock pillar technique. Earth style, 9 rock pillar technique. After releasing the 5 chakra attribute ninjutsu one by one, the expression in Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes when he looked at Uchiha Tunan completely changed. All attribute chakra combined. With the ability of 3 Tomo Sharingan, this was simply born for ninjutsu. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi no longer regarded Uchiha Tunan as a tool in his heart, instead, he had the idea of taking him as a disciple. His eyes immediately lit up. He put his hands on Uchiha Tunan's shoulders and asked him seriously, "Tunan, what are you best at?" Uchiha Tunan thought for a moment and replied seriously, "Sword techniques and illusions." When Hiruzen Sarutobi heard this, he was stunned and didn't know what to say. Yes, he awakened the Sharingan and was born to be an illusion master. Moreover, Tunan had been learning sword skills from White Fang before, and later he inherited the 3-unity sword technique of that old fellow, Yuan Liang. But now it seemed that Tunan's innate talent in ninjutsu was the best. As long as Tunan was given enough time, even if no one taught him, he would still be able to learn a lot of ninjutsu in actual combat. At that time, Tunan's ninjutsu would have no shortcomings. While Hiruzen Sarutobi was in a daze, Uchiha Tunan couldn't help but remind him, "Hokage-sama, the food is going to be cold." Hiruzen Sarutobi woke up from his deep thoughts and nodded repeatedly. "Then let's eat first." Returning to the house, Hiruzen Sarutobi ate the food mouthful by mouthful, but in his heart, he was thinking about whether to accept Uchiha Tunan. After all, he was already old, and his work was so busy. If he accepted Uchiha Tunan as his disciple, he probably wouldn't have much time to teach him. At that time, wouldn't he delay the learning progress of a good seedling? And most importantly, although Uchiha Tunan was on his side now, he was still a member of the Uchiha clan. What if he grew up in the future and started to pay attention to Uchiha? Then all his cultivation and trust would go to waste, and it would even cause a lot of trouble for him. Seeing that Hiruzen Sarutobi was a little absent-minded while eating, Uchiha Tunan softly asked, "Hokage-sama, is it that the dishes are not so delicious when they are cold? I'll heat them up." After saying that, he picked up the dishes and stood up. Hiruzen Sarutobi came back to his senses and held Uchiha Tunan's hand. He smiled and said, "No, the temperature is just right. It's delicious." Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Uchiha Tunan deeply and thought to himself that he should observe for a while. Chapter 104 Nightmare and Sleep Talking. After the meal, Uchiha Tunan took the initiative to wash the dishes. However, after doing all this, Uchiha Tunan did not leave immediately. Instead, he began to carefully wipe the oil stains in the kitchen, clean the dust in the corner, and wipe out all the subtle corners. It was not over after 3 hours of cleaning. At this time, it was already quite late, and basically all the people in the Saratop clan had turned off their lights and gone to sleep. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was sitting in the living room, felt a little sleepy. He came to the kitchen door and coughed lightly. "Tunan, it's already very clean. There's no need to clean it." Uchiha Tunan turned around, and the sweat on his forehead was dripping down. However, his eyes were sparkling as he looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was at the entrance of the kitchen, and said seriously, "The kitchen is a place for cooking. You must ensure absolute hygiene. Otherwise, what if you eat something bad?" As he said that, he scraped his finger in the corner and scraped out a mass of black oil. He said to Hiruzen Sarutobi, "These things are the easiest to attract insects. They must be cleaned up." Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the stubborn Uchiha Tunan and nodded helplessly. He then looked at the clock on the wall and said, "It's already very late." Uchiha Tunan wiped the sweat on his forehead with his arm and smiled. "It doesn't matter. Hokage-sama, you go and rest first. I know the way home." Seeing that Uchiha Tunan was so obedient and sensible, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt as if his heart had been touched by a soft spot. In a trance, the figures of Shinosuke and Asuma seemed to appear in front of him. The two figures gradually overlapped. Shinosuke was serious and steady, and Asuma was stubborn. Wasn't this Tunan? Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately looked at Uchiha Tunan with a kind face and said, "Tunan, it's too late. It's time to sleep." Uchiha Tunan was stunned. He pursed his lips and bowed to Hiruzen Sarutobi with his hands on his knees. His eyes were full of guilt and self-blame. He said, "Hokage-sama, I'm sorry for disturbing your rest. I'll go back now." For some reason, looking at Uchiha Tunan like this, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt as if he had done a terrible thing. He couldn't bear it anymore and came to Uchiha Tunan, rubbing his hair. "I usually don't sleep at this time. You don't have to blame yourself. The sky is so dark, and the house of Uchiha is so far away. You should stay here for one night." As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Tunan raised his head, and his eyes seemed to be shining with stars. He said with joy, "Is it really possible?" Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled and nodded. "Go to sleep. If you want to get these things, you can get them tomorrow." Late at night, the rain continued to beat against the window. The strong wind howled in the trees by the pond in the backyard, blowing the branches as if they were about to break their waists. Uchiha Tunan slept on the bed, his face covered in cold sweat. His expression was even more painful and embarrassing. "Don't! No!" The voice that contained fear and sadness became louder and louder. It gradually broke through the cover of the rain and passed to Hiruzen Sarutobi's room downstairs. As a Kagya-level expert, even if he was old, he still instinctively remained vigilant of his surroundings. Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly opened his eyes and heard Uchiha Tunan's muttering from upstairs. He frowned and muttered, "Did this child have a nightmare?" Thinking that he still had business to do tomorrow, Hiruzen Sarutobi turned over and prepared to continue sleeping. "Asuma, where are you?" The next moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately opened his eyes and sighed deeply. "Senior Shinosuke. I learned it. Thank you. Don't go to the fire capital." Hiruzen Sarutobi's thoughts instantly went back to the time when his two sons got along with him when they were young. The scenes of the past appeared one after another, and Hiruzen Sarutobi remembered that when Shinosuke was young, it was easy to have nightmares on rainy days. And his wife was always away, so at this time, Shinosuke would usually ask him to accompany her. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly felt a sense of compassion in his heart. He got up and habitually crept toward the second floor. Every step he took was subconsciously stepped on to avoid making any noise to disturb Uchiha Tunan. He gently pushed open the door. In the dark room, Hiruzen Sarutobi saw that Uchiha Tunan had kicked the quilt away and kept muttering. "Don't leave me! Father! Don't leave! Father! This child!" A trace of melancholy flashed in Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes. He suddenly felt that he and Uchiha Tunan were a little alike. One lost his parents, and the other lost his son. He immediately came to Uchiha Tunan's side and sat down on his knees. He gently covered Uchiha Tunan with the quilt. Looking at Uchiha Tunan's face, Hiruzen Sarutobi was a little dazed. He remembered the appearance of Shinosuke when he was by his side. Hiruzen Sarutobi reached out his hand and gently stroked Uchiha Tunan's face. He frowned slightly and the bitterness in his heart spread out again. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan grabbed Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand and said in a pleading tone, "Father, don't go." Hiruzen Sarutobi was slightly stunned. He covered Uchiha Tunan's hand with his other hand and whispered, "Don't worry, I won't go." Uchiha Tunan seemed to have heard Hiruzen Sarutobi's words and suddenly relaxed. Then he turned over and pulled Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand under his head. The fear just now seemed to disappear, and the smile gradually spread on his face, as if he had a very sweet dream. Uchiha Tunan rubbed his head against Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand, smacked his lips, and muttered, "Father! Hokage-sama!" Looking at his appearance, Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart, which had been as solid as a boulder, seemed to have softened. For some reason, a strange feeling arose in Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart. The father love that had been blocked because of the death of his two sons seemed to have been released as if the floodgate had been opened. The more he looked at Uchiha Tunan, the more his heart ached and tender. Early the next morning, the morning sunlight shone through the window, coating Hiruzen Sarutobi and Uchiha Tunan with a layer of gentle gold. One of them was kneeling lovingly, while the other was immersed in a dream, forming a very peaceful scene. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had not slept all night, stretched out his free hand and gently rubbed his temples, raising his spirits. Then, he looked helplessly at Uchiha Tunan, who was hugging his hand tightly and sleeping. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. How good would it be if Tunan was my child? Obedient, sensible, modest, hardworking, kind, meticulous, tolerant. It was too perfect. Just then, Uchiha Tunan opened his sleepy eyes. He rubbed his eyes and muttered, "Father." To be honest, the word father instantly broke Hiruzen Sarutobi's guard. He almost couldn't help but hold Uchiha Tunan in his arms and protect him. Chapter 105 Leaked News. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan stared at the arm under his head with a confused face and blinked. Then he woke up in an instant and sat up in shock under Hiruzen Sarutobi's smiling face. He scratched his head with an embarrassed look and said, "Hokage-sama, why are you here?" Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled gently and retracted his almost unconscious hand. He rubbed Uchiha Tunan's hair with his other hand. He said in a loving tone, "You had a nightmare last night." Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi withdraw his hand, Uchiha Tunan lowered his head in embarrassment. Then he pursed his lips and said carefully, "Did I say something in my sleep that disturbed you?" Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head and said, "No, I just got up. I was worried about you, so I came over to take a look." He also knew that this child was afraid of trouble, so he hid it. Hearing this, Uchiha Tunan recovered his smile and quickly got up to put on his clothes. Then he folded the quilt and ran downstairs in his slippers. "I'll go cook for you." Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled and shook his head. He looked at the folded and square quilt. This child was very careful when doing things. Last night, Hiruzen Sarutobi thought a lot. If not for the fact that Uchiha Tunan was a member of the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen Sarutobi would have taken him as his adopted son. However, in this case, not only would the Uchiha clan disagree, but even the higher-ups of Konoha who were close to him would object. Especially Danzo. After thinking about it, he finally decided to take Uchiha Tunan as his disciple. Perhaps, even he himself did not know why he suddenly made this decision. After a while, Uchiha Tunan made breakfast and said gently, "Have a taste and see if it suits your taste." Hiruzen Sarutobi scooped a spoonful of porridge and fed it to his mouth. He praised, and, very good. When Uchiha Tunan heard Hiruzen Sarutobi's praise, his eyes narrowed into a smile. When he was cleaning the kitchen, Uchiha Tunan noticed the expiration date of some of the ingredients, especially salt. Hiruzen Sarutobi definitely wouldn't specially go to buy these things. Usually, he would order the Umbu or the young people in the clan. And these people would definitely buy the best and latest products. According to his daily observations, Hiruzen Sarutobi would not come back for lunch at noon. Then, he could only cook breakfast himself. With this kind of statistics, the amount of salt used for every meal was roughly calculated by Uchiha Tunan. Naturally, he knew that Hiruzen Sarutobi had a heavy taste. Therefore, Uchiha Tunan added a bit more salt to the porridge that he cooked today. There was a saying that the details determine success or failure. Suddenly, Hiruzen Sarutobi stopped the spoon and asked, "Tunan, are you willing to be my disciple?" When Uchiha Tunan heard this, his eyes lit up and he became excited. But then his face fell and he said, "Really? But I am so weak, and I am only Chunin. I am afraid that I will embarrass you." Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed and finally found Uchiha Tunan's shortcomings, inferiority. That's right, people who lack love will inevitably feel inferior. This is unacceptable. Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly put down the spoon and comforted her with a kind face. Be more confident in the future. You are much stronger than your peers. You are a real genius. Hearing this, Uchiha Tunan raised his humble head and frowned. He thought for a moment and said, "But I heard people say, there are no geniuses in this world. The so-called geniuses only have a little more insignificant talent than ordinary people. Only perseverance and hard work can make people climb to the peak." I think this sentence is very right. When Hiruzen Sarutobi heard this, he smiled and said, "Tunan, you are really different from the other Uchiha clansmen." Uchiha Tunan nodded slightly, then stared straight at Hiruzen Sarutobi and said, "Perhaps I have experienced too much darkness. I should have fallen into the darkness. It was you who guided me to comprehend the will of fire and dispel the darkness in my heart. Hokage-sama." Hiruzen Sarutobi pretended to be serious and coughed lightly. "In the future, you're surely to succeed. Teacher." Uchiha Tunan's voice was slightly higher, and it was obvious that he was excited. Hiruzen Sarutobi got up and took out a scroll from his bedroom. He handed it to Uchiha Tunan and said, "These are the ninjutsu notes that I remember. There are many composite ninjutsu that I created." After Uchiha Tunan took the scroll, he said solemnly, "Teacher, don't worry. I will definitely work hard to cultivate and live up to your expectations." Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Uchiha Tunan's serious expression and wanted to laugh. He waved his hand and said, "All right, I will pass on the news later. In the future, come to my place every night. I will teach you how to cultivate." "Yes, teacher." Ding! The smile on Uchiha Tunan's face deepened. However, in the next moment, "Get the approval of Uchiha clansmen." Ding! Get the approval of Uchiha Shensi. Ding! Get the approval of Uchiha Jiro. Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes, but his face remained calm. Hiruzen Sarutobi finished the porridge in one gulp and stood up leisurely. "All right, I have to go to work." Uchiha Tunan immediately stood up and sent Hiruzen Sarutobi to the entrance of the courtyard. "Teacher, please take care." After Hiruzen Sarutobi left, Uchiha Tunan returned to the house and began to clean up the dishes. The sound of running water came from the kitchen. The expression of Uchiha Tunan now was completely different from before. At this time, he was emitting a gloomy aura, and his hands were also cleaning the dishes at a moderate pace. He was completely different from the Sunshine Boy just now. "Old man, you actually played this trick on me at such a critical time. Originally, you didn't awaken the Mangekyo, so I didn't want to touch you. Since you played dirty first, then I will try to use my eye power to form the Mangekyo." Gradually, Uchiha Tunan's face became playful, and then he smiled. Things were getting more and more interesting. According to the original work, Uchiha Shisui could upgrade to Mangekyo. If he couldn't upgrade to Mangekyo with just eye power, Shisui was indeed a good choice. Moreover, Shisui happened to be the grandson of the Great Elder. He didn't know how many Magatama Shurshui would open when the Great Elder died. Even if he couldn't open the kaleidoscope now, those Uchiha clansmen who knew about him should all be 3 Magatama. If he killed all of them, would he directly push his 3 Magatama to the Manjikyu because of his eye power? Both paths were promising. Looking at it like this, it didn't seem to be a bad thing for the Great Elder to tell others about him. After thinking it through, Uchiha Tunan's face instantly returned to its usual warmth. He smiled as he washed the dishes. Sure enough, the one who is the most hurt in anger is himself. Looking at it from another angle, there would usually be unexpected surprises. Only by forgiving others can you achieve yourself. Chapter 106 Attribute Test. After washing the dishes in the kitchen, Uchiha Tunan separated 6 shadow clones and started cleaning. One could not be too honest. When there was someone around, they paid attention to attitude. When there was no one around, they paid attention to efficiency. The leader is around, let him see you who work hard. When he leaves and comes back, he finds that you have completed the task perfectly. At this time, the leader will think about it himself and think that you have always completed the task with a serious and steady attitude. His impression of you will naturally soar. The 6 shadow clones were responsible for cleaning up the area. Clean the ground, wipe the windows, clean up the debris, repair the court plant, and spray perfume. Everything was in order. There was even a shadow clone who washed Hiruzen Sarutobi's clothes, whether they were clean or not. He then pulled up a few clothings in the front yard and hung the clothes on it. By the time everything was cleaned up, it was already past noon. The noon sun hung directly above the sky, and the temperature also gradually rose. Uchiha Tunan looked up, and his eyes were once again chased back by the dazzling sunlight. Seeing that it was about time, he put away his shadow clone and left the Sarutobi clan. After a busy morning, Uchiha Tunan was already hungry. So, he casually ate something in the commercial street and walked toward Uchiha's clan. Uchiha Tunan had just arrived at the door when he saw the Great Elder standing at the door as if he had been waiting for a long time. He turned to look at Uchiha Tunan and carefully sized him up. It was as if he was his daughter, who did not return home at night. Great Elder, you are here. Uchiha Tunan generously accepted the Great Elder's gaze and greeted him warmly. The Great Elder nodded and said, "Yes. Great Elder, please come in and sit." Uchiha Tunan opened the courtyard door and invited the Great Elder into the room. As soon as the Great Elder sat down, he impatiently asked, "This morning, Hiruzen Sarutobi announced that he would accept you as his disciple. How did you do it?" When the Great Elder received the news, he was shocked. Uchiha Tunan brewed tea and replied in a puzzled tone, "Is it very strange?" Great Elder took a deep breath and said with a serious face, "Your talent is indeed very good. I wouldn't be surprised if Hiruzen took you as a disciple in the past. But his son just died. This is very strange. You have to be careful if he has some conspiracy." In the eyes of Great Elder, the Sarutobi clan was not a good example, and they also did not have a good face for Uchiha clan. Therefore, regarding Hiruzen Sarutobi taking Uchiha Tunan as his disciple, it made him very suspicious. Uchiha Tunan pushed the brewed tea in front of Great Elder and said with a faint smile, "Teacher took me as a disciple because I have all attributes of chakra." As he spoke, he gently patted the back of the Great Elder's hand and comforted him, "You don't have to worry about me." However, the Great Elder thought about it carefully and still felt that it was very suspicious. He used his finger to fiercely tap on the table a few times and emphasized again, "But his son just died." Uchiha Tunan chuckled and said slowly, "Maybe he treat me as a substitute." Hearing this, the Great Elder touched his chin and thought for a moment, "There is a possibility. In this case, as long as you have enough merits, that old guy Hiruzen might really support you to become the Hokage. The Sarutobi clan plus the Inoshikachu, and our Uchiha." Good, good, good. The more the Great Elder thought about it, the more excited he became. He picked up the teacup and drank it. The hot tea made the Great Elder speechless. He hurriedly put down the teacup, so hot that tears came out. Uchiha Tunan gently blew on the tea in front of him and asked casually, "Right, did the Great Elder tell the other clansmen about me?" The Great Elder was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he smiled, "Last time, I was just testing you." How could I tell anyone about this? This old fellow seems to be preparing to use this secret as a trump card to pinch me. Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes due to the hot steam coming from the tea. Then he said with a sincere face, "It's fine, Great Elder can tell a few young clansmen with potential. In the future, when my wings are full, they can become my left and right arms. As for the elders who are too old, don't let them worry about this." The Great Elder raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "You really think so?" Uchiha Tunan smiled and picked up the teapot to make tea in the Great Elder's teacup. "I have never lied in front of you." The Great Elder recalled and nodded slightly. "That's true. All right, I won't stay here any longer. In the future, the Uchiha clan will depend on you." Uchiha Tunan pointed at the teacup in front of the Great Elder and said, "Great Elder, are you not going to leave after drinking?" The Great Elder stood up and waved his hand. "No, this is a critical time. It is not good for me if I stay here for too long." Great Elder also knew that the situation was different now. With Uchiha Tunan around, as long as he became the Hokage, they could strengthen Uchiha without spilling blood. For the future of the Uchiha clan, First Elder still knew that he had to grasp his limits. He could not be too close to Uchiha Tunan. With this in mind, Great Elder turned to leave. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan said in a deep voice, "Great Elder, perhaps you should be more concerned about Shishui." The Great Elder stopped in his tracks and turned around with a puzzled expression. "What has it got to do with Shishui?" Uchiha Tunan said with a serious face, "Shishui has a talent that surpasses mine." The Great Elder was slightly stunned. After a moment, he asked with a doubtful expression, "Is what you said true?" Uchiha Tunan nodded solemnly and pointed to his eyes. "I'm about to reach that realm. That's why I can sense Shishui's great potential. He is more likely to awaken than me." When the Great Elder heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He immediately took a deep breath and nodded repeatedly, "All right, I understand." With that, he walked out with his hands behind his back. The Great Elder believed at least 70% of Uchiha Tunan's words. It was because there was no need for Uchiha Tunan to lie to him at all. It seemed that after going back, he would have to focus on Shishui's training. Uchiha Tunan knew that it was very difficult for him to rely on the so-called emotional fluctuations to upgrade his Sharingan. But he had a system. As long as he obtained Shishui's approval after he opened the Manjikyu. Of course, Uchiha Tunan also had another route, which was to rely purely on eye power to break through. To be on the safe side, Uchiha Tunan planned to take two routes at the same time. After all, these two routes did not conflict, and could even complement each other. In this way, he would get twice the result with half the effort. Chapter 107 Reasons to Target Sarutobi. After thinking about it, Uchiha Tunan took out 2 pieces of wood and got up to go under the eaves of the front yard. The path in Uchiha Tunan's yard was made of a special kind of sandstone. The texture was soft and strong, and of course, the price was not cheap. Even if it was soaked in rain, it would not stick to the feet. Uchiha Tunan sat under the eaves and looked at the footprints on the path. The 3 Magatamas and his eyes slowly rotated. Relying on his Byakugan power, he carefully observed the lines of the footprints. He took out a kunai in his hand and began to carefully carve the wooden block. The Great Elder was a person who completely respected the family. Uchiha Tunan believed that as long as he stood firm in Konoha's higher-ups, then the Great Elder would use those secrets to ask him to secretly help his family get benefits. If he agreed, he would try his best to get it. Uchiha Tunan always believed that the future was in his hands. Moreover, it was not difficult to obtain the recognition of Uchiha's clan. The more stubborn a person was, the greater the weakness in their heart. As long as they found the right method, it was very easy to obtain recognition. To put it bluntly, the people of Uchiha's clan were easy to deceive. After all, even the Eye of the Moon would believe something as ridiculous as Qin Shi Huang in his previous life. Unlike a politician like Hiruzen Sarutobi, who always guarded against others. Uchiha Tunan even suspected that Hiruzen Sarutobi did not even acknowledge his wife. Half an hour later, Uchiha Tunan carved 2 wooden shoes. The size of the wooden shoes and the texture at the bottom were exactly the same as the Great Elder's shoe print. Uchiha Tunan picked up the wooden shoes and studied them for a while. He muttered, "People are short and have small feet. The pattern is also narrow." After that, he put the wooden shoes into the ninja bag and turned to enter the house. In the evening, Hiruzen Sarutobi returned home with a tired face. As soon as he pushed open the courtyard door, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. The white tree in the middle of the courtyard was still standing, but the soil under it was overturned and carefully watered. The red pillars in the corridor of the house were carefully wiped, revealing their original appearance. Hiruzen Sarutobi had always been very busy and did not have time to clean up the house. There were many withered branches and leaves in the yard. But now, the ground was clean and tidy, and even every grass on the lawn next to it had crystal-clear water droplets on it. When he looked up again, he saw that his sight was full of clothes that were dry and the breeze was blowing, and these clothes were moving up and down. The evening sun was no longer so dazzling, only leaving some afterglow on the horizon. Under the light of this gentle afterglow, the entire courtyard looked even more warm. A faint fragrance drifted in the air, and it was very clean at a glance, making Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had worked for a day, feel extremely warm in his heart. The smell of home. "Teacher, you are back." In the corner of the courtyard, Uchiha Tunan stood on his tiptoes and put away a piece of clothing. He turned his head and smiled gently at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Several clothes had already been piled up on his left arm. They had all been washed and dried. When Hiruzen Sarutobi saw this scene, he couldn't help but smile. "Tunan, it's been hard on you, but many of these clothes have been washed." Uchiha Tunan shook his head and said, "The washed clothes will have a bad smell after a long time. It will be uncomfortable to wear it." Hiruzen Sarutobi felt warm in his heart and was actually a little touched. "Let me help you." Seeing that there were still so many clothes, Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately got ready to help. Uchiha Tunan hurriedly stopped him. "Teacher, let me do these things. You have been busy for a day, and you will teach me ninjutsu later. Let's go in and have a good rest first. I often do these things. I'm used to it. I'm not tired at all." Hiruzen Sarutobi hesitated for a moment. Seeing Uchiha Tunan's stubborn expression, he could only nod and say, "Tunan, you're so considerate." Uchiha Tunan moved very quickly and put away all the clothes in about an hour. He folded them next to each other and placed them into Hiruzen Sarutobi's wardrobe. Uchiha Tunan did so much for Hiruzen Sarutobi, not only for his strength. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not have any special bloodline limit, and his chakra was only a little more than that of an ordinary elite ninja. The main reason for Tunan to gain Sarutobi's approval is for his summoned beast, Kuchio's Monkey King, Enma. One had to know that Monkey King, Enma, had an indestructible body, and it was not an active skill, but a passive skill. When it transformed into the adamantine staff, its defense was several levels higher. To Uchiha Tunan, this temptation was even greater than the eternal Mangekyo. During dinner, Uchiha Tunan intentionally brought up the topic of Uchiha's clan. As Hiruzen Sarutobi chewed, he said, "Most of the Uchiha clan's characters are like that, but they are not very likable." Uchiha Tunan shook his head gently and began to express his opinion. "No, in fact, most of the children in the clan are very naive and cute. I think children are just a blank sheet of paper. What they will grow up in the future depends on the education of their parents and elders, as well as the influence of the surrounding environment. I have a deep understanding of this point. Most of the people in Uchiha's clan follow strict education, and children would subconsciously imitate their parents' behavior. There was almost no love or warmth in a family. Relatives were like strangers. When a child encountered a setback, his parents would not comfort him. On the contrary, they would mock and abuse the child in an attempt to stimulate the child's self-esteem and make the child work hard." Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded and spat out the bones in his mouth. "Well, I didn't expect you to have such insight in education." When Uchiha Tunan heard Hiruzen Sarutobi praise him, he scratched his head in embarrassment and whispered, "This is just a little bit of my own feelings. Just like when I went back today, when the Great Elder came to find me. I saw the Great Elder treat Shurshui in such a strict manner. It was really—" When Hiruzen Sarutobi heard this, his hands paused and his eyes narrowed slightly. He said casually, "Did that guy come looking for you?" While chewing, Uchiha Tunan nodded and said, "Yes, the great elder came to my house in a hurry this afternoon and told me a lot. He kept saying, 'Don't forget your family. You must take your family as your foundation.'" Although Hiruzen Sarutobi was unhappy that Uchiha Tenzo was trying to win Uchiha Tunan over, he didn't care. However, seeing that Uchiha Tunan did not hide anything from him about the Great Elder, he could not help but reveal a victorious smile. "That guy Tenzo is still the same." Chapter 108 Embezzlement. Uchiha Tunan tilted his head slightly and thought, "The Great Elder has always given me a very strange feeling. Although he usually smiles, he gives me an extremely dangerous and crazy feeling. I even suspect one thing." Hiruzen Sarutobi lit the cigarette and took a deep breath. "A cigarette after a meal, this taste. What is it?" Uchiha Tunan hesitated and whispered, "I suspect that Ameo was plotted against to death by the Great Elder." Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned and asked in surprise, "Why do you say that?" Uchiha Tunan looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi with a look of uncertainty and said in a low voice, "Because Tetsuo actually has a very good relationship with Ameo. At that time, they were only sparring, but Ameo had died under the Grand Fireball. I suspect that the Grand Elder wanted Tetsuo's Sharingan to evolve. But at that time, as a waste, I personally witnessed this scene and accidentally awakened the Sharingan. And the Great Elder thinks that I have more potential than Tetsuo. So he simply executed Tetsuo to prevent the matter from being exposed." Hearing Uchiha Tunan's words, Hiruzen Sarutobi spat out a mouthful of smoke and nodded. He also felt that it was possible. After all, the Umbu had originally wanted to investigate this matter. However, it was a little suspicious that the Great Elder had used the excuse that this was the family disgrace of the Uchiha clan. Now, it seemed that there was really something hidden. But it had already been so long, and the two young geniuses of the Uchiha clan had died. Even if the Uchiha clan had killed each other to the last person, Hiruzen Sarutobi was too lazy to ask. However, in front of Uchiha Tunan, this new disciple, Hiruzen Sarutobi still had to maintain his glorious image. "Do you have evidence?" Uchiha Tunan shook his head and said, "I don't have evidence. At that time, I was too weak and didn't notice anything. Naive, I only believed that seeing is believing. But all these years, I kept thinking back to that scene. The more I thought about it, the more I felt it was strange. Perhaps I was thinking too much. It has been too long. Even if I wanted to investigate, I definitely wouldn't be able to find anything. To be honest, Tunan, you are really not bad. I'm afraid that only a few people in the entire Uchiha remember those two dead little guys. Only you keep talking about them." Uchiha Tunan sighed and said, "I hope this is just my random guess. Oh right, I recently discovered a genius." Hiruzen Sarutobi lightly blew out a mouthful of smoke and immediately became interested. "Who?" Uchiha Tunan buried his head in the soup and said without looking up. "The grandson of the Great Elder, his name is Uchiha Shurshui. I feel that his talent is stronger than Kakashi. I think I can find a chance to teach him the will of fire. He is a gentle and smart child. He will definitely be able to accept this kind of advanced thinking. He is very talented and has a good personality." Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, the two finished their meal. Hiruzen Sarutobi pretended to reach out to help clean up the dishes. Uchiha Tunan quickly stood up and protected the leftovers on the table. He frowned and said, "I can do it, father." As soon as his voice fell, both of them were stunned at the same time. The atmosphere was slightly charming. Uchiha Tunan's ears turned red and he kept scratching his head. In the end, it was Hiruzen Sarutobi who coughed lightly, breaking the awkwardness. Uchiha Tunan quickly cleaned up the dishes and brought them to the kitchen to wash. At this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi came to the kitchen with a knowing smile on his face. "Tunan, thank you for your hard work. These are small matters, teacher." Uchiha Tunan bit the word teacher very sadly. He could vaguely hear some dissatisfaction in his words. An impulse suddenly rose in Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart, but in the blink of an eye, he suppressed it because of various concerns. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan changed the topic and said, "Teacher, I want to build a welfare home in Konoha." Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his eyebrows and said, "Why do you suddenly have this idea?" A compassionate look appeared on Uchiha Tunan's face. He looked up and sighed. War has brought too much pain to people, especially the elderly and children. Although Konoha has pensions and special benefits to ensure their survival, but loneliness and pain need to be erased by love. Saying this, Uchiha Tunan stopped his movements, his eyes full of yearning. I want the orphans of Konoha to grow up under the sun. I want the elders to always have the care of the younger generation. Looking at Uchiha Tunan's appearance, Hiruzen Sarutobi even felt that he, as the Hokage, was a little inferior compared to Uchiha Tunan. Well, I will draft a report tomorrow and let the higher-ups initiate a vote. I believe that this kind of thing should be smoothly approved. It's just that the funds of Konoha are a little tight now, and it may take a long time to build a welfare home. When it's done, you can be the dean. I can give you a long-term mission in the name of Konoha. However, the highest level of the mission can only be A level. Hearing this, Uchiha Tunan was secretly speechless. According to Hiruzen Sarutobi, there was no need for Uchiha Tunan to spend a single bit of money. He directly wanted to fulfill this wish in the name of the village. Moreover, he even handed over the position of dean to him and set it as an A-level long-term commission mission. In other words, the village would pay for it, and he would be able to reap the benefits and still have money to take. The problem was that this mission was still very safe. This is how Konoha's crown prince is treated. Teacher, in fact, I have money. Uchiha Tunan turned around and said to Hiruzen Sarutobi with a serious face. A smile flashed in Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes. He took a drag and said, "Do you know how much money it takes to build a welfare institute?" Uchiha Tunan shook his head and hesitated for a moment. He whispered, "I have 600 million. It should be enough." Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly widened his eyes, and the cigarette in his hand almost fell to the ground. Then he realized that he had lost his composure, and he straightened his expression and asked doubtfully, "Where did you get so much money?" Uchiha Tunan buried his head deeply and stared at his toes. He said carefully, "When I was in Fire Capital, I wiped out all the underground organizations in the area. I didn't hand over the dirty money from confiscating those places, but I embezzled it." Uchiha Tunan stood in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi with his head down, like a child who had made a mistake, waiting for the criticism of his parents. Chapter 109 Royal Prince Treatment. How can anyone say that to themselves? Tunan, do you have to be so honest? After Hiruzen Sarutobi knew where the money came from, he was relieved. Did you plan to build a welfare home from the beginning? I remember that day you reported to me that you had adopted many orphans in the Fire Capital. Uchiha Tunan nodded gently and said, "Yes, the first one I destroyed was the human trafficking organization. Those children are too pitiful, and no one in Fire Capital will care about them. At that time, I had no money and was afraid that I could not afford to raise them, so I embezzled the money from the human trafficking organization. Later, I thought about it and decided to embezzle all the money from the other underground organizations. Then I would build a welfare home in Konoha and let all the orphans and old people live in it." Speaking of this, Uchiha Tunan's face seemed to emit a light of justice. Hiruzen Sarutobi leaned against the door frame, took a drag of his cigarette, and thought, "I can provide the land for the Welfare Institute in the name of the village. Building all kinds of facilities, about 200 million is enough. You can keep the rest of the money for yourself." However, when Uchiha Tunan heard this, he raised his head and said stubbornly, "Teacher, we should use this money to buy the land. After all, the source of this money is from a legal organization. It is all dirty money. It just so happens that we can use all of it to do some good deeds. Moreover, if you use the name of the village to provide the land, I am worried that you will end up with a false accusation. Spending this money, you could avoid a lot of trouble in the future. It was also a guarantee for those orphans and old people." Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a mouthful of smoke. He did not expect Uchiha Tunan to be so generous, and he liked Uchiha Tunan even more in his heart. If you want to spend money to buy it, you probably won't have much money left. Have you really think it through? Uchiha Tunan said with a righteous face. Money is just a worldly possession. Talent is a priceless treasure. Even if I spend 600 million, I can still earn more in different form. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled and nodded. Alright, what are your requirements for the position and size of the Welfare Institute? Uchiha Tunan thought for a moment and said, Try your best to choose a place where there are many people and it is lively. If it is too remote, I am worried that they will feel isolated. As for the size, the bigger the better. If there is not enough money, I will think of a way. All according to plan. When he had control over the power in the future, he would sell the Welfare Institute and set up another one in the name of the village. This way, the money would be washed clean and the person would also be washed clean. This method was also thorough. Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered for a moment and said, Okay, I will do it tomorrow. I believe it will be done in at most a month. Uchiha Tunan's eyes were full of gratitude. He bowed deeply to Hiruzen Sarutobi and said, Thank you, teacher. Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand and said, This is a good thing. Don't worry. When the time is right, I will add a sum of money. When the time comes, you can use it to raise those orphans and elderly. Sure enough, it was convenient to hold Hiruzen Sarutobi's thigh. As the son of Konoha, as long as he was righteous, he could do whatever he wanted. After training at Hiruzen Sarutobi's house for 2 hours, Uchiha Tunan set off to return to the clan. When he passed the commercial street, he happened to meet with Minato and his group. He saw Minato walking in the front, followed by Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes. Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted Kakashi to walk out of the darkness. That's why he arranged Obito and Rin to work in the Minato class. Minato took the lead in greeting, Tunan, long time no see. Uchiha Tunan put his hands on his knees, bowed deeply, and said lightly, Minato-sensei, long time no see. At this time, Obito shouted, Hey, Tunan, why did you kill Kakashi's father? Shut up. Kakashi gave Obito a stern look. Then, he walked up to Uchiha Tunan step by step. And said, My sword technique won't lose. Uchiha Tunan took a deep breath and said coldly, Do you win with your mouth? As soon as he finished speaking, Kakashi's pupils contracted slightly. Whoosh! Before everyone could react, Uchiha Tunan had already pulled out the kunai on Kakashi's back and placed them on his neck. His bloodthirsty expression caused Obito and Rin to panic. Kakashi. Let go of Kakashi. Minato-sensei, help me. What a shocking speed. Minato praised Tunan in his heart and grabbed Obito's back collar. Uchiha Tunan moved his head closer to Kakashi, and like an evil villain, he said coldly, Only those who have lost everything will continue to cultivate. Trying to comfort themselves with the exhaustion of their own bodies was enough. This was just the self-paralysis of the weak. The way to forget the pain and sadness. Real hard work needed to rely on the mind. This is the result. Uchiha Tunan's eyes were cold and ruthless, gradually revealing a scarlet color. Hell's Eye technique. Kakashi suddenly found that it was daytime. And the place he was in was the backyard of the Hatake family. Kakashi naturally knew that this was an illusion. However, Kakashi was slightly hesitant in his heart about whether he should break through the illusion. After all, forcibly breaking through the illusion would cause great damage to the caster. Puchi. The sound of a sharp blade stabbing into the body sounded. Kakashi suddenly turned around, only to see that in the courtyard, Uchiha Tunan was holding a short blade and stabbed it into Sakumo's heart. Father! Kakashi roared and rushed over, holding the body of Sakumo in his arms. This is all Heiji Ryu can do. Uchiha Tunan held a bloody short chakra blade in his hand and said to Kakashi with a cold face. Kakashi, it's your turn to go. Then he kicked White Tooth on the ground in front of Kakashi. The best way to defeat fear is to face it head-on. Look at you now, you don't even dare to pick up a knife. Uchiha Tunan looked down at Kakashi who was kneeling on the ground, and his eyebrows were full of provocation. Kakashi turned his head with hatred, staring at Uchiha Tunan, and slowly put down the body of his father. Then he grabbed the white Fong sword and slashed at Uchiha Tunan. Damn it! I will kill you! Ding, Ding! Puchi! The short blade of chakra easily pierced through Kakashi's heart. Uchiha Tunan shook his head and revealed an extremely evil smile. I really can't bring myself to be interested, Kakashi. Kakashi's vision went black. When he regained his light, he found himself standing in the courtyard again. It was another familiar scene. Kakashi suddenly turned his head. Puchi! The sharp blade once again pierced through Sakumo's body. Chapter 110 Door-to-Door Delivery. Kakashi clenched his fists and tried his best to restrain the resentment in his heart. At the same time, he was also somewhat surprised that Uchiha Tunan could release an illusion technique for such a long time. Your eye power is actually so strong. He forced himself to remain calm. Uchiha Tunan kicked Sakumo to the front of Kakashi, then slowly raised the short blade of chakra, aimed it at Kakashi and said, My strength is far beyond your imagination. Otherwise, how could I kill Konoha's white fan with my own hands? Damn it, Kakashi grabbed white fan and rushed towards Uchiha Tunan. Ding! 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 Pfft. Uchiha Tunan shook his head disdainfully at Kakashi, who was about to die. Beasts will never be able to defeat rational hunters. Kakashi's vision went black, and everything repeated itself again. Trash. Damn it. Ding, 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 ding. Puchi. Kakashi did not know how many times he had repeated the scene. When he saw Uchiha Tunan kill Sakumo at the back, there were no waves in his heart. The two fought again. You used all your strength in every move. I guess you must have practiced it like this when you were training. There were many moves in the Heijiryu sword technique that were considered to be illusory and not to compete with others in strength. You even forgot such a simple principle. Do you still think you can reach me? Stupid! Kakashi heard Uchiha Tunan's insults, but he could not refute at all. He even felt a little grateful. The sword is dead, and the person is alive. Your sword has no thoughts of its own. It is all those moves that give it life. Yes, that's what Senior White Fan taught me. But why don't you think about it? I know this move too. What's the use of using the move I know to deal with me? Bang! After Uchiha Tunan's reminder, Kakashi was not killed. Instead, he blocked the attack at a critical moment. However, because he was not familiar with the moves, Uchiha Tunan still found the flaw and kicked him away. The scene was destroyed. The two of them returned to reality. There was some sweat on Kakashi's forehead, and his spirit was somewhat exhausted. On the other hand, Uchiha Tunan's face was deathly pale. His legs trembled slightly, and there were even tears of blood at the corners of his eyes. Kakashi was slightly startled, and he subconsciously took a step forward. Uchiha Tunan snorted coldly. He straightened his body and threw his kunai on the ground. He said mercilessly, You disappoint me too much. Then, he passed by Kakashi directly. The group watched as Uchiha Tunan's figure disappeared at the corner of the street. Minato smiled and patted Kakashi on the shoulder. It seems that you have a good harvest. Kakashi lowered his head and whispered, Well, I have been going the wrong way. To be honest, Kakashi didn't hate Uchiha Tunan from the beginning. He just didn't know how to face him. He wanted to forgive, wanted to reconcile, and felt that he should be a little more reserved. After all, Uchiha Tunan was the enemy who killed his father. Minato looked at Kakashi and realized his mistake, and the smile on his face grew wider and wider. He turned his head to look at Obito, who was deep in thought, and said, Obito, you did a good job. I thought you would recklessly rush up and beat up Tunan. Obito's face fell, and he clenched his fists, and suddenly shouted, Hey, don't tell me you think I can't see it? That was the illusion of the 3 Magatama Sharingan. How could it have this kind of self-hurting effect? Kakashi felt a bit sour in his eyes. He sighed and said, Minato-sensei, I'll go back and sort it out first. With that, Kakashi left alone. Minato-sensei, what is going on? Tell us about it. Say it, say it. I'll tell you in the future, don't say it in front of Kakashi. After returning home, Uchiha Tunan's face instantly returned to a rosy color. This scene was not for Kakashi to see, but for Minato and Obito. First plant a friendly seed, then wait for it to sprout. After all, space ninjutsu was a good thing. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Since the light rain that night, all the way until now, Konoha was sunny every day. Although it was already autumn, the continuous clear skies still made the temperature slowly rise, making people feel a little hot. The matter of the Welfare Institute, Hiruzen Sarutobi had not settled it yet. Because the land in the central area of Konoha is not in line with the standard, it is too small. Through these days of chatting, Hiruzen Sarutobi seems to be arranging his men to persuade the residents to move out. During this period of time, Uchiha Tunan has been observing the movements of the Great Elder and Shurshui through Wind Whisper and Byakugan. The Great Elder does not need to work, and he walks around in the ancestral land every day. As for Shurshui, he had to undergo heavy training every day. Only during the hottest time in the afternoon would the Great Elder let Shurshui go out to play with the other children. And the way they played was to go to the small river at the edge of the clan's territory to play with water. Although the place was small, it was also a bit dull. But for Uchiha and Shurshui, who had been training for a long time, this was already a very happy thing. Late at night, there were only a few sparse stars in the inky black night sky that flashed with a faint light. In the upper reaches of the river, a black shadow appeared by the river. The black shadow seemed to be holding something in his hand. He placed it on the soft mud of the river bank and pressed hard. The next day, Uchiha Tunan left the Sarutobi clan in the morning and returned home to cook. It was not until noon that everyone in the clan returned home to eat. Only then did Uchiha Tunan put the cooked food in the basket, leave the small courtyard, and head to the Great Elder's home. He shouted softly, "Great Elder, are you home?" The Great Elder opened the courtyard door. Behind him was the curious Uchiha, Shurshui, who was looking out. "Tunan, why are you here?" Uchiha Tunan took the basket in front of him and said with a gentle smile, "This is the food I made myself. Since I can't finish it all by myself, I might as well come and eat with you." The Great Elder smiled and nodded. "Well, come in." In the living room, Uchiha Tunan took out the food and placed it on the table. Shurshui stared at Uchiha Tunan with a silly smile and shouted, "Tunan." Uchiha Tunan rubbed Shurshui's hair lovingly. Then, he took a piece of dessert from the table and handed it to Shurshui. "Shurshui, come and try the dessert." Shurshui stared at the orange dessert that Uchiha Tunan handed to him and kept swallowing his saliva. However, he resisted the temptation and looked at the Great Elder expectantly. The Great Elder shook his head and smiled when he saw Shurshui like this. "Eat it." Seeing the Great Elder's approval, Shurshui took the dessert and smiled at Uchiha Tunan. "Thank you, Tunan." Then, he took a bite. His eyes immediately lit up as he chewed and narrowed his eyes sweetly. "It's delicious." Chapter 111, Remembering Old Friend. Uchiha Tunan moved all the desserts on the table to Shurshui with a smile on his face. "Eat more if you like. There are very little sugar in these desserts. I added a lot of nutritious vegetables and fruits, which is good for the development of the body." When the Great Elder saw this scene, he took a light sip of wine and said, "Tunan, you don't have to spoil him so much." Uchiha Tunan quietly looked at Shurshui, who was constantly stuffing desserts into his mouth. He just smiled and rubbed Shurshui's head while saying, "I like him, he's a cute and polite boy." The Great Elder shook his head and said, "This little guy is very naughty at home." Uchiha Tunan looked at Shurshui, and a trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. I saw the shadow of a male on Shurshui. The same integrity, honesty. Cough cough. As soon as he said this, the Great Elder was immediately choked by the sake of sake. Uchiha Tunan seemed to have reacted and hurriedly explained. "Don't misunderstand. I am simply referring to the love and closeness in my heart." The first elder smiled stiffly and nodded repeatedly. "I understand." Not long later, Uchiha Shurshui ate until his stomachs were round. He picked up the juice sent by Uchiha Tunan and gulped it down. The Great Elder had been watching Uchiha Tunan while eating. From time to time, Uchiha Tunan would look at Shurshui with inexplicable eyes. He immediately urged Shurshui, "Shurshui, quickly go play with your little friends." "Oh! Shui was satisfied after eating and drinking to his heart's content. When he heard the great elder let him go out to play, he was even happier. Thus, he put down the juice, wiped his mouth, and obediently responded. Then, he waved his hand at Uchiha Tunan and said, "Goodbye, Tunan." Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Goodbye, little Shui." After Uchiha Shui ran away, Uchiha Tunan retracted his gaze. He chatted with the great elder. During this time, the great elder seemed to ask casually, "Tunan, you seem to have something on your mind." Uchiha Tunan seemed to have been poked in the heart. He picked up the juice on the table and quickly took a sip. He said in a hurry, "No." The great elder smiled stiffly and stopped asking. When he felt that it was almost time, Uchiha Tunan suddenly asked, "It's such a hot day. Aren't you afraid that Shui will be too hot if you let him go out to play?" The great elder waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. He has been taking a bath with those children in the river for the past few days." As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Tunan suddenly stood up and bowed to the great elder. "I have something to do in the afternoon, so I won't disturb your lunch break." After saying that, he immediately cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks, picked up the plate and hurriedly left. Before the great elder could stand up and send the guests off, Uchiha Tunan had already left the courtyard. His eyes narrowed slightly, feeling that something was wrong with Uchiha Tunan. Suddenly, the words that Uchiha Tunan had said before appeared in the great elder's mind. "I am about to reach that realm. I saw the shadow of a male on Shui. The same integrity and honesty. Not good." The great elder cried out in alarm. His eyes were filled with shock as he hurriedly ran outside. The first thing he did was to come to Uchiha Tunan's courtyard and knock on the door. However, after knocking for a long time, no one replied. The great elder instantly felt uneasy. "Damn it!" He went to find Shui. "Damn it!" The great elder immediately activated the body flicker technique and ran towards the small river outside the clan. Because of the hot weather these days, Shui had to play in the river with the children of the clan every day. "Please don't let anything happen to you." The great elder desperately released the body flicker technique, and his heart was extremely anxious. From what he had just seen, Uchiha Tunan had already had thoughts about Shui. If he found Shui and attacked him, then he would be finished. After the great elder left, Uchiha Tunan walked out of the house with wet hair. He opened the courtyard door and looked around with some doubts. Seeing the neighbor who was standing at the door and chatting, he asked, "I was taking a shower just now. I think I heard someone knocking on my door. Do you know who it is?" Uchiha Tunan's neighbor was a jounin. Seeing that the person who came was the notorious Uchiha Tunan, he said unhappily, "The great elder is looking for you, but he seems to have left." Uchiha Tunan did not have the slightest anger. He smiled indifferently and said, "Is that so? Then do you know where the great elder went?" "I don't know." "All right, then I'll wait for him at home." Humph. Bang. The neighbor quickly invited his friend into the house and closed the door tightly. Seeing this, Uchiha Tunan did not look angry at all. The corners of his mouth were slightly curved, and he raised his head to look at the burning sun. Then he smiled and shook his head, returning to his home. At the same time, in the small river outside the clan. "Shui, you came to play so early. Look, Shui's stomach is so big. Hee hee, I ate too much dessert at noon. Move aside, I'm coming." Bang, bang, bang. "It's still cold in the water. This way, there are fish here." "Aya, it ran away." "Who?" The great elder came not far away and looked at the children playing in the river. The stone in his heart fell. He raised his head and looked around. He did not see Uchiha Tunan. Then he touched his chin and muttered, "Am I overthinking?" But for the sake of safety, the great elder still shouted, "Shui, come back with me." Shui, who was playing in the water, turned around and waved happily. "Grandpa, do you want to play together?" Seeing Shui's innocent face, the great elder wanted to laugh, but he still pretended to be serious. "Hurry up and come back with me." Hearing this, Shui said reluctantly, "But I just came here." Shishui kicked the water beside him. After looking at the first elder, he lowered his head and looked very reluctant. Have you finished your homework? I'm done. Have you finished your chores? I'm done. Then let's do it again. All right. The honest and obedient Shishui pouted and swam ashore. He put on his clothes and followed the great elder. The great elder is so scary. That's right, it's too much. Fortunately, I don't have such a grandfather. After the great elder left, in the jungle upstream of the river, Uchiha Tunan's shadow clone poked his head out from behind the tree trunk. He put up a seal with one hand. Water style, water undercurrent technique. In an instant, the water at the bottom of the river suddenly sped up. However, the water on the surface of the river was still calm, and there was no difference. The children downstream only felt that the buoyancy in the water suddenly disappeared, and their bodies quickly sank down. When their toes touched the turbulent undercurrent at the bottom of the river, they were immediately dragged into the water. Gulp! Before they could even shout, there was only a string of bubbles left. Everything ended silently. After doing all this, the shadow clone automatically released itself. Chapter 112 Murder Case, the moment the shadow clone was released. In the territory of Uchiha, Uchiha Tunan, who was sitting cross-legged under the eaves, raised his eyebrows slightly. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. He continued to close his eyes and enjoy the sunshine. Killing was never a problem. It was always a practical move to frame others. If to deal with the people at the bottom. Then the higher-ups would have no patience to go to such lengths to investigate for someone at the bottom. However, if he had to deal with someone with status and strength, no matter how clumsy the method of shifting the blame was, that person's opponent would help to enlarge the evidence and give a reasonable explanation. Rather than saying that he was framing someone, it was better to say that he had used a little bit of human heart and interests. Thinking about it, Uchiha Tunan whispered, I want to see who can protect you when you betray your family. Suddenly, through the wind, Uchiha Tunan heard familiar footsteps on the road of the clan. Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes and stood up leisurely, waiting at the entrance of the great elder's courtyard. Very quickly, the great elder led Shishui back to his residence. At a glance, he saw Uchiha Tunan, who was waiting at the entrance. He immediately coughed and said, Tunan, you're here. Uchiha Tunan walked closer and nodded with a smile. My neighbor just told me that you were looking for me. Is there something you need? Great Elder revealed an awkward expression and smiled embarrassedly. I thought you were going to harm Shishui. The Great Elder thought to himself, but he asked, Where did you go just now? Uchiha Tunan did not care about the other party's answer. He only smiled and said, I'm taking a shower. The sound of water in the bath is too loud. I can vaguely hear the knocking on the door. But when I came out, you were already gone. The Great Elder thought that he had made a fuss and immediately found an excuse to prevaricate. I originally wanted you to find Shishui for me. But there's no need for that now. Uchiha Tunan suddenly understood and nodded, Is that so? Since there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving. With that, Uchiha Tunan left directly for the Sarutobi clan. Along the way, Uchiha's people in the clan did not have a good phase as usual. Only Jounin, who was part of Konoha's garrison, looked at him with a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. After all, in their eyes, Uchiha Tunan had sacrificed too much. Not to mention his talent, just the matter of enduring humiliation to curry favor with Hiruzen Sarutobi was a big deal. For an orthodox Uchiha, it was more difficult than opening a kaleidoscope. In the evening, Uchiha Tunan was having dinner with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Suddenly, an Umbu came to the courtyard and knocked on the door. Hokage-sama, I have something to report. Squeak! Uchiha Tunan came to the courtyard and opened the door. He said gently, Senior, come in. Teacher is in the living room. Umbu nodded and quickly walked into the living room. He knelt on one knee and said, Hokage-sama, there is a murder case in the Uchiha clan, and 7 children died. Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his eyebrows and said with a serious face, Tell me the details. According to the intelligence, these 7 children went to the river to take a bath after lunch. The Umbu said in a low voice. In the evening, the parents of these children went to search and found that there was no one in the river. Finally, they found the bodies of these children downstream. After inspection, all of them died from drowning, without any external injuries. The time of death was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And according to the speed of drifting, the location of drowning to death was also confirmed. Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes and saw the clues. The river in this area was not too deep. Moreover, if they dared to take a bath in the river, these children would definitely be able to swim and would not be drowned all at once. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff of his cigarette and said with a deep face, "Are there any suspicious people?" The Umbu shook his head and said, "I do not know. He drowned 7 children in one breath. It seems that someone is doing evil in the dark. Tunan, what's wrong with you?" Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was concentrating on guessing the cause and effect of this matter, glanced at Uchiha Tunan and found that Uchiha Tunan's expression was not quite right. Uchiha Tunan took a few steps forward and said to the Umbu with an ugly expression, "Senior, may I ask if Shirshue is among those people?" The Umbu shook his head and said, "There is no one called Shirshue among the dead." Uchiha Tunan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to sit down, his eyes suddenly widened, as if he had thought of something. "Then, at the scene of the crime, did you see a child awaken? His Sharingan?" The Umbu recalled for a moment, then immediately nodded and said, "Yes, a child held by Uchiha Tenzo. When he saw the corpse, he awakened 2 Magatama Sharingan." As soon as he finished speaking, Hiruzen Sarutobi stopped smoking. Then, Uchiha Tunan said to Hiruzen Sarutobi anxiously, "Teacher, I want to take a leave today." Hiruzen Sarutobi felt that he had guessed Uchiha Tunan's thoughts. He nodded and said, "You should go back first. As long as it doesn't concern outsiders, we can't interfere in the matters of the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Tunan pursed his lips and said, "I know." After saying that, he immediately turned around and used the body flicker technique to leave. After Uchiha Tunan left, Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a puff of smoke and said, "Are you sure that the child who awakened the 2 Magatama followed Uchiha Tenzo and looked to be around 3 years old?" The Umbu recalled for a moment and said with certainty, "Yes." Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, then waved his hand and said, "I understand. You can go back." A moment later, Hiruzen Sarutobi leaned against the sofa and muttered, "Tenzo, do you think that Tunan abandoned Uchiha and wanted to nurture a genius who is more powerful than him?" Outside the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Tunan, who had rushed over, happened to run into a few patrolling guards. Uchiha Tunan immediately stopped and asked with a serious face, "Where are those children?" At this time, the patrol looked at each other and did not make things difficult for Uchiha Tunan. Instead, he answered honestly, "They are all in the Ancestral Hall. Great Elder and the others are also here." Uchiha Tunan nodded, and just as he was about to leave, suddenly, Uchiha Tunan stopped and asked in a low voice, "Did Shirshue awaken the Sharingan?" The patrolman thought for a moment and nodded, "Yes." Uchiha Tunan took a deep breath and nodded repeatedly, "I understand." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately used the body flicker technique to enter the ancestral ground and headed towards the Ancestral Hall. Chapter 113 Arising Doubts. The captain of the patrol team looked in the direction where Uchiha Tunan left and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, his teammate patted his shoulder and said, "Captain, what are you thinking about?" The captain was shocked and sighed, "It's nothing. I just don't know if some things are right or wrong." The team member looked a little sad. He sighed and said, "Actually, you guessed it too, right?" The few of them were silent for a long time. They wanted to say something, but they swallowed it back. In the end, it was still the captain who spoke up. "Don't make it public. After all, this is just a guess." Outside the Ancestral Hall, more than a dozen members of the garrison guarded all directions, keeping the entire Ancestral Hall tightly guarded. Uchiha Tunan came to the door and stopped. He panted and said loudly, "How is Shirshue?" The guard at the door coldly said, "Shirshue is fine. He also awakened the Sharingan." Uchiha Tunan immediately exclaimed in disbelief, "What? He awakened the Sharingan?" As soon as he finished speaking, the crying sound coming from the ancestral hall clearly stopped. Finished speaking, Uchiha Tunan wanted to enter the ancestral hall. However, the guards at the door tried to stop him. Uchiha Tunan said anxiously, "Let me in. Let Tunan in." The great elder's voice came from the ancestral hall. Uchiha Tunan had just walked into the ancestral hall. He saw 7 corpses covered in white cloth in the ancestral hall. The parents of these dead children all knelt down beside their children. Either wailed or wept in a deep voice. Uchiha, Fuyue, and the great elder sat in the innermost room. At this time, Shirshue was lying in the great elder's arms and sobbing non-stop. These children were all his best playmates, but now they were all lying on the ground unconscious. The young Shirshue suddenly lost his friend, and the pain in his heart was no less than that of the others. The atmosphere in the entire hall was very gloomy, and there were a few women who were sobbing miserably. The great elder looked down at Shirshue, and then looked up at Uchiha Tunan, who walked in. A trace of suspicion flashed through his eyes, but in order to avoid conflict, the great elder concealed that kind of gaze. At this time, Great Elder was very suspicious whether Uchiha Tunan was optimistic about Shirshue's talent and wanted to use the death of his companions to stimulate Shirshue to awaken his Sharingan. This was to let Shirshue grow quickly. But this was only a suspicion after all, and even if it was Uchiha Tunan who did it, Great Elder would not be able to expose it. After all, there was nothing wrong with Uchiha Tunan doing this. In order to strengthen the Uchiha clan, a small sacrifice was still acceptable. The Great Elder immediately said in a deep voice, "Tunan, you are here." Uchiha Tunan frowned and looked at the corpses on the ground. On the cold ground lay small bodies. His eyes revealed a deep look of pity, and then he bowed to Uchiha, Fuyue, and the Great Elder. "Patriarch." "Great Elder." Then, he immediately asked, "Patriarch, have you found out who did it?" Uchiha Fuyue said with a serious face, "The people of the clan are still investigating. There are no clues for the time being. It might just be an accident." As soon as he finished speaking, the parents of the children all raised their heads, their eyes wide with disbelief. The parents of one of the children immediately said sadly, "Patriarch, all 7 children are drowning. And you said it was an accident? It has been sunny these days, the water level should be low." Uchiha Fuyue was slightly stunned. He just said that there was a possibility of accidents. However, when he thought of the death of their children, he was too excited. He did not blame them. This matter needs to be investigated carefully. Don't be too sad. Find a time to bury the children. Perhaps Uchiha Tunan's words outside the ancestral hall were heard by these parents. One of the parents raised his head and stared straight at the Great Elder. "Great Elder, I have a question. Did Shirshue go to the river today?" The Great Elder raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He also roughly guessed the meaning of the parent asking this. He nodded and said, "He went, but I took Shirshue away." As soon as his voice fell, the other parents also raised their heads and looked at the Great Elder with suspicious eyes. The Great Elder suddenly took Shirshue away, and the companions who were playing with Shirshue had an accident. If this was not done by the Great Elder, then he must know something. "Great Elder, I want to ask you, why did you suddenly take Shirshue away?" Several parents asked together, and the Great Elder did not know what to say. Could it be that he suspected that Tunan was going to make a move on Shirshue? Could this be said? Not only would no one believe it, but it would also cause Uchiha Tunan to dislike him. He stuck between a rock and a hard place. The Great Elder coughed lightly and said, "That is because Shirshue has not finished his homework." Suddenly, a parent said to Shirshue, "Shirshue, is what your grandfather said true?" Shirshue heard someone asking him. He turned around, wiped his tears, and nodded. "Really? Then what did you do at home?" As soon as this question was asked, the Great Elder's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly looked at Shirshue, hoping that he would not speak nonsense. Shirshue was also suddenly puzzled. He had not noticed it just now, but now he remembered that his grandfather had lied. Why did his grandfather lie? Uchiha, Shirshue, immediately raised his head and looked at the Great Elder. However, The great elder did not give Shishui any hints in front of everyone, but his face was slightly gloomy. Anyone who was about to be exposed would also be like this, let alone Uchiha. Seeing that his grandfather did not give him a hint and was unwilling to lie from the bottom of his heart, Shishui hemmed and hawed to tell the truth. Thus, he said weakly, I'm going to sleep. As soon as these words came out, those parents approached the great elder at the same time, glaring at the great elder. Great elder, your family Shishui is very talented. He has awakened 2 Magatama. The first elder sensed the hostility of the crowd and immediately pulled a long face. He shouted, "Shut up! Are you suspecting me? I don't dare. We just want the truth. Our child died miserably. No matter what, we have to get an explanation." Seeing that the situation was not right, Uchiha Fuyue quickly pulled away the parents and persuaded. The truth has not been found out. I understand how you feel, but you can't jump to conclusions just because of speculation. Don't worry, I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and give you an explanation. Let's bury the children first. Okay. Seeing that Uchiha and Fuyue had said so, although everyone was unwilling in their hearts, they did not dare to do anything to the great elder without sufficient evidence. After all, the ones with the most authority in the Uchiha clan were the great elder and Uchiha Fuyue. They were not the higher-ups of the clan, so there would be no result if they continued to ask. They could only pick up the corpse of their child and leave the ancestral hall. Chapter 114 Intervention. After everyone left, the great elder took a deep breath and said to Uchiha Tunan, "Tunan, Fuyue and I will continue to investigate the truth of this matter. Take Shishui back first, and I will ask you to take care of Shishui tonight." Uchiha Tunan nodded and picked up the sobbing Uchiha Shishui. He patted her back and said, "Shishui, let's go home." A moment later, the candles in the ancestral hall lit up. Uchiha Fuyue said softly, "Great elder, they are very emotional right now. Don't worry too much about it." The great elder felt a headache coming on. He waved his hand and said, "I understand, but the most important thing now is to find the murderer." After he finished speaking, he frowned and seemed to be thinking about something. Uchiha Tunan carried Shishui out of the ancestral hall and saw the parents carrying the child's body in front of them. Almost all of them were crying while holding their children, while their husbands comforted them. Perhaps because of the sad atmosphere, Shishui, who was in his arms, also began to cry loudly. Uchiha Tunan patted Shishui's back with a distressed face and said, "Shishui, don't be sad. It will be over after a nap." Shishui laid his head on Uchiha Tunan's shoulder and wailed, "They are all dead. How could a little child endure such grief?" Uchiha Tunan sighed and held Shishui in his arms. "It's fine. Be good and look into my eyes." He immediately activated his hypnotic eye. "Go to sleep. You'll be fine after a nap." Shishui looked at the 3 Magatama in Uchiha Tunan's eyes. His crying gradually disappeared and he slowly fell asleep. After seeing that Shishui had fallen asleep, Uchiha Tunan once again held Shishui in his arms. After walking past the intersection, Uchiha Tunan's lips trembled slightly. He began to use the sound transmission effect of wind whisper. The next moment, he heard the whispers of the parents who had just parted ways behind him. "Let's go to the river to check it out later. There can't be no clues. This matter is very strange. We will go to the river later." "Yes, we will look for it before the official investigation took place." Late at night, the father of 7 children quietly moved out and went to the river to search for clues at the same time. "Did you find anything?" "No. Let's go upstream and downstream." "Okay." Not long later, the parents gathered at the upstream bank of the river. One by one, they opened their sharingan and stared at the footprints on the ground. The soil next to the footprints looked wet. It was obvious that it had been left not long ago. This should have been left in the recent period. This footprint is a little small, which proves that the person is not tall. Don't you think that this size is very suitable for a person? Great elder. For his genius grandson, he sacrificed our children. At this time, several parents squatted on the ground and looked at each other. They all saw the hatred in each other's eyes. "I'll go and fight him." As he spoke, a man broke into a run to argue. Wait a minute, it's just a footprint. It doesn't mean anything. The man in the lead pulled him back. Have you ever thought that with the strength and carefulness of the great elder, how could he leave a footprint? You mean? I think there is a possibility that someone wants to frame him. Then how do you explain why the great elder suddenly took Shui away? Even if he wasn't involved. He must have hiding something. But he only cared about his grandson. Yes, maybe the great elder became careless, so he left footprints. After all, it was just to deal with a group of children. I think there is something strange about this. It is better for us not to be impulsive. Have you ever thought that if it's the great elder who did it, do you think we would be able to answer for this? That's right. In the eyes of the higher-ups in the clan, we are nothing more than trash with exhausted potential. No one will speak up for us. At this point, the few of them lowered their heads, even regretting their abilities. After a moment of silence, someone quickly said, "You guys stay here, I will go and ask the Hokage-sama." "You are crazy." "I am not crazy, I am a villager of Konoha. My child is dead, what is the problem with talking about this tragedy with Hokage-sama?" Now these parents only wanted to seek justice for their child. The Hokage might not be able to interfere in this matter. I have no other choice. The one who died was Uchiha. We must find out the truth. If it's really done by the people of the clan, then he must die too. This is the clan rule. Didn't you guys think that this was a trap? That's good, let the Hokage-sama check it out, and at the same time give the great elder a clean slate. As soon as these words came out, all the parents seemed to have made up their minds. Well, I will pull down my face to find my former classmates. I remember that he seems to have joined the Umbu. He should be able to think of a way. I don't know anyone. I will stay here to prevent the evidence from being destroyed. I will stay too. Soon, these parents passed the news to the higher-ups of Konoha through various channels. One of the parents asked his student for help. However, he did not know that this student was not a member of the Umbu, but a member of the Root. The higher-ups of Konoha seemed to realize that this was an opportunity, and they immediately sent a large number of people to the Uchiha clan. After all, the great elder was a member of the Uchiha clan. The higher-ups of Konoha really hoped that the great elder would fall in this matter. As for Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo, and the others, they did not come. Because according to the information, someone found the great elder's footprints at the crime scene. The two immediately believed that someone was framing them. After all, they were all people of the same period, so they knew each other's strength. Killing a group of children was an easy job, it was impossible for him to leave the so-called footprints. This time, they sent people to Uchiha's territory just to discuss the great elder. At the same time, they also wanted to test the attitude of Uchiha's clan. Because it was very likely that they would find out the real murderer behind the scenes in 2 days. If they made a big move now, they would not be able to get out of the situation and lose face at that time. Chapter 115, Shusui's recognition. Tonight was destined to not be a peaceful night. The entire Uchiha clan was filled with noise. Especially outside the gate of the Uchiha clan, after a period of conflict, the entire Uchiha clan seemed to be unguarded. From time to time, there were people passing by the road inside the clan. Almost all of them were from the Umbu, the garrison guard, the families of the deceased, the upper echelons of Konoha, and Uchiha. Many of the clansmen had come together to discuss. In the living room under the warm yellow light, Uchiha Tunan held the sleeping Shurshui and sat at the door of the room, looking at the stars in the sky. The stars in the sky echoed the cries of insects on the land, adding a layer of dreamy filter to this scene. A moment later, Uchiha Tunan lowered his head and reached out to pinch Shurshui's chubby face. The corners of his mouth revealed a smile. There was one thing that Uchiha Tunan did not lie about. He really liked Shurshui, this silly child. He had the innocence and liveliness of an Ashura, and his bloodline inherited the stubbornness of the Uchiha clan. He was silly and easy to deceive. His eyes were also bright, full of the innocence of a child, which made it hard to dislike. Shurshui was pinched by Uchiha Tunan, turned his head over, smacked his mouth twice, and then continued to sleep. Time passed by bit by bit. Uchiha Tunan listened to the crying, deep voice, and angry curses in his ears and felt a little annoyed. So he took the initiative to release the Wind Whisperer. Phew! Much better. At this moment, Shishui slowly woke up. He reached out and rubbed his eyes, as if he had forgotten what had happened before. Looking at Uchiha Tunan, who was close to him with a gentle expression, he shouted weakly, "Tunan." Uchiha Tunan smiled gently and stroked the back of Shishui's head in his arms. "You're awake. Do you feel uncomfortable sleeping here?" Shishui shook his head obediently and looked around. He said in a panic, "Where's grandfather?" Uchiha Tunan helped Shishui sit up and said gently, "The Great Elder is handling some matters." Shishui seemed to have remembered what had happened before. His mouth shriveled and tears filled his eyes. He could not accept losing his playmate when he was young. Uchiha Tunan quickly comforted. "Shishui, be good. A man don't cry." When Shishui heard this, he blinked hard and held back the tears that were about to spill out. He said, "But..." Seeing that Shishui was about to lose control, Uchiha Tunan shook his head and carried him into the living room. He came to the place where the wooden sculpture was enshrined and said, "Come, which one do you want to play?" Shishui wiped away her tears and looked at the lifelike wooden sculpture. She said, "Tunan, who are these people?" Uchiha Tunan sighed and recalled the past. "These are the people I once cherished, but they are all dead." In the past, he had such a wonderful childhood, but in the end, it all became illusions. It could only be said that he had no choice but to make a fool of others. When Shishui heard this, he was stunned. He stared at Uchiha Tunan with a sad face and said, "Tunan, do you have any friends here?" Uchiha Tunan nodded gently. "Yes, look at this. This is Ameo. He used to be very good to me. He took care of me since I was still a child. Just like you and I." Shishui pursed his lips and suppressed the grief in his heart. He comforted Uchiha Tunan, "Tunan, don't be sad." Uchiha Tunan smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine. Love will not disappear. It will only continue to pass on. Just like Ameo, although he died. But I will inherit everything from him. Take good care of the juniors." "Shishui, who is the person you cherish the most?" Shishui thought for a moment and said, "Grandfather." Uchiha Tunan nodded and revealed a warm smile. "Then I'll teach you how to carve wood. Carve down the person you cherish the most. This way, you can accompany him forever." "Okay," Shishui nodded heavily. Uchiha Tunan put Shishui down and took a few pieces of wood from the room. Then, he took out 2 pieces of kunai from his ninja bag and handed it to Shishui. "Come, follow me and carve." Shishui took the kunai and began to seriously learn how to carve. Uchiha Tunan deliberately slowed down so that Shishui could keep up. Shishui learned Uchiha Tunan's movements and became more and more skilled. An hour later, the sky had already turned slightly white. Both of them were holding a lifelike wooden sculpture in their hands, and both of them looked like great elders. Uchiha Tunan reached out his hand and rubbed Shishui's hair. He said, "The carving is very good, just like a real person." Shishui did not seem so sad after hearing the praise. He looked at the wooden carving in his hand and raised his head. "I still want to carve. My friends are dead. I want to carve one for them." At this moment, the Great Elder's tired voice came from outside. "Shishui, time to go home." When Uchiha Tunan heard this, he stuffed a few pieces of wood into Shishui's ninja backpack and said, "These pieces of wood are for you. You can carve them at home when you have time." Shishui said gratefully, "Thank you, Tunan." "Silly child." Uchiha Tunan tapped his finger on Shishui's forehead lovingly. Shishui held his forehead in pain, but a silly smile appeared on his face. Ding! Obtained the recognition of Uchiha Shishui. The corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth curled up slightly. He held Shishui's hand and brought him to the gate of the courtyard, handing him over to the Great Elder. The Great Elder nodded at Uchiha Tunan and said, "Tunan, I troubled you last night." The Great Elder had been busy all night and had no time to take care of the water. In a moment of desperation, he entrusted Shishui to Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan touched Shishui's head and shook his head. Great Elder is too polite. Shishui is very obedient and cute. I have always regarded him as my younger brother. The Great Elder suddenly saw the wooden sculpture in Shishui's hand. He could not help but ask, Shishui, what is this? Shishui quickly raised the wooden sculpture and waved it in front of the Great Elder. This is what I carved. Grandfather, do you think it looks like you? The Great Elder's mouth twitched slightly. He had seen these wooden sculptures in Uchiha Tunan's house. The people carved on them were all dead. However, thinking that this was the way his grandson expressed his love for him, he could not blame him. Yes, I looks exactly like me. The Great Elder raised his head and said to Uchiha Tunan in a deep voice. Then we will leave first. In the future, when you have time, take care of Shishui more. I may be a little busy recently, so I can only send Shishui back to his parents. After saying this, he took Shishui and left. Chapter 116 Gossips. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan asked, Great Elder, actually, I want to ask you a question. The Great Elder stopped in his tracks, turned around, and said with a gloomy face, Are you also suspecting me? Uchiha Tunan was stunned. He pondered for a moment and then shook his head. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. In my opinion, this matter is not entirely a bad thing. After saying that, he held Shishui's hand and left. Just now, the two of them had secretly probed each other. Uchiha Tunan suspected that the Great Elder was the murderer. The Great Elder suspected that the Tunan was the murderer. But since he asked this, then he should not be the murderer. However, even if he is the murderer, I will not blame you. Uchiha Tunan looked at the back of the Great Elder and suddenly found a few people in the dark through the wind. Immediately, Uchiha Tunan said loudly, Great Elder, indulging in superficial power will only make people lose themselves. The true power is the will of love and dedication. The Great Elder did not answer Uchiha Tunan after hearing this. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at the lonely Shishui. He said, Shishui, who do you love the most? Shishui tilted his head and thought for a moment. He raised the wooden carving in his hand high and said, Grandpa. The corner of the Great Elder's mouth twitched slightly. He nodded repeatedly and said, Good, good. Uchiha Tunan watched as the Great Elder and Shishui disappeared. He shook his head, closed the courtyard door, and headed to the Sarutobi clan. Looking at the appearance of the Great Elder, it was estimated that in the end, the higher-ups of the Uchiha clan won. After all, such a clumsy method of framing others could be seen by anyone with a bit of reason. Perhaps in the entire Uchiha clan, only the parents of the 7 children were unwilling. The others were on the side of the Great Elder, and the higher-ups of Konoha were no exception. Since that was the case, then he would add another fire. Uchiha Tunan was prepared to teach the Great Elder a lesson and let him see what human nature was. At this time, the commercial street was already full of people. Uchiha Tunan came to the market and began to buy vegetables, choosing what Hiruzen Sarutobi liked to buy. But in the dark, his lips trembled slightly and he began to launch the wind whisper. The target was the old people who went out to buy vegetables because their ears were relatively poor. Have you heard? There is a genius in the Uchiha clan called Shishui. Moreover, he is the grandson of the Great Elder of the Uchiha clan. I heard about it. Moreover, this Great Elder of the Uchiha clan wanted his grandson to awaken his Sharingan. He had personally killed the 7 children who had played with his grandson. This is too ruthless. He actually did this for the sake of strength. Isn't that right? His grandson awakened 2 Magatama Sharingan on the spot. When the old man who was buying groceries heard this, he paused and suddenly straightened his body. Just like when he saw a graceful young girl when he was young, he was full of spirit and looked behind him with interest. He saw 2 young people sitting in a noodle restaurant eating noodles. He immediately walked over and asked with a kind smile, What are you 2 talking about? Tell me about it. No, I don't even know him. Why would I chat with him? Hee hee, I heard everything. The old man was a little dissatisfied. Young people nowadays really don't know how to share, and I won't tell anyone. One of the young men said with a puzzled face, What did you hear? The old man looked around with a mysterious face and finally said, Great Elder Uchiha killed 7 children just to awaken his grandson Sharingan. It's incredible. Can you tell us about it, old senior? Didn't you say it? It really isn't. It should be those 2 people who said it. After the news was spread out, Uchiha Tunan carried the vegetables he bought and left the market. Wind Whisper truly is amazing ability. Uchiha Tunan did not need to convict the Great Elder. As long as this matter is known to everyone, it will be fine. At that time, I believe that Konoha's higher-ups will not let him go so easily. After all, the Great Elder is the famous Eagle faction in the Uchiha clan. The higher-ups do not need to worry about it, the civilians do not have brains and will only follow the masses. After the rumors spread, I believe that most of Uchiha's people will also be shaken. 2 days later, all the civilians in Konoha, including Uchiha's family, were discussing in private. Did you hear? It's too miserable. 7 children are dead. Even the old woman who bought vegetables knows. A few days ago, a group of Anbu went to Uchiha's clan to investigate the situation. In the end, they were stopped by that cruel Great Elder. Hee, there is one thing that you don't know. That is, the Anbu was blocked after finding the clue. What clue? There are plenty. Footprints, hair, explosion talismans. Wait, explosion talismans? Could it be that the news I heard was wrong? Those children didn't drown and died from explosion? I also heard it from others. But that wicked Great Elder bore a grudge and blew up the child's grave. It's too much. This matter will definitely be left unsettled in the end. Why? Killing the villagers is a serious crime. He is the elders of the #1 family in Konoha. Killing the children of his own clan is an internal feud. The parents of the children do not even dare to fart. Other people of Uchiha clan are protecting that scum. Uchiha clan is really cold-blooded, killing people for the sake of awakening Sharingan. It is still better for us commoners, we do not have so many grudges. Not cold-blooded. To the people in the village, Uchiha's clan was fierce. In the face of power, they were all a group of cowards. A member of the garrison heard the conversation of this group of people and immediately said with a fierce face, Bastard, what did you say? The civilian turned around and saw that it was Uchiha's people. He immediately took 2 steps back in fear and said, What are you doing? But there were also some strong-willed civilians who shouted angrily, If you have the ability, go vent your anger on your clan's Great Elder. The one who died was your clansman's child. Why are you venting your anger on us? The guard was instantly speechless when he heard this. Humph! When the guard squad left the city and came to a sparsely populated place, the member suddenly said, Captain, I can't take it anymore. This matter must be investigated clearly. The captain frowned and shouted, Shut up. Have you ever thought about what if it is a conspiracy? Then aren't we wrongfully accusing people? That is the Great Elder. Since it is a conspiracy, then it should be investigated even more. Another member of the garrison guard stood up and said righteously, But, what if it really is the Great Elder? I don't know anymore. Chapter 117 Reigniting the Will of Fire amongst the upper echelons, at this time, in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Koharu, Hamura, and Danzo were all sitting together to discuss the matter. Hiruzen, it has been 2 days, but the Anbu still hasn't found out who the murderer is. I suggest capturing the most suspicious Uchiha Tenzo and checking his memories. Hiruzen Sarutobi lowered his head and pondered. This was indeed the most powerful way to prove the innocence of the Great Elder. After all, the rumors in the village could no longer be suppressed. Originally, he thought that he would find the real murderer behind the scenes very soon, but who would have thought that there was no clue at all? If this goes on, he's afraid it will affect his authority. Danzo, there is obviously something wrong with that footprint. If it was really Uchiha Tenzo, he wouldn't have left such an obvious mark. You should be able to see that this is framing. As soon as his voice fell, the 3 people looked at Danzo. Danzo was stunned, and his face showed some anger. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you suspecting me? Hiruzen, Uchiha Tenzo is always against Konoha. I think we can take this opportunity to see if he has any other questions. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a drag on his cigarette and said hesitantly. In a few more days, if we capture Uchiha now, I'm afraid it will cause a backlash from Uchiha's clan. At that time, things would become more complicated. Danzo immediately shouted, Hiruzen, you have to know that the entire Konoha is talking about this matter. If you don't give the villagers an explanation, I'm afraid it will endanger your authority. I think no matter what, you have to act, you have to come out. Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered for a moment. Spitting out a mouthful of smoke, he said in a clear voice, someone come. An Umbu pushed open the door and entered, kneeling on one knee and saying, Hokage-sama, what instructions do you have? Go find Tunan. Yes. Danzo was surprised. Hiruzen, why are you looking for that little brat Uchiha? Hiruzen Sarutobi shook the dust off his cigarette and said, Tunan is my disciple. I need to ask for his opinion about the Uchiha clan. Danzo took a deep breath and felt that this old partner in front of him had become very strange. I found that you have been very strange recently. What is so important about that kid? He is a member of the Uchiha clan. When you took him as your disciple, I firmly opposed it. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at Danzo and lightly said, he is my disciple, a genius of Konoha. Danzo's eyes narrowed and he coldly said, you don't want him to be the Hokage in the future, do you? Hiruzen Sarutobi did not speak, but continued smoking. Not long later, Uchiha Tunan arrived at the office. Teacher, what can I do for you? When Hiruzen Sarutobi saw Uchiha Tunan, a kind smile immediately appeared on his face. Tunan, after the investigation of the Umbu, the murder case of Uchiha's clan is very likely to have something to do with your great elder. I want to hear your opinion. When Uchiha Tunan heard this, he immediately became serious and said, Teacher, life is of the utmost importance. In the face of life, everyone is equal, regardless of whether it is Uchiha or the other villagers. We should go all out and give the deceased family an explanation. Otherwise, how can we face the will of fire that we have been holding on to? As soon as his voice fell, everyone in the Hokage's office felt the hot will of fire rushing towards them. It was suffocating. Danzo was slightly stunned as he looked at Uchiha Tunan with a strange expression. He muttered in his heart, is it because the brainwashing ability of Hiruzen is too strong, or is this kid really stupid? He immediately decided. Good! Sarutobi, your disciple has already said so. What are you hesitating for? Tunan, right? You are very clever. Uchiha Tunan put his hands on his knees to Danzo and bowed deeply. Danzo-sama, I don't do anything about this matter, it's all your hard work. A stiff smile appeared on Danzo's face, and he said meaningfully, it's not hard, everything is for Konoha. He really didn't expect that Uchiha Tunan would stand firmly on the side of the higher-ups. He didn't even know what kind of attitude he should have towards Uchiha Tunan. Hiruzen Sarutobi interrupted the conversation between the two and stood up. Alright, gather the Umbu team. I will personally go to Uchiha's clan to ask for people. Later, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo went to Uchiha's land together, followed by more than a dozen members of the Umbu. As for Uchiha Tunan, he didn't follow them because he was a member of the Uchiha clan and didn't want to have a conflict with the Great Elder. Instead, he was wandering in Konoha, using the Wind Whisper to spread the news. What are you doing here? There's a good show outside the Uchiha clan. The Hokage took his men to the land of Uchiha to arrest people. The evidence is conclusive. The Great Elder is the real murderer behind the scenes. It was human nature to join in the fun, especially when they heard that the Hokage was leading the team. Everyone did not feel that there was any danger and rushed to the land of Uchiha. At this time, outside the gate of the Uchiha clan. When the gatekeeper Uchiha saw Hiruzen Sarutobi coming with a group of Umbu members, he immediately bowed and said, Hokage-sama. Danzo coldly snorted, tell Uchiha Tenzo to come out. Hiruzen Sarutobi coughed lightly and stood in front of the group. He revealed a gentle smile and said, go, call your great elder out. We want to talk to him. Yes. The guard did not dare to be negligent, so he hurriedly went to invite the great elder. Not long later, the Great Elder and Uchiha Fuyue came together. Behind them was a large group of Uchiha clansmen. "What is the matter, Hokage?" The Great Elder stared at Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo. The Great Elder had already guessed the purpose of Hiruzen Sarutobi's visit, so he was a bit angry. If today's matter were to spread out, the people would know that the Hokage personally came to the mansion to denounce him, and his reputation would probably plummet. He had nothing to do with it, mainly because this was a slap to the face of the #1 clan in Konoha, the Uchiha clan. Danzo immediately took a step forward and coldly said, "Uchiha Tenzo, all the signs of the murder a few days ago pointed to you. Now we have reason to suspect that in order for your grandson to awaken his Sharingan, you deliberately killed 7 innocent lives. So we want to check your memories." Hearing this, the Great Elder's face became even more gloomy. He stared straight at Hiruzen Sarutobi and said, "Are you serious?" Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed and said earnestly, "I believe in you very much. But now the case is in a deadlock, and the only person who will benefit is your grandson. So in order to prove your innocence, I specially invited Keita Yamanaka, the patriarch of the Yamanaka clan. You can rest assured that Keita is a professional in this aspect and won't hurt you much." Chapter 118, Betrayal. At this moment, the crowd in the distance surged, and a large group of Konoha villagers rushed over. Uchiha Tunan quietly shouted in the ears of several civilians, "Hand over the murderer." The civilians heard this. "Hey!" Someone was leading the shouting. He immediately shouted, "Hand over the murderer." After 2 shouts, all the civilians began to shout, "Hand over the murderer! Hand over the murderer!" Suddenly, a discordant voice came from the Uchiha clansman behind the Great Elder. "I think it is more important to find the murderer. It is good for the Great Elder to prove his innocence. I also think we should check the memory. Otherwise, if the murderer can't be found, how can I face those children?" "I agree. I agree. I don't agree." Gradually, the Uchiha clan gradually divided into 2 factions. Those with formidable strength and the same faction as the Great Elder were all speaking for the Great Elder. On the other side, most of them were the middle and low ninja of the Uchiha clan, but they also had the most number of people. The main reason was that after this incident, Shurshui had awakened 2 Magatama. For people with low strength and status like them, what they were most worried about was that one day, this matter would fall on their heads. If they did not stand up this time, then when it was their turn next time, who could talk to them? They took the family as their foundation, but that was because the family gave them enough protection and resources. They were not treated as items that could be sacrificed at any time. Especially when the child died in this matter, it was the future of the Uchiha family. No matter what era or race, the most important thing was always the safety of the next generation. The Great Elder looked at the screaming villagers in the distance, and his body trembled with anger. Then he turned around and looked at the 2 sides of the team. He felt a tightness in his chest and almost couldn't get up in one breath. Trembling, he stretched out his finger and said, "You." The Great Elder never thought that in front of outsiders, the people who had always been united with their families would actually betray him. Danzo's eyes flashed with joy, and he quickly gloated. "It seems that your Uchiha clan also thinks that this matter should be investigated by Konoha. Uchiha Tenzo, do you have a guilty conscience and dare not accept the investigation?" The Great Elder looked at the distrust in the eyes of the clansman, and with the provocation of Danzo's language, he was completely enraged. He shouted angrily, "Nonsense! I didn't do this!" Seeing that the Great Elder finally couldn't bear it anymore, Danzo took a step forward and aggressively said, "Then why don't you dare to accept the investigation? Don't tell me that you have done a lot of things that have let Konoha down?" The Great Elder paused for a moment, then said with a stern voice, "You are talking nonsense." However, this sentence in Hiruzen Sarutobi's ears was obviously less confident than the previous words. Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes and made a decision in his heart. Finally, the Hokage said in a deep voice, "You are all villagers of Konoha, and you should abide by the rules of Konoha. This time, not only you, but also the villagers of Konoha, died. As the Hokage, I must investigate thoroughly. Give the villagers an explanation. Now, we are going to take the suspect away for investigation. Anyone who dares to stop us is a traitor." Most of the people of Uchiha's clan quietly took a step back, expressing their standpoint. As for the remaining dozens of Uchiha clan's Jounin, they were all trusted aides that the Great Elder had recruited over the years. In this vast and magnificent scene, they seemed a little weak. The Great Elder looked around at everyone with red eyes. He clenched his fists and instantly thought a lot. Finally, he sighed and said, "I know. Can you let me go back and clean up? There are still some things that need to be dealt with." Danzo snorted. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded and said, "Yes." The Great Elder turned around and looked at the clansmen with cold eyes. For a moment, he had mixed feelings and staggered through the crowd. After the Great Elder left, Danzo said to Hiruzen Sarutobi in a deep voice, "Hiruzen, aren't you afraid that he will run away for fear of punishment?" In front of the crowd, Uchiha Fuyue, who had been silent all this time, retorted, "Lord Danzo, the people of Uchiha clan, there are no cowards who flee for fear of punishment." Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, indicating that he believed in the Great Elder. A moment later, the Great Elder returned to his residence, knelt down at the table, poured himself a glass of sake, and drank it all in one gulp. His eyes were filled with memories. According to today's situation, he would not be able to escape. If his memories were to be investigated, the future of the Uchiha clan would be in his hands. Fortunately, Uchiha Tunan was very likely to become the future Hokage. And Shirshue's talent was higher than Uchiha Tunan's. After Uchiha Tunan became the Hokage, Shirshue might be able to become the chief of the Uchiha clan or the Great Elder. Presumably, after he died, Shirshue might be able to awaken 3 Magatama or Kaleidoscope. 3 years old, what a shocking talent. At this moment, the Great Elder thought it through. "Tunan. Shirshue. I will leave Uchiha's future to you," the Great Elder murmured. Looking at the sky outside, a relieved smile appeared on his face. His eyes seemed to see the glorious future of the Uchiha clan. In the next second, Pucci, the first elder, stabbed kunai into his heart. Before he died, the face of a person flashed in the Great Elder's mind. "Whether you do it or not, you will never escape the control of the clan." The Great Elder smiled like a winner. He slowly closed his eyes and lowered his head. The moment the Great Elder died, Uchiha Tunan felt a warm current rising from his body, spreading to his limbs and bones. He could clearly feel his eye power rising by a large margin. However, he still had not touched the threshold of the Manjikyu. "Old man, your strength is not bad." After a long time, the people outside the gate of the Uchiha clan were getting impatient. Danzo snorted and said to Hiruzen Sarutobi in a blaming tone, "Hiruzen, that old man must have escaped." Uchiha Fuyue glared at Danzo and said to the people next to him, "Go and urge the Great Elder." A moment later, the clansmen ran out in panic and shouted, "Not good, Great Elder, committed suicide." When the surrounding Uchiha clansmen heard the news, they were shocked. The few people who were standing on the side of the Great Elder just now almost fell to the ground, and their hearts could not calm down for a long time. A trace of pleasure flashed through Danzo's eyes, and he coldly snorted. "Humph, so he committed suicide out of fear of punishment." This time, Uchiha Fuyue didn't refute, but remained silent. In fact, he had already guessed that the Great Elder would do this, but he was just playing along. Chapter 119, Compun Ninjutsu. A hint of confusion flashed through Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes. He sighed and said, "If something similar happens again in the future, please inform the Anbu in time." "Fuyue, you understand?" Uchiha Fuyue bowed to Hiruzen Sarutobi and said, "Yes, Hokage-sama." Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand and said, "Let's go, this matter ends here." As for who the murderer of this matter was, not many people would care. After all, the Great Elder was already dead, so just treat him as the murderer. It was time for the resentment of the villagers to stop. Behind Hiruzen Sarutobi, Uchiha Tunan walked out from the crowd and said with a heavy face, "Teacher, I want to send the Great Elder on his way." Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded and gently patted Uchiha Tunan on the shoulder. "Go! I know you are soft-hearted. I will give you a day off tonight." "Thank you, teacher." The room of the Great Elder was full of people at this moment. When Uchiha Tunan came in, the people around him all looked over. Most of them had disgust in their eyes, as if Uchiha Tunan was an ominous person. As for the rest, they all had indifferent expressions on their faces. These were the trusted subordinates that the Great Elder valued. They already knew about Uchiha Tunan's matter and remembered the Great Elder's previous instructions. They could not give themselves away. "Grandfather!" "You!" Shishui lay on the head elder's body and kept sobbing. Gradually, the 2 Magatama in Shishui's eyes spun faster and turned into 3 Magatama. Then he fainted. He was hugged by a middle-aged woman. Uchiha Tunan came to the side of the man who was kneeling at the front and sighed. "My condolences." The middle-aged man nodded, his face full of grief. He glanced at Uchiha Tunan and lowered his head, saying, "Tunan-kun, you can leave. This place does not welcome you." Late at night, Uchiha Tunan placed the carved sculpture of the Great Elder in its proper position. He also lit 3 incense sticks for it. Then, he poured a pot of tea into 2 teacups. He placed a teacup in front of the wooden sculpture of the Great Elder. Uchiha Tunan knelt in front of the wooden sculpture and used Wind Whisper and Byakugan to monitor the movements around the house. He gently picked up the teacup and shook his head with a look of pity. "Great Elder, if you don't have the brain, don't learn to play tricks in your next life. Do you know why there is such a situation today? Because you went the wrong way from the very beginning. These few days, you actually wanted to capture the real murderer to prove your innocence. It is too difficult to prove your innocence. Your innocence is not important at all. What others want is the most important thing. Do you think those people who splash dirty water on you don't know that you are wrong? No, they know better than you how wrong you are. Do you think those people who spread the rumors really can't tell? No, they only have the internal demands of spreading rumors. It is very, very difficult to prove one's innocence. Because you have no way to wake up a group of people pretending to be asleep. From the perspective of human nature, it is not that they believe in something that they spread. It was because they wanted to express something that they chose to spread. In this world, people never believed in their views. Instead, people chose their views. It was a case full of loopholes, so why did everyone choose to go against you? Because this matter can satisfy their inner desires. The civilians are dissatisfied with the imbalance of resources, and they like to have grudges in the rich. The people are afraid that their descendants will become sacrifices for the geniuses. The higher-ups of Konoha are worried that you, an old man, will not be stable. These were all their inner desires. There were too many people who couldn't see the true you. All the lines, rumors, and views were all appearances, and the inner desires were the essence. They didn't think that you were the murderer, but they subconsciously hoped that you were the murderer that was found out. For civilians, they can't become rich, so they can only hope that the life of the rich is complicated, so that they can improve their happiness. For many people, they know that their children are most likely not geniuses, so they want to prove that your grandson is a genius, but they use dirty means. On the contrary, Konoha's higher-ups are the most innocent, and they want you to die. You lost because you are not close enough to the important people, and you only care about the experts and geniuses of the clan. I'll give you one last lesson. In your next life, it's better to be a rash man. After saying that, the corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth curled up slightly. He chuckled and drank the tea in his cup. Good tea. He smacked his lips and said. A few days later. At the Grand Elder's funeral, Uchiha, Shishui, hugged the Great Elder's wooden sculpture and cried his heart out. Out of humanitarianism, Uchiha Tunan went forward to offer a bunch of flowers. After all, after inheriting the other party's inheritance, there was still a need to express something. As a person, one must not forget their roots. This bit of morality still had to be there. In the following days, Uchiha Tunan learned ninjutsu from Hiruzen Sarutobi every day. At the same time, he waited for the Welfare Institute to come true. That night, Uchiha Tunan was following Hiruzen Sarutobi in the backyard to learn ninjutsu. Z. Bang! A huge rock beside the pond suddenly exploded, and the gravel fell into the pond next to it, causing a lot of water splashed. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi knew Uchiha Tunan's ability, he was still surprised to see such a scene. He immediately looked at Uchiha Tunan, who was covered in electricity, and nodded with a face full of praise. Not bad, Tunan, your innate talent in ninjutsu is stronger than I thought. This is the technique I saw on the battlefield that the third Reikage used. After coming back, I studied it for a long time, and only then did I imitate the compound ninjutsu. Using lightning attribute chakra to stimulate the cells, increase movement speed and destructive power. At the same time, use earth attribute chakra to wrap the fist, increase defense and gravity. Although it is more complicated, the effect of using it will not be much weaker than Kumogakure's lightning movement technique. Uchiha Tunan dispersed the lightning around his body and said to Hiruzen Sarutobi with a look of admiration. Teacher, you are really amazing. Two kinds of mutually restraining chakra can be fused together. This method is so ingenious. If it were me, I would probably never even think of it in my lifetime. Uchiha Tunan's eyes were bright, and he looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi with eyes full of worship. Hiruzen Sarutobi was very happy to be praised like this. A proud smile flashed on his face, and he picked up the pipe. In the ninja realm, there is nothing that is impossible. Unfortunately, after this move was developed, I have never had a real battle. After a few years, I will be old, and I will have even less chance to use it. Uchiha Tunan came to Hiruzen Sarutobi's side and used fire escape to light the cigarette for him. Then he looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi with admiration and said, The hero's sword will never get old. Even if there is no war now. Teacher, you are still the ninja that makes all the big countries tremble in fear. Uchiha Tunan could be considered to be flattering him to the extreme, and all kinds of praise were being poured out. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled and laughed heartily. Hee, don't flatter me. By the way, distribution of land in your welfare institute has already been determined. After the residents there have been demolished, we can start work. Uchiha Tunan is very happy, his granary is finally about to start construction. He then took out his wallet from his ninja backpack, flipped through it, and then raised his hands horizontally, handing over the banknotes. Teacher, this is the 600 million banknotes, please keep it. Chapter 120 Inflation and S-Class Mission. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded slightly and took the banknotes. He suddenly thought of something, looked at the night sky and sighed. It's still a peaceful time. Recently, the economy of the Fire Country has been growing rapidly. Everyone suddenly became rich, and many people spent a lot of money to move to Konoha. There were many rich people, and the prices of the items were rising a little faster. However, the number of tasks has increased a lot. It seems that this new daimyo has some ability. I estimate that if we buy land a year later, we won't be able to get it for 600 million. Uchiha Tunan, who was beside him, heard this and his eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Was Naruto crazily printing money and sucking the blood of the entire Fire Country? Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't understand what was going on, but Uchiha Tunan knew it. Uchiha Tunan had casually mentioned this move when he was teaching Naruto. One had to know that wealth was equivalent to money to an individual. But to a country, money was no different from paper. The efficiency of production was wealth. The production efficiency did not increase, but if a large amount of money was printed, it was equivalent to putting all the wealth of the people of the Fire Country into the pockets of the daimyo mansion. And now, it seemed that the fire had already burned to Konoha. It was estimated that Naruto had started to take action as soon as he took office. If Naruto hoarded a large number of important supplies at this time, when the price of the food rose sharply, he would release new money. No, it is possible that Naruto is not only plundering the wealth of the Fire Country, but also buying the resources of other countries before other countries are alert. New currency does not need to be changed, only a bigger deal is needed. In a short time, the daimyo mansion can have a huge amount of resources and money. This is equivalent to robbing money from everyone. Stealing money was not that fast. Unless Konoha flipped the table, the daimyo houses could really hold Konoha down. After all, ninjas also needed to live. No matter in which era, money was an indispensable thing. People needed money for their rice, oil, salt, clothes, and house. If Naruto replaced the new coin, Konoha would definitely be limited. At most, they would give more funds and provide resources for Konoha, making Konoha pay the corresponding price. If Konoha had the tendency to flip the table, what would Naruto do? Start a war. Change internal strife into external worries, and then secretly think of ways to strengthen the force. Of course, this was only Uchiha Tunan's own idea, and he only taught Naruto these things. Just as Uchiha Tunan was thinking to himself. Suddenly, an Umbu rushed into Hiruzen Sarutobi's courtyard without any notice, directly rushing to the backyard. This kind of situation was generally a big deal. Umbu came to the front of Hiruzen Sarutobi and knelt on one knee. Reporting to Hokage-sama, 2 hours ago the garrison guards informed that 6 people left the village without permission and stole the secret seal of Konoha. One of them was a former member of the seal class, and the other 5 were villagers who had recently moved to Konoha. The Umbu had chased back 3 people, but the 3 people triggered the unknown curse, and their brains had been destroyed. There were still 3 people who escaped, and their whereabouts were unknown. One of them was suspected as a jounin that had the power to kill a tracking Umbu with a puppet technique. He should be a ninja from Sunagakure. Madame Bawako asked me to invite the Hokage to issue the transfer order. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned and was about to speak. Uchiha Tunan was worried that he would not have the chance to show off in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi, so he immediately asked, "Teacher, let me go." Hiruzen Sarutobi hesitated for a moment and frowned. "Are you confident? After all, people were killed. And there is also jounin from Sunagakure." "No problem," Uchiha Tunan said with a smile. "The puppet technique is most afraid of physical skills. I believe that my sword skills can restrain them." Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly thought about it. He had seen Uchiha Tunan's improvement in the past 2 days. Every time he saw it, he was greatly shocked. Uchiha Tunan's potential had even surpassed his imagination. It was time for Uchiha Tunan to earn merit points. Therefore, he immediately nodded and said, "All right, I'll leave this matter to you." The temporary mission level this time is S, regardless of life or death. It is mainly to ensure that the secrets of the village are not leaked. After saying that, he looked at the Umbu and said, "Give the information to Tunan. Leave this matter to Tunan. The Umbu doesn't need to interfere." The Umbu was secretly speechless. Among the 3 people who betrayed the village, there was only one jounin who could actually be classified as an S-rank mission. This was simply a naked reward. It seemed that Uchiha Tunan held a lot of weight in the heart of the Hokage-sama. He immediately took out a scroll and said in a deep voice, "Yes, Lord Tunan. This is the information." Uchiha Tunan took the scroll and said with a gentle face, "Thank you, Senior." After saying that, he activated the body flicker technique and left this place in an instant. At this time, the country of fire is close to the coastline of the country of Yuno. The tide beat the reefs on the shore, and the white waves under the moonlight were like an enraged old man shaking his head full of white hair. On the cliff facing the sea, a group of Kumogakure ninjas were hiding in a cave. Bang! Shattered stones flew everywhere in the cave, and the sand on top of his head fell down. A tall and strong man's eyes were full of impatience. He said anxiously, "It's been so long. Why hasn't he come yet?" A ninja with the forehead guard of Kumogakure patted the dust on his head helplessly and persuaded, "Don't worry, Lord AI. It will take at least 2 days to get here from Konoha." AI took a deep breath and walked back and forth, shouting, "How can we not be anxious? Konoha's sealing jutsu is too important for Killer Bee." The Kumogakure ninja touched his chin and pondered, "In fact, before we left the village, I heard that Lord Killer Bee has made quite a good progress. How can tailed beasts become companions with Jinchuriki? Killer Bee is too whimsical. After all, tailed beasts were war tools." It was extremely tyrannical. As soon as he finished speaking, AI couldn't help but throw a punch at the cave wall. Bang! Suddenly, another wave of dust flew up. Everyone was drenched in sand and turned into sand sculpture. Bah, bah. The Kumogakure ninja spat out the sand in his mouth and said with a difficult expression, "Lord AI, there are no more caves around here." AI clenched his fists and looked at the deep sea outside the cave. He took a deep breath and said, "You wait here, I will go to the territory of the fire country to meet them." Hearing this, everyone immediately became nervous and quickly persuaded. No, Lord AI, you will be in danger if you go alone. What if you are besieged by Konoha's ninjas? Yes, it's too risky. Suddenly, a part of the rock at the top of the cave collapsed. Bang! AI casually smashed the rock into powder and clenched his fist. If there is danger, then I will use my fist to break through the danger. I won't say any more, I'm leaving. With that, he came outside the cave and crouched. The next moment, he shot into the sky like a cannonball. Lord AI. What should we do? What else can we do? We can only wait here. It's fine if we can't get the seal. We just hope that nothing happens to Lord AI. Everyone looked at each other and sighed at the same time. Sigh. Chapter 121 Strange Puppet, Late at Night. Above his head, the night sky was vast and boundless, but there was a lonely moon hanging alone in the lonely and vast sky, looking somewhat desolate. The stars were timidly shimmering in the distance, but these lights were insignificant to the bright moon. Coo! 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 The insects and ants in the forest were shouting. From time to time, a few crows would shout at the top of their lungs. The owls on the tree were vigilantly turning their heads left and right, staring at them. It felt extremely horrifying. Like a ghost, Uchiha Tunan ran through the jungle without making a single sound. In front of him, the white pigeons had already spread out to open up a path for Uchiha Tunan. Under the moonlight, the white pigeons were slightly eye-catching, as if they were pure white in the darkness. However, these white pigeons were not ordinary white pigeons, they could transform into extremely ferocious birds at any time. The chilly autumn wind blew the dead leaves into the sky. The entire forest was covered in black shadows, as if they were moving at a very fast speed, making it hard to figure out what was going on. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan's ears moved, and he immediately changed his direction, heading towards the location of his target. In the high mountains. Standing alone in a wooden house that had long since decayed, the place beside the wooden house was desolate and barren. It was already midnight, and the bonfire had already turned into ashes. The darkness in the distance rushed over like the wind. Hakimoto Yuki sat on a pile of hay, his entire face expressionless. He used a wooden stick to extinguish the remaining sparks. Suddenly, Hakimoto Yuki controlled the puppet and dodged to the side. Bang! A stone pillar suddenly rose from the ground and broke through the wooden house. In the next moment, the 8 wooden puppets had already arrived outside the wooden house. He immediately raised his head and looked over. Above the stone pillar, the red-eyed Uchiha Tunan slowly turned around, looking coldly at the people and puppets below. You dare to start a fire on your escape? Are you afraid that I won't be able to find you? It seems that you are already prepared to stop me. Hakimoto Yuki did not reply. Instead, he controlled the human-shaped puppet beside him to pull out its long saber and jump fiercely towards Uchiha Tunan. Rumble! This human-shaped puppet was truly formidable. With a single slash, it split the stone pillar into 2, and even the surface of the stone pillar was extremely flat. Meanwhile, Uchiha Tunan's figure had already disappeared. Suddenly, Hakimoto Yuki suddenly turned around. He saw that Uchiha Tunan was standing behind him, and his 3 Magatama Sharingan was rapidly circulating. So! The sound of air breaking rang out. He didn't know when, but that human-shaped puppet had already appeared above Uchiha Tunan, and the long blade in its hand ruthlessly chopped down towards Uchiha Tunan. A trace of surprise flashed through Uchiha Tunan's eyes, and he immediately activated Lightning Spirit Wind Flash. Interesting. The figure of Uchiha Tunan appeared on the branch, and he was extremely curious about this Sand Village ninja below. He didn't see any seals, and he was actually able to ignore the illusion of the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Moreover, he was completely immune to it. How on earth did he do this? He didn't even close his eyes. He saw Hakimoto Yuki moving his hands, controlling the human-shaped puppet to continue charging towards Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan knew that the mission was more important, so he didn't want to waste any more time here. Lightning flashed in his right hand, and he punched the abdomen of the human-shaped puppet. At the same time, he activated Thunder Spirit Wind Flash, and instantly arrived behind the Hakimoto Yuki. He didn't know when, but he had already grasped the short blade of chakra in his hand, and he slashed it towards the neck of the Hakamoto Yuki. The moment Uchiha Tunan used the Thunder Spirit Wind Flash, the Hakamoto Yuki had already formed a seal with both hands. The moment Uchiha Tunan appeared, the Hakamoto Yuki exploded like a balloon. An earth-shattering explosion sounded out, and a mushroom cloud rose up from the forest. With the Hakamoto Yuki as the center, everything nearby was destroyed. Many birds perched on the tree branches flew into the sky. For a time, the area within 100 miles of the two was barren, and the cliff almost collapsed. Coo! 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 In the forest, other than the chirping of birds, there were no other creatures nearby. In the deep pit created by the explosion, there were only rocks that had been burnt into one with the darkness. At this time, the humanoid puppet lying under the big tree made some strange noises. Caw! Caw! The humanoid puppet slowly stood up, but its limbs seemed to be out of place. After staggering 2 steps, it fell to the ground. The outer shell of the human-shaped puppet was slowly opened. Inside was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was the real Hakamoto Yuki. The corners of the Hakamoto Yuki's mouth were overflowing with blood. One hand was covering its abdomen, and the other was supporting the ground. It sat up with difficulty. Moving his back to the big tree, he glanced at the deep pit, and his face was filled with joy. 50 explosion talismans. Your death is inevitable. This humanoid puppet was actually just a hard metal armor. And the one who died with Uchiha Tunan just now was the real puppet, a self-destructing puppet that could move. It was just that the puppet was covered with a layer of human skin, so it was hard to recognize. Hakamoto Yuki stretched out his hand with great difficulty, took out a pill from its ninja bag, and stuffed it into his mouth. Cough cough. After swallowing the pill, Hakamoto Yuki still felt extremely uncomfortable. He lowered his head and looked at his abdomen that was deeply sunken in. He couldn't help but curse in a low voice. This little brat Uchiha is a monster, right? Even such a hard armor can be dented. I don't know if I can still hold on and go back. Hakamoto Yuki looked at the lonely night sky, slightly lost in thought. After an unknown period of time, Hakamoto Yuki suddenly saw a spark in front of him. He immediately raised his right hand, picked up the wooden stick beside him, and extinguished the sparks. All of a sudden, Hakamoto Yuki felt a sharp pain in his brain, and he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Why did the Chaos Intent Extinction Seal show signs of being activated? In an instant, Hakamoto Yuki came back to his senses completely and looked up at his surroundings. No, impossible. There was no explosion. At this time, Hakamoto Yuki were still in the human-shaped puppets, and he was still in the wooden house. The sparks on the ground had just disappeared. Something similar to the ultimate seal of tongue disaster? I can't even think about it. It's really overbearing. Z. Shwa. Lightning flashed, and in an instant, the Hakamoto Yuki was beheaded by Uchiha Tunan with a single slash. His hard metal armor couldn't block Uchiha Tunan's blade with wind and lightning attributes. With the death of the Hakamoto Yuki, the human skin puppet beside him completely collapsed. Uchiha Tunan, who was behind the corpse, shook his head and said, "This move is not bad. Unfortunately, you met me. It can't be helped," who told Uchiha Tunan to have the ability to see through chakra, and at a glance, he saw the real body in the armor pretending to be puppets. Even without the eyes, he could judge the real body from the breath of Fengyu. This is a skill suppression. He immediately cast an illusion on the 2 eyes on his armor. He wanted to use the illusion to check the information of his companions. Unfortunately, there was a curse mark in his mind. As long as he recalled the things about his companions, it would automatically warn him. If he continued to recall, he would probably die directly. Uchiha Tunan immediately confirmed that this person should be a member of the other ninja village that was similar to Root. However, the first one to be excluded was the Hidden Sand village. This person was already middle-aged, but his skin was not bad. Obviously, he was not a person who grew up in the bad weather in the Wind Country. He dared to come to Konoha to steal secrets, and he also had a mysterious department similar to the Root. Then it could only be the other 3 villages. Hidden Rock Village, Hidden Cloud Village, Hidden Mist Village. There were too few clues that could be obtained. If it was someone from Hidden Mist Village, that place would be covered in fog all year round, and the ultraviolet rays would not be enough to illuminate that place, so their skin would be a little fairer. And this person's skin color was a healthy wheat color, and it was obvious that he often shone on the sun. Chapter 122 Hide and Expose. The remaining two possibilities were possible. The Hidden Cloud Village was in the northeast of Konoha, while the Hidden Rock Village was in the northwest. Uchiha Tunan could only find two of them separately. Although the white pigeons had the effect of sharing vision, the disadvantage was that the distance could not be too far, or they would not be able to receive the signal. Uchiha Tunan immediately split out 6 shadows, each choosing a direction and bringing some white pigeons along to investigate, using the shadow clone's chakra to maintain the shared view of the white pigeon. However, the shadow clone had to get rid of the information before it could return to the main body. The main body rushed towards the north, ensuring that no matter which route it found the enemy, the main body would be able to rush over in the shortest time possible. Chasing the enemy was always a troublesome matter. But Hiruzen Sarutobi was able to conquer all aspects. Uchiha Tunan had yet to obtain Enma he had been dreaming of, but he still had to work harder. The next day, early morning, the sky gradually broke, and there were still a few broken stars in the horizon. The earth was hazy, as if it were covered in a silver-gray-green veil. After a while, the golden sun gradually dyed the eastern horizon red. The sky was filled with red clouds, and the red sun was like a boiling pot of molten steel, gushing out, golden and dazzling. Uchiha Tunan stood on the cliff, looking down at the town below with a cold expression. There are still 2 left, and this one should also stay behind to cover the rear. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan raised his eyebrows, the corners of his mouth slightly outlined. He did not expect to meet acquaintances in this place. In the town, Squad 7 was eating breakfast in the breakfast shop. People came and went on the streets, and when they sat in the shop, they could hear the sound of hawkers and grannies bargaining on the ground. It was very lively. At the entrance of the breakfast shop, there were several carts passing by from time to time, with fresh fruits and vegetables on them. There were also many people in the shop lining up, waiting to order. This bustling scene could make people feel the joy of the secular world. Obito looked at the people outside and said unhappily, "Damn it. It wasn't easy for me to take a sea-level protection mission, but I didn't see a single ninja." Rin, who was next to him, smiled gently and said, "Obito, the target of our protection is just an ordinary merchant. How could there be a ninja?" Obito was unwilling. "Didn't you say that there might be bandits and robbers on the way?" Rin slapped her forehead and said helplessly, "The bandits in the Fire Country have already been cleared. Unless it is during a war, you will probably have to go to those small countries to meet them. Moreover, do you think that the mountain bandits would dare to come with this cover?" When Obito heard this, he looked down and said, "So boring. When will we be able to accept high-level missions?" Kakashi glanced at Obito and said lightly, "After we go back, I estimate that we will need to do a long time for a D-level mission." Rin put her hands on her hips and said, "Obito, don't complain. If not for the 2 of us, Minato-sensei and Kakashi would have often done high-level missions." Obito immediately choked. He turned to Kakashi and said, "Kakashi, have you ever killed anyone?" Kakashi's hand that was holding the chopsticks paused for a moment. He nodded and said, "Occasionally." Obito's interest was immediately piqued, and he said with a mysterious face, "Then compare yourself with Tunan, who has killed more people." Kakashi raised his head, frowned slightly, and said thoughtfully, "Him? He shouldn't have the heart to do it." Minato smiled and said to Kakashi, "Kakashi, you guessed wrong. In the Fire Capital, Tunan led the city guards to destroy thousands of underground organizations. Those people were all killed by Tunan." Kakashi was a little shocked. He did not expect that the usually gentle and harmonious Uchiha Tunan would actually do these things in the Fire Capital. When Obito heard this, he was also shocked. His eyes widened. "Thousands of people." Rin nodded. "Although Tunan is kind, he is still very decisive when facing evil." Obito frowned and said, "But there are more than 1,000 people. Should they all die?" In Rin's opinion, most people in this world are kind. Even those organizations that sound improper may not be bad people. Many people were forced to join because of some kind of helplessness. They still retained their kindness and did not do anything harmful. Uchiha Tunan's act of beating everyone to death was a bit reckless. Minato thought for a moment and said, according to the law of the Fire Country, many people should not die. But do you know what those people have done? Kidnapping children, forcing women to work for prostitutes, smuggling resources, and setting up underground gambling houses. When Obito heard this, he immediately slapped the table and stood up. How could Tunan do this? I think the first two should be dead, but the second two should not be. Otherwise, why would we need to follow the law? Minato did not expect Obito to have such a big reaction. He immediately explained. Smuggling goods, on one hand, is to destroy the country's economy, and on the other hand. Have you ever thought that during the war, your companion was killed by the explosion talisman, and the explosion talisman was smuggled out of the country of fire? As for the underground gambling houses, without official supervision, they would use thousands of means to absorb the wealth of the gamblers. The last to put on the token table was not necessarily money, but the wives and children of the gamblers. And the wives and children of the gamblers would eventually end up in the other two underground organizations. For their own benefit. Obito took a deep breath. It sounded like the consequences were serious. However, he still stubbornly said, but we can use other methods to make those people take the right path. Minato chuckled and shook his head. Everyone has different views. Maybe Tunan's way of doing things is too extreme, but I don't think he is wrong. Suddenly, Minato's eyes narrowed, and he looked not far away. Someone is fighting. With that, Minato and Kakashi rushed out of the breakfast shop and ran towards the battle. Obito and Rin were stunned for a moment. After reacting, they immediately followed him. Earth, rock house, collapse spell. Boom! Not far away, a house collapsed with a loud bang, making a lot of noise. All the bricks flew in all directions, almost hitting people. There was a lot of dust in that area, making the surroundings hazy. The surrounding pedestrians quickly knew that this was a fight between ninjas, and quickly ran out of the town. Help! A middle-aged ninja was holding a beautiful woman hostage, and the kunai in his hand was placed on the neck of the beautiful woman. In the distance, Uchiha Tunan, who was standing on the telephone pole, narrowed his eyes slightly, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He did not expect that he would be discovered so quickly. He immediately did not intend to hide, jumped high, and lightly landed on the ruins. Chapter 123 Sensory Ninja. This ninja was not the Chunin mentioned in the intelligence. According to the chakra fluctuation just now, it should be Special Jounin. Moreover, he was able to react in advance when he was about to approach, so he should be a sensor ninja. Most importantly, this ninja was actually blind. His two eyeballs were dull and lifeless, and there was no sign of focus when he looked at things. It was obviously fake. My God, there were a total of 3 enemies this time, and 2 of them were so strange. There were 3 Tomo in Uchiha Tunan's eyes. Through the observation of the eye, he saw that the soles of this ninja's feet were constantly overflowing with weak chakra, which was connected to the earth. It seemed that he was trying to sense it through the earth. Just now, I jumped all the way from the utility pole and he could actually sense it. It seems that this ninja's perception is very strong. The 4 of you have been observing me in the dark for so long. Are you finally willing to come out? The ninja curled the corners of his mouth and shouted loudly. Then, he suddenly frowned. After a pause, he muttered in a low voice. When did another one appear? Uchiha Tunan raised his eyebrows slightly, and his face was a little strange. From this person's tone, Uchiha Tunan could tell that he did not sense himself at all, but sensed. At this time, Minato and Kakashi arrived one after another, forming a triangle with Uchiha Tunan, surrounding the man. Namake's Minato took out kunai and said seriously, Tunan, what's going on? Uchiha Tunan said in a low voice. This is a spy from the enemy village. He stole the secrets of the village. I am here to chase him. This was a bit troublesome. If there were no outsiders around, Uchiha Tunan would just kill the enemy and the hostage. But in this situation, if Uchiha Tunan did not care about the safety of the hostage, he would definitely leave a bad impression on Minato and Obito. Looking at it, he was really threatened by the other party. At this moment, Obito and Rin came over. Obito pointed at the enemy. "Damn spy, let go of that woman." Minato looked anxious. "Obito, Rin, don't come over. Hurry up and go back." Rin was stunned when she heard that. She immediately pulled Obito's sleeve and said, "Obito, let's go back." Now that the situation was critical, this was not something they could deal with. Obito pushed Rin behind him and said in a low voice, "Rin, you are a medical ninja in the future. Stay away from me." Rin hesitated for a moment, looked at the ninja in the distance, nodded heavily, and ran away. At this time, Uchiha Tunan stared at the ninja and said, "We are all ninjas. It's just that our standpoint is different. Please don't hurt ordinary people. They are innocent." The man sneered and said coldly, "I will not hurt her, but you have to let me go." As soon as his voice fell, he controlled the woman even harder to threaten Uchiha Tunan and the others. Uchiha Tunan shook his head and said, "No, you stole Konoha's secrets. If I let you go, it will be my negligence. Don't talk nonsense. If you don't want her to die, let me go." The man pushed the smooth and white neck of the woman. His tone was getting more and more excited, as if he was going to attack in the next second. The woman was already scared out of her wits and almost couldn't stand up. She trembled and said, "Ninja." "Sir." Uchiha Tunan took a deep breath and chuckled, "Do you think I'm discussing this with you? I was just giving a routine official speech before the battle began. In front of the village and the country, small sacrifices are allowed." Obito immediately looked at Uchiha Tunan in disbelief. "Bastard Tunan, what are you talking about?" He did not understand how Uchiha Tunan could say such cold-blooded words. That was a living human life. Minato was slightly angry and shouted at Obito, "Shut up, Obito." The enemy village ninja sneered and said coldly, "Humph, don't pretend to be ruthless there. If you really don't care about her life and death, why don't you take action?" Uchiha Tunan's expression instantly became cold. He said in an indifferent tone, "Who said I didn't take action? You were hit by my illusion from the beginning. Didn't you notice how I suddenly appeared?" The enemy village ninja suddenly thought about it, but he did not find out how Uchiha Tunan appeared. He had a bad feeling in his heart. At this moment, Uchiha Tunan's lips trembled slightly. Using the sound transmission function of Phonyu, he whispered in the enemy village ninja's ear, "Let me introduce myself. Konoha's 5 senses illusions are my specialty. I am Kurama Tunan." "What?" Naturally, the enemy had heard of the great name of Konoha's Kurama clan. At this moment, the enemy suddenly became alert. The voice of the other side appeared at the same time from the left, right, and front. Especially the voice in front of him, it came from the mouth of the person in his hand. "Damn! I was hit by an illusion. I already knew about your information. You are an earth sensor ninja. Unfortunately, I will control your 5 senses. Speaking of which, why are you holding my shadow clone?" "So!" Uchiha Tunan immediately jumped up and escaped from his opponent's earth perception. At the same time, he used his mouth technique to simulate the sound of a sharp blade breaking through the air. Although the ninja was blind, his hearing was sharper than that of ordinary people. Immediately, his ears moved, and he heard the sound of the air being torn apart. It was right in front of him and the left and right. That ninja instinctively retreated to the place where there was no sound. At the same time, he accelerated the circulation of chakra in his body, wanting to break through the illusion. However, this was not an illusion. At the same time, Minato used Flying Thunder God to save the beautiful woman. "Tunan, well done." Uchiha Tunan also did not expect this unexpected surprise. What he did just now was to use this method to stimulate the ninja and let him quickly kill the beautiful woman. In case he wasted time here. He saw Uchiha Tunan reach out to hold the short blade of chakra behind him, and just as he was about to move, he stopped. Z. Kakashi with electric current sword slashed towards the ninja's arm. The ninja's hands paused for a moment, then quickly formed a seal. Earth-style, rock gate technique. In an instant, a hard stone slab appeared on the ground in front of Kakashi. However, under the suppression of the attribute, the white blade in Kakashi's hand smoothly split the stone slab into two, and at the same time, took away one of the other's arms. In an instant, the ninja's left hand was bleeding, and blood gushed out. The intense pain caused his entire body to be covered in cold sweat, and he staggered back a few steps. He turned around and ran in the direction of Obito. Even if I die, I will drag a few Konoha ninjas down with me. Facing the threatening enemy ninjas, Obito was intimidated by the murderous aura, and his legs trembled, unable to move. "Hurry up and move!" Obito kept shouting in his heart. In the end, he staggered and fell to the ground. Pucci. The sharp blade pierced through his back, piercing through his heart. Fresh blood splashed onto Obito's face, which immediately gave him a fright. In Obito's line of sight, the enemy ninja had a ferocious expression on his face, like an evil ghost from hell. A blood-red blade emerged from his chest, dripping with blood. In an instant, Obito's eyes turned scarlet red, and a magnetama slowly rotated around his pupils. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, have a great rest of your day in peace.